The two sat on the ground and Han Fei talked about his experiences over the past 2 years. There were twists and turns, as well as great opportunities. Tang Ge alternated between smiling and frowning as he listened. After hearing that Li Ju had recovered quickly after he left, he frowned in worry. Of course, Han Fei didn't tell him the whole truth. He said that the Venerable who taught him the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning appeared again and taught him the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies after seeing that he was doing well in his cultivation. And old Jiang in the plantation was a hidden master, which was true. Then, with the help of old Jiang, he became a student of the 4th Academy of the Blue Sea Town. Tang Ge could tell that the next 2 years might be the happiest time in Han Fei's life. The teachers of the school were so good, the classmates were so amazing, and the training was so rigorous. As for his strength, Han Fei's spiritual heritage was found useless in the test, but in fact, it was an extremely rare growth-type spiritual heritage. Hearing this, Tang Ge was stunned. A growth-type spiritual heritage? This was definitely a rare spiritual heritage. Tang Ge was very excited to hear that. Good, good. When I go back this time, I will ask my master to recruit you into the Heavenly Sword sect. With your talent, there would be absolutely no problem. Han Fei interrupted directly, come on. I won't join your sect. My thug academy is no worse than your Heavenly Sword sect. Tang Ge wondered, the Thug Academy, is it really that strong? Han Fei nodded proudly. Of course, I'm not bragging. Last time, I killed a descendant of the Sun family from the Thousand-Star City. Then, his father came to kill me from the Thousand-Star City to the level 2 fishery. Tang Ge was furious. Really? The Sun family are all bastards. Okay, I'll avenge you. One day. Han Fei laughed. I don't need you to avenge me. That guy is too strong, even stronger than a hidden fisher. But guess what happened next? Our principal just slapped him away. Tang Ge widened his eyes. Really? Stronger than a hidden fisher? Then he must be a law enforcer. A law enforcer is usually a ruler of a certain area, maintaining the law and order of that place. So is your principal actually a hidden law enforcer? There are not many such strong masters even in the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei was taken back for a moment. In this case, Old Bai was actually a very powerful person. However, Han Fei said casually, don't worry, I'm doing very well at the Thug Academy. See, it's no worse than your Heavenly Sword sect, right? I will go to the Thousand-Star City when I get a chance. By the way, how are you? What have you experienced since you were taken away by Fengze? Tang Ge chuckled. Nothing unusual. Fengze is actually a student of the Heavenly Sword sect, and he is also one of my senior brothers. After I went to the Thousand-Star City, he took me to the Heavenly Sword sect, and then I have been exploring various secret realms and fighting and wasn't released until I became an advanced dangling fisher. My master didn't want to let me out before I became a peak-level dangling fisher. Fortunately, my junior sister interceded for me and persuaded my master to release me in advance. Han Fei smiled and nudged Tang Ge, saying naughtily, is it the girl from before? Are you in love? Ahem. No. No. Han Fei laughed. What are you afraid of? That girl looks nice. She is a spirit gatherer and good at formation skills, and even Cao Qiu is afraid of her. She must be from a powerful family. It wouldn't be bad to marry her. Tengu was flush. Well, no. Linger, she's just my junior sister. Han Fei patted Tang Ji's shoulder with one hand. Gee. Linger, how sweet. It seems that you're already quite intimate. Don't be shy. You're a man. You need a wife anyway. Tengu shrugged awkwardly. By the way, the girl in white just now. Han Fei grinned. She is my little wife. You know what, she is very tame in front of me. Tengu? But I saw her pull you by the ear earlier. Han Fei blushed slightly. Cough, cough. You don't understand. We just injected a little fun into our relationship. You'll understand it when you and Linger are as intimate as us. Well, would you like me to pass on some experience? Blah blah. More than half an hour later, Han Fei and Tengu felt the same as they were in the heavenly water village, without the slightest feeling of alienation. The two had been bragging for a long while, and Tengu smiled in surprise. Han Fei, you seem to have changed a lot and become more cheerful. Han Fei smiled. Of course, since knowing that my spiritual heritage is capable of advancing, I have no pressure anymore. By the way, are there many people from your sect on the 199th floor? Tengu paused. Not too many. This time, there are not many people here from the Heavenly Sword sect. There are also some on the next floor, but fighting and killing in the fishery are common. However, you'd better not kill people. Otherwise, it will bring many unknown consequences. Han Fei nodded lightly. I see. Don't worry. I'll be careful. Tengu suddenly changed the topic. So, the Sun family has been hunting you this whole time? Han Fei nodded. Yes. They caused a lot of trouble before. However, after I explore the sea grassland, they can no longer do anything to me. Tengu nodded slightly. Some time ago, I saw Sun Mu and the others go to the lower floors. Now they should be on the 200th or 201st floor. Go, let's teach them a good lesson. How dare they touch my brother? Han Fei stopped Tengu. Wait a minute. It's none of your business. They can't do anything to me now, and I'll avenge myself one day. Tengu immediately shook his head. How can you say it's none of my business? There are at least dozens of times more people on the 200th floor than on the 198th floor. Most of the people who can go to the lower floors are there. No matter how strong you are, even if you use the secret method you used just now, how many of them can you resist? Han Fei shook his head too. They are not in the same gang. Don't worry. I will make a move according to the situation. Don't expose your relationship with me. Tengu said sternly. Do you think I will watch you fight alone and stay out of it? Han Fei smiled bitterly. I am not alone. I have Xia Shaochan on my side. Besides, isn't Wang Zitian also my teammate? Tengu still shook his head. Wang Zitian is not weak, but no one on the other side is weak either. Wang Zitian may be able to stop one of them, but probably no more than two. As for Cao Qiu, he has no combat experience at all. He may be able to invent some gadgets, but his combat power is zero. Han Fei bared his teeth. He had already noticed this. Although Cao Qiu's Equipment was super, his strength was almost nothing. Han Fei pondered, and after thinking for a moment, he asked, "Is Mu Ling trustworthy?" Tengu was taken back for a moment and then nodded very surely. "Yes." Han Fei nodded. "That's good. If you really want to join me in the fight, you can't show your real face." With that, Han Fei threw a jade slip to Tengu. This 1,000 faces technique is a demon-level divine quality disguise art, which I accidentally obtained in a secret realm. Don't expose our real relationship, but if you have to make a move in the future, you must learn it first. If Mu Ling is absolutely trustworthy, you can give this to her too. Demon-level divine quality? Tengu was shocked. Even demon-level high-quality combat skills were very rare. In the town where Han Fei stayed, there were very few demon-level high-quality combat skills no matter how hard you looked for them, let alone demon-level divine quality ones. There were many demon-level high-quality combat skills in the 1,000-star city, but demon-level divine quality ones were very few. Less were. However, Tengu shook his head slightly and said, "Even if I use the disguise technique, it will be useless. My fighting style will be easily recognized." What he said made sense. Not everyone had so many extra quality combat skills as him. Oh, by the way. Han Fei took out another jade slip. This is the 108 Spirit-Absorbing War Bodies, which is an upgraded version of the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning. Take it. Tang Ji's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly refused. "No, I can't take it. This is what the Venerable gave you. I can learn the incomplete monograph. But if I learn the whole art, I might annoy the Venerable. At that time, he is very likely to punish you." Han Fei pushed Tang Ji's hand away. "Just take it. The Venerable never said to accept me as a disciple. He doesn't care much about this combat skill. In fact, it's not much different from the incomplete monograph, only with some improvement in the body tempering method, and with it, you can absorb spiritual energy during battle. So, it's nothing special. Just take it." "But it's okay. You are my brother. I don't mind sharing it with you. Don't you? Remember that you gave all your spirit-swallowing fish soup to me back then? That's different. It was just spirit-swallowing fish soup." Han Fei shook his head. "No, that's very important. Without that spirit swallowing fish soup, who knows if I would have become what I am now." In fact, Han Fei had nothing more for Tengu. Perhaps because the indestructible body art was too powerful, although the 108 Spirit-Absorbing War Bodies was a demon-level divine quality combat skill, Han Fei didn't feel it to be that strong. After all, it was completely outshone by the indestructible body art. As for the 1,000 faces technique, it was only a disguise technique. From a practical point of view, it was actually more commonly used than the 108 Spirit-Absorbing War Bodies. Although it didn't help the improvement of strength, with it, one's survivability could be increased tenfold. As the saying went, people have misfortunes and blessings, and no one knows what will happen in the future. Although Tengu looked very powerful, was respected, and a single look from him could overawe his classmates, no one was invincible, and he might need to use this technique one day. Han Fei couldn't talk to Tengu for too long. As Cao Qiu said, the further they went down, the more difficult and the more people there would be. It was actually not easy to clear those people up completely. especially on the 200th floor. Han Fei was wondering if he would have to reveal his true identity. After all, without 9 tails and little gold, he would be much weaker. Just now in the battle, it was fortunate that Han Fei had the majestic mystic spell to support him. As Tengu said, however, the majestic mystic spell consumed his energy very quickly. The energy he gained from the previous hot pot meal had mostly dissipated or been consumed. If he wanted to use it again, he needed to either eat a spiritual fruit or have a big meal. At this moment, Han Fei announced, "Let's go downstairs. See you on the 200th floor. I should have no problem dealing with the 199th floor myself." Tengu asked, "Are you going to continue to rob people?" Han Fei grinned. "Of course. I came to the steps into the sea to find opportunities, not to fight those big clan children with Chao Chiao. It's nice if I can rob them, but if not, I won't risk my life. I will just go directly to the 201st floor." Tengu solemnly nodded. "Okay. But it is said that on the 201st floor, the difficulty will rise by 1 level. Some people say that it is very, very difficult. Even Chao Chiao's brother, who has explored the steps into the sea many times, only made it to the 208th floor the last time. But my master told me that it was not as difficult as it seemed, and that if it were me, I might be able to reach the 250th floor." Han Fei's eyes flashed, and he kept this in mind. "I see. I'll do what my strength allows. Okay, don't waste time here. Go down." As Tang Ji's body faded, Han Fei did not immediately go to the 199th floor. Instead he entered Forge the Universe. With Xiao Shaochan's ability, on the 199th floor, she would be invincible. Besides, the hexagon starfish could protect her with the 6-gate formation, so ordinary people wouldn't be able to hurt her. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei spent more than half an hour cooking himself a meal. After all, he consumed too much energy just now. Half an hour later, on the 199th floor, when Han Fei appeared, he did not see anyone else. However, the sea was shaking, and there were multiple sources of the shaking. Fighting seemed to be taking place in multiple places. Han Fei chose the place of battle closest to him. When he arrived, he discovered that Wang Zetian was fighting against 3 large sect disciples alone. However, these people didn't seem to be from the Heavenly Sword sect, because their uniforms were different. Besides, among these people, some used hammers, and some used armor boxes. At this moment, the other party didn't seem to take the upper hand. However, this battle seemed to have continued for quite a while. The loss of spiritual energy on both sides seemed to be huge, and neither one took advantage. When Wang Zetian glimpsed Han Fei, he was slightly relieved. "Help me." When the 3 people on the opposite side found that Han Fei was with Wang Zetian, their expressions changed slightly. "Retreat." However, neither Wang Zetian nor Han Fei would give them a chance to retreat. Wang Zetian thrust his sword out and attacked even more fiercely. Taking this chance, Han Fei brandished the embroidery needle, which almost split the seawater into halves, and launched a spiritual energy explosive. "Strike at those people." They were locked in the fight in a stalemate before Han Fei appeared. However, after Han Fei, who was even stronger than Wang Zetian, joined the fight, the outcome could be imagined. In less than 10 minutes, they were knocked to the ground by Han Fei. Han Fei held the whetstone in his left hand and the embroidery needle in his right hand, shouting, "I want money, not life." Hand over your sea swallowing seashells. When Wang Zetian heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. This man is really shameless. Why does he sound as if he's proud of being a robber? Wang Zetian, and this one in black, let's wait and see. Han Fei smiled lightly. Please remember my face well. I really hope to rob you again. Wang Zetian put away his sword and looked at Han Fei. Who won? What Wang Zetian cared about was certainly the battle between Han Fei and Tang Gu. Of course, he didn't know that Han Fei and Tang Gu were brothers and were actually reminiscing about the past just now. So, he was eager to know the result of the fight. Han Fei smiled. It was a draw. That Tang Gu is really strong. Huh? You drew a tie with Tang Gu? Han Fei shrugged. You don't believe it? Humph. Wang Zetian snorted. I'm going to find Chao Chou. Then Wang Zetian slipped away. To be honest, it was not that he didn't believe him, but that he was stunned. Only those who had fought Tang Gu knew how terrifyingly strong that guy was. He could even go into a frenzy in combat in certain circumstances. When Tang Gu was in his peak state, he couldn't even resist a single blow of his. But this temporary comrade in arms actually drew a tie with Tang Gu? What did that mean? It meant that this guy had his strength that was definitely greater than what he showed. As soon as Wang Zetian left, Han Fei immediately swam to the next fighting spot. However, this time, Han Fei still didn't find Xia Shaochan. It seemed that some disciples of two sects were fighting each other here, and there were a total of 9 people fighting. There were 5 people on one side and 4 people on the other. Since everyone was about the same strength, the 5-person side clearly took the upper hand, and 3 people on the other side had been injured and they were about to lose. When Han Fei arrived, the 4-people side immediately shouted, "Brother, help us. If we win, their sea-swallowing seashells will be yours." Someone on the other side shouted, "Brother, don't make a wrong decision." Han Fei smiled. Wrong decision? Haha. Hey, let me help you. Han Fei waved the blood-drinking knife and hacked a person down, breaking his high-quality spiritual weapon. The 5 people were shocked. Asshole, which sect are you from? Han Fei said, I'm the chief disciple of a sect. My name is Fan Datong. I came out for the first time. Please kindly advise. Han Fei didn't care about bragging. I said I'm the chief disciple of a sect. But who knows what sect it is? Anyway, when you find out I lied, I'll already be gone. Chief disciple? You mean you're the chief disciple? A hunter disdained and sneaked up to him in stealth mode. However, as soon as he showed up, he was knocked to the ground by Han Fei with the embroidery needle. You are shameless. Why did you suddenly use a stick? Han Fei sighed. Are you stupid? Can't I use both a knife and a stick? Are you out of your mind? Seeing the situation was reversed, the 4 people of the other party immediately rose up to fight back. After half an hour, the 5 people were all knocked to the ground and reluctantly handed over their sea-swallowing seashells. Because 3 of these 4 were seriously injured, and seeing that Han Fei was extremely strong, they kept their word and gave Han Fei all 5 sea-swallowing seashells. This scene stunned Han Fei. It was the first time he saw this happen in the Level 3 fishery. He thought that these people would refuse to give them to him and then he could rob them by the way, but now what was he going to do? Brother, we would never go back on our word. Han Fei silently took the sea-swallowing seashells, suddenly raised his head, and looked at these people. Is this the first time you have come to the Level 3 fishery? These people paused and then nodded. Yes, the first time we left the sect, we came directly to the steps into the sea. Is this not yours? Suddenly, Han Fei said, then may I teach you a rule of the Level 3 fishery? A girl asked curiously, what rule? Han Fei said indifferently, don't trust strangers. So, hand over your sea swallowing seashells now. Everyone? After a while, the 4 people lay on the ground. The girl shouted indignantly, you are shameless. Han Fei tilted his head. Why do you say that? A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. I'm teaching you a lesson. I just want money, not life. I, Fan Datong, am the black ghost of the white and black ghosts. You'll appreciate me one day, because other robbers would not spare your lives. Everyone. Less than an hour after entering the 199th floor, Han Fei got 12 sea swallowing seashells. The people from those big sects were really rich. Since the 197th floor, among the sea-swallowing seashells that Han Fei had obtained, even the worst in quality would be enough for 2 sacrifices on the 199th floor. Han Fei found 3 soul crystals among the 12 sea-swallowing shells that he had just acquired. Han Fei immediately absorbed them, and after 10 minutes or so, all 3 soul crystals disappeared. When Han Fei opened his eyes were very strange. He had remembered the 8th, 9th, and 10th fragments of the God-scaring painting. However, this time, Han Fei found that his perception range had not increased at all. Suddenly, Han Fei felt he had discovered a big secret. He felt that unlike others who could improve their perception range with soul crystals, he could do that with the God-scaring painting. Unfortunately, Han Fei had no soul crystals in his hands, and could not confirm his conjecture, so he could only continue to plunder. After half an hour, Han Fei found another fighting spot. This time, it was not people fighting with people, but people fighting with the summoned marine creatures. After the robbery, no soul crystals were found, and Han Fei continued to rush to the next fighting spot. After robbing 5 or 6 people in a row, Han Fei didn't meet Xia Xiaochan or Tang Gu. However, he grabbed another soul crystal. This time, Han Fei sat on the ground and immediately absorbed the soul crystal. However, this time the problem had not become simple. In his mind, the God-scaring painting was still complicated, full of lines, glamorous and magnificent. However, when Han Fei tried to memorize the 11th fragment, it appeared clearly in his mind only for a while. After the soul crystal was consumed, he had no impression of the 11th fragment at all. Huh? I didn't remember the picture, nor was my range of perception increased at all. Han Fei frowned. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. Just like what Cao Qiu said, after 500 meters, 10 times the number of soul crystals was needed to extend the perception range by 50 meters. If this was true, after he used a soul crystal, his perception range should extend by 5 meters, right? But no, not the slightest change occurred. Instead, Han Fei seemed to have hit a bottleneck-like obstacle. Huh. Is it possible that soul power also has different realms? Without the soul crystal, Han Fei couldn't speculate. He was about to continue robbing, only to see Xia Xiaochan swimming over, carrying Cao Qiu. Han Fei. Han Fei looked at Cao Qiu in surprise, asking, well, What happened to him? Xiao Xiaochan grunted angrily. Humph. This guy is simply useless. I can't fight so many people alone, so I ran away with him. Han Fei couldn't help laughing. Even you can't beat them? How many people were there? Xiao Xiaochan nodded. 12. Suddenly there are a lot of people on this floor. Those 12 people seem to have come from one place. I can't beat them by myself, and this guy was just hiding like a turtle retracting its head into its shell. Chao Qiuqiu said weakly, I couldn't beat them either. I told you to run away. Xiao Xiaochan glared at Chao Qiu angrily. Run, run, all you know is to run away. Since I first met you, all you do in combat is run away. Chao Qiu stretched his neck and refuted, I couldn't beat them, and they couldn't break my defense. My killer blow is reserved for the 200th floor. If I use it now, what will I use then? Han Fei chuckled. A killer blow? Yes. Although I am a little weaker than you in combat, I can win by strategy. Han Fei sighed. Don't tell me you want to blow up the 200th floor. Chao Qiu rolled his eyes. How is that possible? Could I do that kind of uncreative thing? Even if I wanted to blow it up, I can't. Han Fei's face turned black. Fine, I don't care what strategy you have. But, 12 people. It seems that I still have to use the majestic mystic spell. Han Fei thought he'd better reserve his energy. On the bottom of the sea, he wouldn't have so many chances to cook. Han Fei looked at Xiao Xiaochan. Do you want a spiritual fruit? Xiao Xiaochan shook her head. No, I still have enough. Chao Qiu asked excitedly, are we going to kick those people's asses now? Han Fei glanced at Chao Qiu with contempt. Shut up. There are 12 people and each of them is stronger than an ordinary peak-level dangling fisher. Do you want us to die? Chao Qiu blurted out, that'll be no problem for you. You can even draw a tie with Tengu. The 12 people will be a piece of cake for you, won't they? Tang Gu is at the same level as my brother, who was able to beat 100 men alone. Wait. Han Fei swallowed. What did you say? Xiao Xiaochan also didn't believe him. How can it be possible to beat 100 men alone? 100 men of the same level? Chao Qiu raised his head high. Not of the same level but of higher levels than him. Impossible. Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan were dumbfounded. Beat 100 men of higher levels than him? Seriously? Chao Qiu put his hands behind his back. Why is it impossible? They threw people like my brother into a secret realm with a radius of at most 1,000 kilometers and had 100 people hunt him. In 100 years, 101 people have passed this test. The 100th was my brother, and the 101st was Tengu. What do you think? Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Xiao Xiaochan rolled her eyes. Can't you speak more clearly? I thought he fought 100 men face to face all at once. Han Fei shook his head slightly. It's not that simple. Don't forget, this is 100 people hunting one person. Perhaps, the hunting people will be separated, but they would definitely be in groups of 3 to 5, or even more. Chao Qiu nodded. Yes, so I think you can beat the 12 people because you have 2 of you. Han Fei. Xiao Xiaochan. Xiao Xiaochan couldn't help showing a trace of expectation as she looked at Han Fei. Or, we can have a try? Han Fei rolled his eyes. No way. Let me tell you the truth today. If you can fight one-on-one, you'd better not fight many people alone. If you can fight a person with others, don't fight him alone. Xiao Xiaochan groaned. But Tang Ge and the others can fight many people alone. Han Fei sighed. Just because they can do it doesn't mean they have to do it. They did it because they had to pass the test, but we are not in a test now. If we are beaten to death, Old Bai won't come save us. Han Fei kicked Xiao Qiu's ass. Go, act as the bait, and lure a few people over. Huh? Han Fei smiled. Take it easy. I won't trick you. After Han Fei explained his plan to Xiao Qiu understood. However, he was still a little scared, only to be kicked away by Han Fei in the end. In fact, there was no need for Xiao Qiu to be bait. If Xiao Xiaochan and he hadn't run fast enough, they would have been caught by those people. Therefore, when Xiao Qiu showed up, those people rushed over yelling and cursing. Seeing this, Xiao Qiu hurriedly ran away, transmitting his voice to those people as he ran. Hey, it's me. Xiao Qiu. What are you chasing me for? You're the one we're after, someone yelled back. Xiao Qiu ran as fast as he could while yelling, I didn't offend you. Why are you chasing me? Someone yelled, you are an accomplice. Just now, that girl robbed our two teens. Xiao Qiu, you've got to give us a reasonable explanation. Xiao Qiu shouted, this is just a trial. You were robbed, because you were not strong enough. What does it matter to me? Humph, so we are going to rob you. That's because you hang out with freaks every day. Xiao Qiu ran and suddenly saw Xiao Xiaochan sitting on the ground, cross-legged, so he shouted at her, Xia Xiaoan, help. Xiao Xiaochan opened her eyes, pretended to panic, and immediately ran hundreds of meters away. However, then she turned around and rushed towards Xiao Qiu. Behind, those people who were chasing Xiao Qiu were overjoyed, and some people exclaimed, I didn't expect that woman would be so loyal to her friend. Okay. I'll spare her life later. At this moment, in the distant sea, a vague figure seemed to be swimming over. However, seeing so many people here, he suddenly stopped. Of course, these 12 people didn't panic at all. No matter whether that person was a passerby or not, even if they added up, there were only 3 of them. As for combat power, there were only 2 of them. Xiao Qiu was simply useless. Xiao Xiaochan picked up Xiao Qiu and ran. When these 12 people chased to the place where Xiao Xiaochan was just now, 6 beams of light suddenly rose from the ground. These people's reactions were quick. Someone accelerated in an instant and some left the team, so the 6-gate formation trapped only 5 people. Damn it, it's a trap. At the moment they were trapped, Xiao Xiaochan threw Xiao Qiu towards the 6-gate formation like throwing a ball. Xiao Qiu had the cloud dolphin attached to him and had the poisonous bubble fish spit bubbles and then threw a spirit forbidden net into the 6-gate formation. On the other side, at the moment when the 6-gate formation rose, Han Fei had already sped up and hurried over. Xiao Xiaochan smiled slyly. Huh, a bunch of fools, take this. Han Fei was not very far from here. When he arrived, Xiao Xiaochan had already rushed over. Normally, Xiao Xiaochan wouldn't be able to beat these people. After all, she couldn't use any of her hunter abilities, and it was a bit difficult for her to pretend to be a soul warrior. However, with the majestic mystic spell, even if Xia Shaochan only used an ordinary bamboo stick, she was no weaker than any of these people. Besides, although Xia Shaochan could not use any of her hunter abilities, she was incomparable to ordinary soul warriors in terms of speed and reaction time. Her roaming technique was a heaven-level combat skill and was extremely rare even in the Thousand-Star City. In the level 3 fishery, on the 100 dragon boats, there would be only 1 or 2 heaven-level combat skills occasionally. When Han Fei arrived, the scene were a real soul warrior who was strengthened by the majestic mystic spell rushing into the battlefield was simply horrifying. However, what surprised Han Fei was that among these 7 people, 3 of them resorted to some secret methods right on the spot, and their combat power soared instantly. At the same time, they fused with their spiritual beasts and had their contractual spiritual beasts attached to them, which increased their strength once again. Because of this, under the combined efforts of the 3 people, Han Fei's blow was blocked. This scene shocked Han Fei. Did they just block my blow? What surprised Han Fei was that these disciples of some sect from the Thousand-Star City actually blocked his blow after his combat power was increased 5-fold. Then how strong would the guys be when he reached the 200th floor? Of course, the 3 people were even more shocked. They almost exerted all their strength, but only blocked a single blow from Han Fei. But the second blow came soon. The 3 wanted to block it again, but this blow was even more powerful than the previous one. Bam! The 3 of them were smashed to the ground, their hands bleeding and their internal organs damaged, and they all vomited blood. Of the other 4, 2 of them were held off by Xia Shaochan and were about to lose, and seeing this scene, the other 2 took out a talisman. The first door of death. In front of the 2 people, a door had suddenly fallen from the sky, blocking Han Fei's path. Cao Qiao immediately explained to Han Fei, this is a unique skill of the Death Door sect in the Thousand-Star City. Its defense is so strong that it is even difficult for my brother and Tengu to break the door. Han Fei frowned and thrust out the embroidery needle to poke the door that suddenly appeared. Boom! The sound was like muffled thunder, lingering and echoing. Several cracks appeared on the door. However, as Cao Qiao said, its defense was horribly strong. Among the 2, a spirit gatherer immediately used the healing technique and at the same time injected wisps of spiritual energy into the bodies of his companions. However, when the 2 of them were delaying time with the death door, Han Fei suddenly took out his fishing rod. Everyone? The 2 people opposite were still wondering why he suddenly took out his fishing rod. However, as Han Fei cast the hook, it appeared on the other side of the death door in the blink of an eye. Before the 2 of them had any time to react, Han Fei had activated the 1,000 twining technique and directly wrapped the 2 of them up. No. How can it be? 1,000-mile fishing technique? Cao Qiao also cried out in surprise, wow. How did you do that? Even Xia Shaochan was shocked. She had seen Wenrenyu and Xiao Zhan use this kind of technique before. With a wave of the hand, the fish hook would break through the air and appear 1,000 kilometers away. When did Han Fei acquire this technique? These 12 people felt very frustrated, and among them, the most frustrated were the 5 guys who were directly trapped by the 6-gate formation. If they were not trapped, they would be able to block a few attacks from Han Fei and buy some time. At this moment, Han Fei smiled and said, I want money, not life. Leave your Sea swallowing seashells, and you can go. Humph. Do you know what you are doing? You are challenging our death door. Sect. Han Fei laughed, walked to the person who spoke, squatted down, and patted his face gently while saying, I'm a robber. I don't care if you are from the Death Door sect or the Life Door sect. No matter how many doors are in your home, I will still rob you. These disciples from large sects had never been subjected to such insults. This guy was giving them a slap in the face, which was completely intolerable. The man was about to jump up, only to be knocked out by a square brick. Han Fei took out his sea-swallowing seashell, casually, and searched him. Complaining, why don't you have any accessories on your body? Not even an amulet? Everyone? The man was distraught. How can you search me? Because you didn't give your belongings to me. If you gave them to me, why would I have to bother to search you? While they were talking, two girls immediately covered their chests. Han Fei's face was black. Xiao Xiaochan, search the girls. After a while, these 12 people were expelled by Han Fei in batches, and their bodies gradually faded in the distance. Cao Qiu was very excited. Wow, he is so strong. With such a teammate, it will be no problem for me to pass the 199th floor and hit the 200th floor. A guy looked at Cao Qiu before he left. Cao Qiu, I'll definitely take revenge on you when I return. Cao Qiu scoffed. Go take revenge on Cao Tian. It has nothing to do with me. Han Fei really envied Cao Qiu to have such a strong brother. No matter what happened, he would pass the buck to his brother. He wondered how Cao Qiu survived and even became an advanced dangling fisher. Before he had the time to check the sea-swallowing seashells he had just stolen, the water rippled and another group of people came. Han Fei was surprised. Why are there so many people? Xiao Xiaochan added, there are a lot of people on this floor, and there are probably close to 30 people who have been driven out by us. The hexagon starfish suddenly wailed, life is so hard for the starfish. The 6-gate formation consumes so much spiritual energy. Also, there are people coming from 3 directions. 3 directions? Han Fei turned his head and saw that some figures had already appeared in the sea. There seemed to be only one person in one direction, 2 people in another, and 7 or 8 people in the third other direction. Cao Qiu immediately shouted, run, we are going to be surrounded. Xiao Xiaochan weighed the stick in her hand. Fortunately, there are only a dozen people in total. Han Fei wondered, is that 2 swords? 2 swords? Cao Qiu glanced at the figure who was alone, and after a while, he shouted in surprise, yes, it is 2 swords. We have a chance, we still have a chance. Han Fei shook his head. What chance? You are useless. Cao Qiu pouted, but you are strong. After sensing the fierce fight here, he guessed it must be some disciples of certain large sects, Tanggu, or Han Fei. Who could cause such a violent disturbance? According to his judgment, there was no one else except Han Fei who would fight as soon as he came in. Sure enough, as he had expected, far away, he saw Han Fei, Xiao Xiaochan, and Cao Qiu standing in the water. Of course, he also noticed the arrival of others. However, he didn't care. Although they were only 3 of them, they were strong enough. However, when 2 swords swam closer, he saw Tanggu and Mu Ling on one side. All of a sudden, he felt as if there was a sea urchin in his throat. So uncomfortable. Han Fei was also a little surprised. Tang Gu was here. With so many people here, Han Fei and Tang Gu pretended not to know each other. However, the expressions of Xia Xiaochan and Mu Ling became strange. Xia Xiaochan said through a voice transmission, "Is this guy your buddy? Wow. He beat 100 men alone." Han Fei responded, "Yes, of course." Mu Ling was also asking, "Is that man really your buddy? Is he really as strong as you say?" Tanga replied, "Of course, but he is stronger than I thought. Don't forget. He is now hiding his identity and can't use his spiritual beast or contractual spiritual beasts." On the other side, a total of 8 people came who seemed to come from neither the Death Door sect nor the Heavenly Sword sect, but another major sect. Chao Qiu informed them, "They're from the Sea Cloud Tower." Han Fei asked, "So, how many sects do you have in the Thousand-Star City?" "Wave after wave, almost endless. There are 7 major sects in total. This Sea Cloud Tower is weaker than the Heavenly Sword sect and Death Door sect, but only by a little bit. It's still very powerful." 2 swords walked into Han Fei's team without hesitation, so the scene turned into a 3-way standoff. The leader of the Sea Cloud Tower team was a young armorist. He frowned at the moment. The situation was beyond his expectations. Who would expect that so many people would come all at once? On one side there was the little fatty of the Chao family, 2 swords, and Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, who were dressed so weirdly that they didn't look like ordinary people at all. On another side, there were Tang Gu. Thus, they would have a very slim chance to win this battle. Tang Gu said to Han Fei, through a voice transmission, "I've seen the leader of that team once. His name is Yu Xian and he is already a peak level dangling fisher. His strength is not bad. Do you need me to help you?" "No. Find an excuse and leave. I can handle the 8 people." Hearing this, Tang Gu immediately said to Mu Ling, "Let's go." "Great." Seeing Tang Gu leave, Yu Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If his team fought the team of 2 swords and got injured, no one present could be Tang Ji's opponent. That would be the worst result for them. Next to Tang Gu, Mu Ling curiously asked, "Aren't you helping him?" Yu Xian's strength is not bad. Few people can escape from his knife formation. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Tang Ji's mouth. "You underestimate my brother. He has a very strong physique. No matter how powerful Yu Xian's knife formation is, it can only trap 2 swords at most, but won't work on my brother." In fact, Han Fei did not start to fight Yu Xian after Tang Gu left. Wang Zitian instructed, "Leave Yu Xian to me, and you 2 solve the remaining." Han Fei frowned. "Is that guy very strong?" Wang Zitian nodded slightly. "Yes, his knife formation is a killer formation. I could leave him to you, but I may not be able to handle the remaining 7. Wang Zitian didn't know Xia Xiaochan's real strength. At least, for the time being, he hadn't seen anything particularly outstanding about Xia Xiaochan. He unilaterally believed that Xia Xiaochan was just a soul warrior slightly stronger than ordinary ones, but not yet a top-notch heavenly talent. As for Han Fei, he had fought him and witnessed the fight between Han Fei and Tang Gu, so Wang Zitian had recognized his strength. "Okay. I'll leave the leader to you." As soon as Tang Gu left, a battle was about to break out. Yu Xian didn't know the black and white ghosts, nor had he ever heard of them. Therefore, his first goal was to intercept 2 swords. As for Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, in his eyes, no matter how strong the two intermediate dangling fishers were, it was impossible for them to win against his 7 fellow brothers and sisters. As for Cao Qiu, he just ignored him. Han Fei said to the hexagon starfish via voice transmission, "Master Hexagon, remember to set up the formation when the perfect moment comes." The hexagon starfish hung on Han Fei's calf and complained, "I can't do it. Too frequent, I lack spiritual energy and physical energy. Cut the crap. When the fight is over, I will give you a little more, a high quality spiritual stone." The hexagon starfish responded happily, "Okay then." Han Fei was very angry. This damn starfish has learned to blackmail me now. He has become a greedy starfish. He is no longer pure. 2 swords held his swords in both hands, and a sword's shadows flashed behind him. He fused with his spiritual beasts instantly. He, like a sharp-drawn sword, turned to Yu Xian. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan looked at each other and then at Cao Qiu, who was idling around before they rushed up. This was a head-on fight. Unlike the battle just now, they would have to hold the opponent down before they could find a chance to set a trap. At this moment, Han Fei took the lead to break into the siege single-handedly. However, the moment Han Fei rushed up to those people, he was stunned. In all directions, there were thousands of knife shadows. Xia Xiaochan hadn't rushed into the crowd, but seeing this scene, she immediately stepped back several dozen meters. Xia Xiaochan curled her lips. Only Han Fei, a guy with abnormal physique and strength, could bear this kind of flying snow-type attack. Even for her, if she didn't use the ability of a hunter, she would barely be able to defend herself in this world of flying knives. Clang, clang, clang. When a clanging sound was heard from Han Fei's body, Yu Xian knew something was wrong and immediately rushed back to support his teammates. Wang Zitian blocked him, and a big sword fell from the sky. Too late. Han Fei put all his strength into this blow, and the terrifying and explosive force directly smashed the sea. At least 4 people from the other side jumped up together, working together to resist this blow. These people were shocked. How can an intermediate dangling fisher be so strong? However, before they figured it out, Han Fei smiled, turned the embroidery needle and smashed at the other 2. And the 4 of them were astonished. But then, the moment the 6-gate formation rose, the battle was almost over. Cao Qiu immediately ran over and cast the spirit forbidden net. On the other side, Xia Xiaochan was fighting alone, completely suppressing the opponent who had no chance to fight back at all. In only 10 minutes, the 7 people were all knocked out. Yu Xian was dumbfounded. At this moment, being surrounded by Wang Zitian, Han Fei, and Xia Xiaochan, he simply had no chance. Just now, when he saw how strong Han Fei's physique was, he knew that this person was not simple, and it was very likely that his strength exceeded his expectations. He guessed right. Han Fei didn't even exert his full strength. And to his surprise, Cao Qiu, who had always been ignored in combat, suddenly cast a spirit forbidden net, so their failure was already certain. Yu Xian immediately put away his knives. Okay. You win. I surrender. With that, Yu Xian looked at Han Fei and trembled. Who are you? Han Fei shouted, We kill. Xia Xiaochan added, You die. We are the black and white ghosts. Next time you see us, just give us your sea-swallowing seashell. Yu Xian took out his sea-swallowing seashell sullenly, threw it over, and then looked at his teammates. Leave your sea-swallowing seashells, and let's go. Wang Zetian said lightly, there are not many teams on the 199th floor. I'm going to the next floor. As for you guys, you'd better think carefully before going to the next floor. Han Fei responded casually, Cao Qiao, you can go down too. Wait. Everyone? Cao Qiao smirked. Could you please help me beat my summoned creature? Everyone. After sending Cao Qiao down, Xia Xiaochan said, are we really going down and fighting so many people? Han Fei thought for a while and shouted, Master Hexagon, open your gates. Let us go to your door. Swish. The hexagon starfish directly jumped from Han Fei's calf to Xia Xiaochan's back, and his big eyes kept rolling. The treasures are all my own, and I have earned them. Han Fei laughed and scolded, who wants your treasures? Just let us enter an empty door. I'm going to cook a meal inside. Don't you want energy? I'll satisfy you. Anyway, I have a lot of yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. Hearing that Han Fei was not going to his treasury, the hexagon starfish relaxed. Xia Xiaochan was confused. What door? Han Fei smiled. You'll know soon enough. In the world and the door. Xia Xiaochan felt incredible. How is this possible? This is the space inside. The door of the starfish? How can it be so big? Han Fei was also a little surprised. Master Hexagon, the area of your inner world has doubled. The hexagon starfish muttered, I made breakthroughs. Of course, it will become bigger. Han Fei exclaimed, how big can this space get? The voice of the hexagon starfish wafted in the empty square, I don't know. It depends on how many breakthroughs I'll make. Han Fei sat on the ground and took out all his pots and pans. To be honest, Han Fei was quite satisfied with the hexagon starfish. Although this guy was a bit greedy and no longer pure, his six-gate formation was almost invincible. With the six-gate formation, coupled with the spirit forbidden net, a battle with 10 or 8 enemies was simply a piece of cake for them. Han Fei even planned more than once to trick this big starfish into becoming his contractual spiritual beast. With their tacit cooperation now, Han Fei was sure he could make an endless fortune. Han Fei was cooking. Xia Xiaochan ran to the deepest part of the door, knocking against the dark border. Xia Xiaochan said, Big starfish, there seems to be another space outside. The hexagon starfish pleaded, I know, can you stop knocking? I itch. Xia Xiaochan asked suspiciously, can you feel it? As she said this, she scratched the dark seal on the border and asked, is it itchy? Yes. Xia Xiaochan continued to scratch with both hands. How about this? It's itchier. Han Fei laughed. Okay, stop it. Time for a meal. Master Hexagon, eat your fill. Don't hold me back on the floors below, the hexagon starfish asked. With hope, can I leave? Han Fei rolled his eyes. Do you want your essence blood or not? After the meal, the energy in Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan was almost overflowing. Even the hexagon starfish was red all over after eating and drinking to his satisfaction. This inner space was also a magical world. The hexagon starfish could take what he wanted to eat with his consciousness. In order to boost this starfish's morale, he gave him 2 high-quality spiritual stones that contained nearly 700,000 points of spiritual energy. It was not that Han Fei was generous, but that they were going to have a tough battle ahead. After leaving the 6-gate space, Han Fei said to Xia Xiaochan, the metamorphosis water is available. It is said that there are a lot of people on the lower floor. Just disguise yourself as whoever you first see. Xia Xiaochan was a little excited. After hearing Han Fei's words, she rolled her eyes and said, "You're telling me I'm not stupid. If I rob people blatantly, I will be beaten to death." Seeing Xia Xiaochan's figure fading away, Han Fei took out 7 soul crystals. Yes, these soul crystals were useless to Xia Xiaochan. They were less than 10 pieces and didn't seem to be able to improve the perception range much. However, Han Fei needed to have an experiment with these soul crystals. He always had a feeling that soul crystals worked differently on him. However, when all the 7 soul crystals were absorbed by him, Han Fei was disappointed. Adding the previous one, he had absorbed 8 soul crystals. However, his range of perception did not increase at all, nor did he memorize the 11th fragment of the God-scaring painting. Han Fei was a little confused. Is it the same case for others? Is it a problem with the soul crystal, or a problem with the God-scaring painting? Or both? With deep doubts, Han Fei glanced at the hexagon starfish whose big eyes were rolling like wheels, and he suddenly felt there was a bunch of sticky stuff on his shoulders that had slipped out of the hexagon starfish's mouth. Han Fei's face went dark. "Master Hexagon, what have you done?" The hexagon starfish seemed to be thinking about something, and suddenly being reminded by Han Fei, he woke up and his 6 eyeballs dangled randomly in the frames of the eyes. Obviously, he was drunk. The hexagon starfish complained. "You have eaten so many soul crystals, without even giving one to me." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Why do you need it?" "I am growing up. I need more nutrients." "I'm growing too." Han Fei shook his head. "You are so old, 20 more times older than me. Don't pretend to be young. When you get more soul crystals, give me a few, okay?" Han Fei glared at him. "Don't push your luck. But I will definitely give some to you when they're no longer useful to me." The hexagon starfish hung to Han Fei's shoulder, thinking about the credibility of his words. While he was still thinking, he faded with Han Fei and entered the next floor. On the 200th floor, when they got there, there were only 3 people as far as they could see. Among them, one person sat cross-legged on the ground, seeming to be cultivating. Another one was a spirit gatherer and was absorbing spiritual energy from the spirit gathering formation at his feet. The third one was fighting with a basalt conch and seemed to have been fighting for quite a while. The hard shell of the basalt conch was broken by him in 3 or 4 places. These 3 people all wore uniforms, but the spirit gatherer was wearing a different uniform from the other 2. Seeing Han Fei coming in, the person sitting on the ground immediately opened his eyes. The guy who was fighting just glanced at Han Fei, looked a little surprised, but gave no follow-up reaction. Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These people didn't seem to care much about him, nor did they seem to be hostile towards him. He doubted that if he started a battle with them, would it attract a large group of people over? However, the spirit gatherer suddenly said, "Leave quickly and find another place to offer your sacrifice." Han Fei smiled and walked up to the man. "Brother, may I ask you something?" The man frowned, and seeing Han Fei approaching him, he couldn't help being vigilant as he shouted, "Just stay there. Don't come closer." Han Fei smiled. "Well, I'd like to borrow something from you." The spirit gatherer paused. "What is it?" "Haha. Your sea-swallowing seashell." Han Fei knew that these guys were not ordinary people and even much more powerful than ordinary peak-level dangling fishers. Therefore, he exerted all his strength as soon as he attacked. He smashed the embroidery needle at the man and the latter immediately retreated. The soul warrior on the other side galloped over immediately. Han Fei grinned and the embroidery needle in his hand shot out. The spirit gatherer immediately summoned a big turtle, but with a clang, the big turtle was directly hit to the ground by the embroidery needle. The blue sea wandering dragon rod in Han Fei's hand had already been shot out. Because it was only 100 meters away from the spirit gatherer, the fish hook caught him immediately. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the hunter who was fighting the basalt conch disappeared and was approaching him at a very fast speed. The soul warrior and the hunter were both attacking him and Han Fei grinned. Six-gate formation. When the purple light rose, Han Fei entered the six-gate formation. At this moment, a contractual spiritual beast of the spirit gatherer appeared. As a burst of electric light flashed by, the contractual spiritual beast cut at the blue sea wandering dragon rod. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let this happen. The fishing line, as if it had eyes, was suddenly skewed out by dozens of meters. After the spirit gatherer fused with his spiritual beast, Han Fei was already close to him. As the spirit gatherer held an amulet in his hand, Han Fei had already smashed the whetstone at him. Bam! The spirit gatherer was knocked down to the ground, bleeding. However, the amulet was still activated, and his injury was actually not serious. Han Fei grabbed back the embroidery needle, jumped up, and hit him hard. Even if the opponent had an amulet, he still had to endure the shock. The man stared at him. Who are you? How dare you attack me? Do you know I'm from the Grand Void Academy? Han Fei grinned. Who am I? I want money, not life. I am the deadliest person in the level 3 fishery, the Black Ghost. Hand over your sea-swallowing seashells and I will not kill you. Within the six-gate formation, the soul warrior and the armorist were frantically attacking the formation. However, Han Fei didn't care. It would be impossible for two peak-level dangling fishers to shake the six-gate formation. Even Wang Zetian could not shake the six-gate formation with his full force. Let alone these people who were much weaker than him. This spirit gatherer still wanted to order his spiritual beast to attack Han Fei. However, Han Fei's embroidery needles burst out with billowing spiritual energy. Smart people don't do stupid things. Which do you think is more important, your sea-swallowing seashell or your life? It's a big mistake if you think I can't do anything to you. I know the amulet is good, but I can cripple you even if I can't kill you. The spirit gatherer turned pale. He looked at the six-gate formation and said, through the voice transmission, this is the 200th floor. There will be some people coming soon. Han Fei shrugged. Haha, you are right. So, I'll only give you 1 minute to consider. 3, 2, 1. Okay. The spirit gatherer surrendered. Han Fei's stick almost hit his face. What could he do? He was just a spirit gatherer. Han Fei took the sea-swallowing seashell with a smile. Smart choice. Now, take off your clothes. The spirit gatherer? Come on, or I will do it for you. The two people in the six-gate formation were so shocked that they forgot to attack when they saw their poor friend start to undress. Was the guy in black gay? Thinking of this, they shuddered and attacked the six-gate formation even more frantically. The hexagon starfish pleaded, hurry up, these two people are so strong. Just a minute. Han Fei immediately rushed to the six-gate formation after sending away the spirit gatherer. It only took him 2 strikes to knock out the 2 men. Without giving them a chance to speak, he grabbed their sea-swallowing seashells and said, "Leave the 200th floor within a minute. Otherwise, I'll hurt you." The 2 people were shocked. This guy was so strong. Why didn't they see him before? Was it possible that he was from a powerful family and this was the first time he came to the level 3 fishery? However, now that their sea-swallowing seashells had been snatched, they had no choice but to leave. The 2 immediately communicated with the steps into the sea, and their figures gradually faded. The whole process only took Han Fei less than 5 minutes. Just 2 or 3 minutes after these 2 people disappeared, 2 other people swam over from a distance. Then, they saw a disciple from the Grand Void Academy fighting a basalt conch. One of them wondered, why does this guy make such a loud noise if he is only fighting a basalt conch? The other person smiled and said, "Look, that disciple of the Grand Void Academy is only an intermediate dangling fisher. I think he must be having a hard time fighting the basalt conch." So this person asked, "Brother, do you need a hand?" Han Fei was alert for a moment and then pretended to step back a few steps. "Yes." "Haha, you are welcome, but we will take the basalt conch as the return." After 5 minutes, Han Fei was holding another set of clothes with one hand and rummaged through 2 sea-swallowing seashells with another, a little disappointed. These 5 people only had 1 soul crystal? They are so damn poor. Basalt conchs were completely different from Xiaozhan's 8-armed conch. It had no weird tentacles or sticky suckers. However, the shell of the basalt conch was like a big wheel rolled twice, with little bumps on it. Its fighting method was to control the shell to fight. Therefore, it was also called the turning wheel conch. Although Han Fei had sent away 2 waves of people, he did not touch the basalt conch whose shell had been damaged in several places, which seemed to be seriously injured. Instead, he was pretending to fight against the basalt conch while moving to other places. With this method, in the next half hour, with this dying basalt conch, he tricked 4 waves of people and got 7 sea-swallowing seashells. At this moment, Han Fei gently knocked on the basalt conch and then pretended to be sent flying hundreds of meters away. The wheel-like basalt conch was crushing against Han Fei, and he narrowly evaded it. After performing for less than 5 minutes, Han Fei saw a girl in white taking a look at this side. A woman? Han Fei was a little disappointed. And this girl is alone. Should I rob her? If not, it will be a waste of my acting, right? Rob. I don't care if it's a man or a woman. Han Fei made up his mind and deliberately dodged towards that side. When he was less than 500 meters away from the woman, suddenly, a ray of sword light swept across. The next moment, a fine sword mark suddenly appeared on the shell of the basalt conch. And this basalt conch stopped moving. Han Fei? Han Fei turned around and saw the girl in white only dozens of meters away from him. You led it to me because you wanted me to help you, right? Now you can go. Han Fei. Han Fei was stunned. Is this girl so strong? With a single slash, she killed the basalt conch, whose defensive power was extremely strong. Xiaoqiang. Xiaoqiang, what's the matter with you, Xiaoqiang? Xiaoqiang, you can't die. I've been staying with you for 3 days and 3 nights, treating you like my dearest spiritual beast. But now you're killed. After that, Han Fei suddenly turned his head. You are so vicious. When did you hear that I asked you to help me? Pay me with a basalt conch. Or, pay me with a soul crystal. The girl? The white-clothed girl was stunned. What's going on here? Why is this guy crying so bitterly at the death of a damn summoned creature? The girl said coldly, Are you blackmailing me? Han Fei certainly wouldn't admit this. He got up angrily and walked towards the girl in white. Blackmail? How can you say that? I'm just telling you. Sometimes good intentions lead to bad results. I'm teaching you the truth of life. Han Fei said via voice transmission while talking nonsense. Master Hexagon, is it close enough? Come on. Just when the girl was off guard, all of a sudden, 6 purple lights rose into the sky. But this time, Han Fei's eyeballs almost popped out. With a snap, the girl turned into a wisp of light blue smoke. When the smoke condensed again, the girl had already appeared outside the 6-gate formation. The hexagon starfish was shocked. She's so fast. I can't trap her. Han Fei secretly said, You're telling me. I saw it too. The girl frowned and looked at Han Fei. So, you approached me because you wanted to trap me in the purple formation? If my guess is correct, the starfish on you is the legendary hexagon starfish? Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat. In fact, he had discovered early that none of the people who recognized the starfish were ordinary people. The girl in front of her could guess it was a hexagon starfish just through the 6-gate formation. This woman did not seem simple. Han Fei held his head high and looked right and left. Really? I don't know. Actually, I just wanted to try your reaction time just now. As a girl, you should be vigilant when you're outside alone. Well, okay. Your reaction speed is very good. Keep it up. I have something to do now. I'm leaving. However, Han Fei only took 2 steps before the girl stood in his way. The girl in white with a narrow sword in her hand was elegant, but her face was cold. Do you think I look stupid? You can't snatch my sea swallowing seashell, so you want to run? Since when does the Grand Void Academy have a shameless disciple like you? Han Fei sneered. It's none of your business? Go away. I don't hit girls. The girl raised one arm horizontally. Don't you know me? Han Fei paused and felt something was wrong. Is this girl very famous? I don't. King know her. I have never been to the 1,000-star city. Han Fei said awkwardly, This is the first time I've walked out of the Grand Void Academy. I have been cultivating in secret realms before, so of course, I don't know you. Bullshit. You are not a disciple of the Grand Void Academy. Who are you? Han Fei? Seeing the Han Fei seemed confused, the white-cloaked girl explained, The Grand Void Academy is the most active sect in the 1,000-star city and has been involved in many aspects of the 1,000-star city, including public security, the school system, etc. You said you hadn't been out of the Grand Void Academy? How is that possible? Han Fei's expression remained unchanged. There are people like me in every sect. Otherwise, what if the other sects get to know how talented I am and get jealous of me? The white-clothed girl was at a loss for words, and after quite a while, she finally said, You're really shameless. Han Fei said with a black face, Hey, You're too much. How can you insult me? However, what greeted Han Fei was not the retort of the white-clothed girl, but an arc of sword chi. Clang! Han Fei casually blocked it with the embroidery needle and the sword chi was shattered. Huh? The girl in white suddenly disappeared. Then, faint blue smoke appeared all around Han Fei. Immediately afterward, sword chi hacked at him from all directions. What the hell is this footwork? Han Fei had thought Xia Xiaochan's flash was simply one of the most powerful combat skills in the world, but this weird woman's footwork was even more shocking. Han Fei brandished the embroidery needle like a wheel and blocked a lot of the sword chi. At the same time, his spiritual perception spread and swept across every inch within a few hundred meters in the blink of an eye. What puzzled Han Fei was that he could clearly sense the girl in white, but she was moving too fast. No, there is a problem with the smoke. Hey! Han Fei smiled, grabbed the whetstone, and kept smashing at the condensed smoke. During the period, although a few wisps of sword chi fell on him, he didn't care. The sword chi could only leave some faint blood marks on his body, which would heal in several minutes with the help of the divine healing technique. As he expected, when the blue smoke dissipated, the white-clothed woman appeared, pointing her sword at Han Fei. Han Fei smiled and said, "Girl, your strength is not bad, but you still can't beat me. However, it's true that I am not as fast as you. Let's just go our separate ways and leave each other alone, okay?" The girl in white pursed her lips. "How did you find that there was a problem with the smoke?" Han Fei sneered. "I'm not stupid. Although the smoke was floating in the air, you fell on it every time. This shows that your speed is based on the blue smoke. If there is no smoke, where can you hide?" The girl in white shouted. "Take this." As she thrust her sword out, there was an explosive sound as if a gale was blowing and thunder rumbling. Han Fei's face changed slightly. What a strong attack. Han Fei could clearly feel that such a slash was not at all weaker than two swords' full-force blow, or to be exact, it was a bit stronger than that. Explode. Han Fei picked up embroidery needle, and without any fancy, smashed at the powerful sword chi with the wind and thunder shadow. Boom, with a bang, the girl in white took 3 steps back. A surprised gleam flashed across her eyes. An intermediate dangling fissure? Han Fei smiled. "Little girl, I've told you that I am an unrivaled genius of the Grand Void Academy. You don't understand my realm. Go, leave me alone." Han Fei just wanted to leave, but the girl's second blow came. This attack was even stronger, at least 50% stronger than the last one. Shoot. Han Fei was speechless. He jumped up and activated the majestic mystic spell to repel the girl dozens of steps away again. Blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Huh. Did you use a secret method? Yes, so what? It's none of your business. The white-clothed girl's eyes turned cold. Take my third attack. Han Fei didn't know which major sect this girl was from, however, her strength was obviously no weaker than that of 2 swords. When she swung her sword out, there was a dragon phantom rushing at him. There was wind and thunder on either side of the dragon, accompanied by flashing electric arcs, nearly 30 meters long, which carried an overwhelming force. It was only at this moment that Han Fei frowned and he replaced the embroidery needle with the blood-drinking knife. Drawl. Compared with the wind-thunder dragon from the white-clothed girl, the drawing art was simple and unadorned. However, the shining blade light smashed all the way against the wind thunder dragon. Rip! The waves were rolling back, blowing Han Fei's clothes and hair backward. In the billowing tide, Han Fei came on the waves step by step. In his sight, the girl in white launched another strike. Her double sword slashed continuously, blocking his attack. However, just at the moment, the six-gate formation was launched again. This time, the girl was locked in. Alf! The girl vomited a mouthful of blood, and a white seahorse appeared behind her. A ray of radiance fell on her, which was actually a power comparable to the healing technique. In Han Fei's eyes, information was displayed. Name Green Cloud Horse, Gong Yuehan Spiritual Beast. Introduction: an exotic seahorse, extremely fast and elegant. It can emit icy sword chi. After activating the water moon cloud chasing art, it can even chase clouds and be as swift as a flying dragon. Level 35. Quality: legendary, contained spiritual energy, 2602 points, food algae, shrimp, planktonic. Combat skills: water moon cloud chasing art. Contained soul power 808. Remarks: just coming of age, still unable to give a full play to the power of the water moon cloud chasing art. Han Fei was a little surprised. Aren't legendary creatures extremely rare? But how many have I seen today? The spiritual beast of Gong Yuehan turned out to be a seahorse. This was the first time he had seen such a big seahorse. It was pure white, with a single horn, and seemed to have two wings, but it didn't spread them. On its body, there were circles of light red patterns. This animal was too damn beautiful. Gong Yuehan was looking at Han Fei blankly. She never thought that one day she would be beaten by others, especially with the other party looking so relaxed and casual while beating her. Gong Yuehan asked, "How much has your secret method increased her strength just now?" There was a faint smile on Han Fei's face, but his heart was not at all calm. His strength had increased by 4 times, and just now he used 80% of his strength. However, such a powerful force was blocked by the 2 slashes of the girl in front of him. Han Fei was almost certain, this girl definitely had stronger life-saving combat skills. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. Although Gong Yuehan seemed to have also used a certain secret method in her last strike, she was still very strong. What if people like Gong Yuehan and 2 swords also possessed secret methods like the majestic mystic spell? Then he would have to run away in despair. Otherwise, if their strength was 5-fold greater, he would have no chance at all. Han Fei walked up. "I want money, not life. Hand over your sea-swallowing seashell and you can go." However, the white-clothed girl didn't seem to panic at all. "You are very strong. Even if you don't use a secret method, you can be regarded as a heavenly talent of the Grand Void Academy. But don't even think about snatching my sea-swallowing seashell." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Don't even think about it? Why not? Your sea-swallowing seashell is mine." With that, a spirit forbidden net fell from the sky. "Why?" When the girl saw the spirit forbidden net, her face suddenly changed. "Where did you get a spirit forbidden net?" The hexagon starfish urged him, hurry up, here comes someone." When Han Fei heard this, he rushed into the 6-gate formation. No matter what, he would grab her sea-swallowing seashell first. Han Fei said fiercely, "Hand over your sea-swallowing seashell, or I'll take it myself." However, Gong Yuan just pursed her lips. My fellow sisters are coming. You can't get away. If you rob me, you'll pay a heavy price. Han Fei stared at her. You just don't want to give it to me, do you? Why is a pretty girl like you so stingy? With that, Han Fei stretched out his hand with an obscene laugh. Gong Yuan turned pale. Hey! What are you doing? You are shameless. Han Fei said indifferently, don't worry. I'm not very interested in you, but rather your sea-swallowing seashell. Gong Yuan was still covering her chest with her hands, and Han Fei had already taken off her earrings. Gong Yuan? Gong Yuan was dumbfounded. She had never seen such a rascal since her childhood. When men saw her, they would either hide away or stick to her like a lapdog. But none of them would treat her like this. In the blink of an eye, 2 of Gong Yuan's earrings had been picked off by Han Fei. And he also took off a jade pendant on her waist. You thief, stop it. Han Fei hummed and took Gong Yuan's little hands, taking off the cyan jade bracelet on her wrist. Then, he looked at Gong Yuan. Are you going to give me your sea-swallowing seashell or not? Gong Yuan looked at Han Fei with horror in her eyes. When Han Fei saw a figure coming from a distance, he hurriedly reached out to search for her sea-swallowing seashell himself. Anyway, Xia Xiaochan was not here, and he just wanted her sea-swallowing seashell. I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. Gong Yuan felt that she was about to collapse, and her tears fell. Don't look at me. Han Fei was helpless. Cut the crap, okay? Are you trying to delay time? I don't want to look at you. Gong Yuan squatted on the ground and slowly took out her sea-swallowing seashell, which was immediately grabbed by Han Fei. Before Han Fei stood up, dozens of sound transmissions floated over in the distance. Gross. Let go of Yuan. How dare you? I will kill you today. You scum. You are a dead man. Senior sister, what did you do to my senior sister? Han Fei got up, only to see that there were already 7 or 8 people coming in all directions. And one of them was also wearing the uniform of the Grand Void Academy. At the moment, someone was pointing a knife at the Grand Void Academy disciple. Tell me what this guy's name is. I must make him kneel at the gate of the Jade Fairy Palace and repent for this mistake he made today. The disciple of the Grand Void Academy was also dumbfounded. However, when he looked at Han Fei, he was stunned. I don't know him. Han Fei's face changed immediately. Oh, he was still using the face of the Black Ghost. He hadn't expected to meet people from the Grand Void Academy so soon, so he forgot to change his face. But others didn't think so. Nonsense. He is also from the Grand Void Academy, and you said you don't know him? Han Fei suddenly said, Junior brother, I have been wronged. Believe me, I am innocent. We are just fighting normally. The Grand Void Academy disciple shouted angrily, Who is your junior brother? I don't even know you. Who is your master? I've never seen you before. Han Fei said brazenly, Junior brother, I'm too talented, so I stayed in seclusion in the Grand Void Academy for many years to avoid unnecessary trouble, and my master is the dean. It's not strange that you don't know me. But how can you watch a disciple of our academy being wronged? The disciple of the Grand Void Academy was confused. Is this true? Is it possible that this guy is the dean's disciple? However, this is Gong Yuan. God's favored one was defeated by this man? Was he really a hidden heavenly talent of the academy? Everyone, this man. Gong Yuehan just wanted to speak, only to be threatened by Han Fei through a voice transmission. If you dare to say a single word, believe it or not, I will tear your clothes. Upon hearing this, Gong Yuehan didn't dare to speak again, and her face was ghastly pale in anger. Han Fei immediately straightened up and said seriously, victory and defeat are both common in battle. I was already going to let her go, but you guys suddenly popped up and tried to besiege me. Fine, I will give you a chance. Anyone who can hold on for 3 minutes under my attack can leave with their sea swallowing seashells. 3 minutes? Someone asked, who knows if your words are true? Han Fei snorted. As a disciple of the Grand Void Academy, of course, my words are true. You are all from famous sections. Today, I, Fan Datong, a disciple of the Grand Void Academy, am going to sweep across you guys and display our academy's strength. Outside the formation, the disciple of the Grand Void Academy was stunned when he heard the words. This man did look like a peerless heavenly talent. But his name? Fan Datong? What a lame name. However, Gong Yuehan suddenly said, don't believe him. He is very strong, and you are no match for him at all. Very strong? These people hesitated. They might not believe it if others said it. However, these words came out of Gong Yuehan's mouth, so they had to take him seriously. Han Fei bared his teeth and immediately looked at Gong Yuehan. Shut up, this is an upright challenge. If you speak again, believe it or not, I will hang you up and beat the hell out of you. Humph. Gong Yuehan turned her head away. This person is simply shameless. In her life, she had never seen another person as brazen as him. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let this group of people give up. Han Fei walked out of the 6-gate formation and pointed his rod at the people. Come on, 2 minutes. I will let go of anyone who can hold out for 2 minutes under my attack. Not only that, but I, Fan Datong, will also immediately leave the steps into the sea. But whoever loses must leave their sea swallowing seashell and then get out of here. Han Fei stood proudly, but thought in his heart, anyway, I am not actually Fan Datong. If I lose, I will change to Li Hani. Achoo. On the sea platform, Li Han suddenly sneezed. He was very depressed. He'd had a bad day recently due to Han Fei. Did he get sick? He was already a dangling fisher. If he got sick, the others would laugh at him. Seeing Han Fei's overbearing and arrogant manner, the disciples of the Grand Void Academy had completely believed him. He exclaimed in his heart, this man is really a worthy disciple of the Dean. Look how powerful and confident he is. He must be so excited to finally be out and exploring. What's all the fuss with the Jade Fairy Palace? Even your most outstanding talent was defeated by us. He could even imagine, this time, if Han Fei can defeat all his opponents. When he returns to the 1,000-star city, the Grand Void Academy's fame will be greatly boosted up and could even match that of the Heavenly Sword sect and the Jade Fairy Palace. Seeing they were still hesitating, Han Fei suddenly shouted angrily, what are you waiting for? If you don't dare to accept my challenge, how can you have the cheek to claim to be strong masters? Immediately, someone blushed. I, Feng Yifei, from the Origin Returning Peak. Accept this challenge from Fan Datong of the Grand Void Academy. Han Fei held his head high. Good. Feng Yifei's weapon turned out to be a fan, his spiritual beast was a blue-tide turtle, and his two contractual spiritual beasts were a thorntail wind snake and a butterfly star worm. As the fan danced, flying needles shot at Han Fei all over the sky. And the peculiar ability of that butterfly star worm was flashing, so this young man was confident that he would be able to hold on for 2 minutes with his flashing ability. However, to everyone's shock, Han Fei actually pulled out a longbow and shot out 3 consecutive arrows with his eyes closed. Han Fei didn't dare to use the 6th arrow for fear of accidentally killing this man. However, the 5th arrow of the War Soul art was more than enough to beat a peak-level dangling fisher. 3 arrows came out together, consuming nearly 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Bam, bam, bam. In the air, the arrows exploded in 3 different places. After the 3 blows, the man lay on the ground drenched in blood, his clothes torn. Wow. Han Fei defeated the disciple from the origin returning peak within a minute. This strength awed everyone present. Now no one doubted Han Fei's identity anymore. They never believed that an ordinary person could have this strength. The disciple of the Grand Void Academy was puzzled. Can our dean teach Bao skills? However, then he convinced himself that the dean was so powerful that he was capable of anything. It was just because the senior brother was too excellent that he taught him additional combat skills. Gong Yuehan, who was still in the spirit forbidden net, opened her eyes wide. At this moment, that guy was using a stick and a knife just now. But then, he changed to use a bow and seemed to be so good at it. Gong Yuehan was dumbfounded. So were the others. Is this guy a hidden trump card of the Grand Void Academy? The disciple of the Grand Void Academy was grinning from ear to ear as if it was he who had won a victory. But Han Fei just calmly put away the blue sea wandering dragon bow and said, "Your sea-swallowing seashell." Feng Yifei flushed, panting hard and looking embarrassed. He threw his sea-swallowing seashell out and his face turned pale and red. Then he quickly disappeared in the seawater. Next, Han Fei looked around at everyone, arrogantly lifting his chin high. In the crowd, a tall, big boy stood up. "Su Wei from the Mountain Sea Pavilion, armorist, please advise." Han Fei looked at this man up and down. "How many damn sects are there? This is already the 7th, isn't it? Is the 1,000-star city really that big? Can it accommodate so many sects?" "Well, brother, how old are you?" The armorist replied, 16. Han Fei smiled. "But you look like a 26-year-old. Can you find a girlfriend?" "Su Wei?" Han Fei used the embroidery needle this time and said to Su Wei, "Come on." The sea suddenly surged and the armor box was overflowing with colorful radiance. Han Fei frowned. "Does this match your sturdy figure?" Little girls liked these bells and whistles, but wasn't it weird for a man to embellish his armor box like this? However, Han Fei didn't take this man lightly at all, because one will after another appeared in the colorful glow. Han Fei's eyelids flicked. Cool. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei's footwork was very elusive and he managed to narrowly evade the golden wheels every time. In the eyes of everyone, Han Fei was approaching Su Wei quickly like a shadow. But Su Wei just smiled. "Sky will dance." In an instant, 100 golden wheels gushed out, covering all directions, crazily darting at Han Fei. Han Fei put his foot on a golden wheel, his body floated upwards, and pieces of golden wheels surged up behind him. When Han Fei was a few hundred meters above the ground, the whetstone grew tens of meters large in the sky, abruptly blocking those golden wheels. Crack! 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 Han Fei's face changed slightly, and the spiritual energy on the whetstone exploded in an instant. As the seawater surged, a giant rod fell from the sky. The speed was so fast that Su Wei hurriedly summoned hundreds of the wheels back to block it. However, Su Wei underestimated the weight of the embroidery needle. Except for Han Fei, no one present could lift the embroidery needle. Therefore, Su Wei fell to the ground under this blow and could not get up anymore. One of the other two female disciples of the Jade Fairy Palace quickly performed a treatment on Su Wei and stabilized his condition. The whole process seemed extremely dangerous, but it happened so very fast. It only took Han Fei minimal effort to dodge the golden wheels. Su Wei was defeated a minute and a half later. After the defeat of Feng Yifei and Su Wei, everyone else was a bit scared. The young man who kept yelling to save Gong Yuehan had shut up at the moment. Han Fei pointed the embroidery needle at him. Come. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? I'll stand still and let you hit me. If you make my feet move within 2 minutes, you win. Han Fei was not that broad-minded. This guy yelled the most fiercely just now. He certainly couldn't let him off. The boy turned pale. Where did this guy pop up? He is too strong. The disciples of the Mountain Sea Pavilion are famous for their incredible strength, but Su Wei couldn't even resist a single blow from him. Besides, he saw Han Fei suddenly put away the rod before taking out a kitchen knife. Yes, he was sure he saw it right. It was definitely a kitchen knife. How could this guy defend himself with such a short knife? Gong Yuehan rolled her eyes. The kitchen knife was Fan Datong's strongest weapon. However, this time she was not prepared to remind this boy. She didn't like this boy who kept pestering her, so she didn't mind Han Fei teaching him a lesson. Anyway, as a disciple of the Grand Void Academy, Han Fei wouldn't really kill him. Jai Shun, come on. Brother Fan is just defending. Jai Shun was speechless. Why don't you King fight him? Fan Datong is so strong. I am definitely not on par with him. However, a man would never act like a coward in front of his dream girl. If he flinched at this moment, how could he still have the cheek to chase his goddess? Therefore, Jai Shun decided that even if he would lose, he must lose like a real warrior. Anyway, he just needed to make Han Fei's feet move. Therefore, Jai Shun directly gave up those fancy combat skills. What he needed to do was just attack him as hard as he could. Jai Shun thrust his spear at Han Fei. The spear danced like a flying dragon, bursting with spiritual energy and wrapped with a centipede phantom, and the seawater burst several times. Han Fei suddenly said to the others, Junior brothers, I will teach you the truth today. Attack is the best defense. This is what the Dean taught me. Swoosh. Draw. The blade light flashed, and the spear's momentum was instantly shattered, and Jai Shun turned pale with fright. The knife light was going to kill him, and he was not in the mood to care about the goddamned goddess. He immediately took out his amulet. Clang. The light on the amulet dimmed and Jai Shun's feet slid dozens of meters on the ground. Puff. Gulp. Seeing this scene, the others all swallowed nervously. Wow, Jai Shun was defeated so easily. This guy was simply too strong. Only the disciple from the Grand Void Academy said respectfully to Han Fei, "Senior brother. Thank you for your instruction." After Han Fei had won 3 battles and was about to continue to challenge the others, many people retreated. Someone said, "Brother Fan, you are the disciple of the Dean of the Grand Void Academy. Why do you have to give us a hard time? Let's just let it go, okay?" The 2 girls from the Jade Fairy Palace also said, "Senior brother Fan, could we take senior sister away?" Han Fei put his hand behind his back and said solemnly, "Cultivators should never be afraid of fighting. Cowardice is a demon to us. You don't understand. But I do. I can't leave you with regret. So, the battles must go on. Everyone." Han Fei suddenly said, "Oh. By the way, junior brother, you have to fight me too, but I won't take your sea-swallowing seashell." Huh? The disciple of the Grand Void Academy's face became stiff and he felt a bit aggrieved. "Why do I have to fight you too?" Han Fei secretly transmitted a message to him, "Don't worry. Before I came out, my master told me to remember to suppress other sects, without irritating them. So what can I do? I have no choice." The man responded, "Senior brother, I understand you. Okay, I'll try my best to fight you, so that they can't find an excuse to blame you." Han Fei praised him, "Junior brother, you're so sensible and considerate. When I return to the sect, I will tell my master what you have done for our academy." The disciple of the Grand Void Academy was very excited and almost shed tears of gratitude. Although he pretended to be nonchalant on the surface, his eyes were full of gratitude. With Han Fei in front, these people didn't know what to do. If they ran away, it would be a disgrace to their sects. If they didn't, they obviously couldn't beat this guy. However, for the sake of their sect's reputation, they all chose to stay in. The end. Then. 1, 2, 7. After a while, 7 people left 7 sea-swallowing seashells. Only the disciple from the Grand Void Academy didn't leave. Han Fei hushed him and asked the hexagon starfish to remove the 6-gate formation. Then he collected the spirit forbidden net and looked at Gong Yuehan with a smile. "No offense. Shameless." Han Fei said seriously, "It's just how cultivation is. How can you call me shameless? I, Fan Datong, don't think I did anything wrong." "You don't understand it, but I do, and you will also understand it one day." Gong Yuehan blushed and snorted and her figure gradually faded away. When there were only 2 people left, Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Junior brother, may I ask what your name is?" "Senior brother, my name is Ji Wenchuan." Han Fei nodded lightly. "Why are you alone here? Where are your other fellow sisters and brothers?" Ji Wenchuan's eyes dimmed slightly. "Senior brother, we ran into the mountain sea pavilion on the 188th floor. After the battle, more than a dozen fellow brothers and sisters were sent out of here. Later, on the 197th, 198th and 199th floors, a few more left. In the end, only I and 5 other people entered the 200th floor. Among them, 1 was kicked out by Mo Fian and I don't know what happened to the others. Han Fei had sent out 2 of them, plus this Ji Wenchuan, so there should still be 2 more people." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Yes, I am afraid the 201st floor will be far more difficult than this floor. You'd better not go down rashly." Ji Wenchuan asked, "Senior brother, why did you come alone? If you came with us, you would have been able to lead a large number of us into the 200th floor. Han Fei sighed. This is my master's plan. He said that if I led the team, you wouldn't get enough training. Besides, I have been cultivating for so long. Not for the 200th floor. It's said that Chao Tian may have made it to the 250th floor now. By the way, Tang Ge, have you seen him? When I was on the 199th floor, I had a fight with him. This person is really powerful and made me consume a lot of resources. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to snatch others. Sea swallowing seashells. Upon hearing this, Ji Wenxuan was shocked. Senior brother, have you met the monster, Tang Ge? Were you injured? Han Fei shook his head slightly. No, but that guy is very tough. I tried my best, but only drew a tie with him, alas. Huh? Senior brother, you drew a tie with Tang Ge? Han Fei pretended to be shy. Fortunately, I managed to fight to a tie. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been on the 200th floor. By the way, have you ever met him? Ji Wenxuan was very excited. How powerful is this strange senior brother? He fought Tang Ge of the Heavenly Sword sect to a tie, defeated Gong Yuehan of the Jade Fairy Palace, and also planned to catch up with Chao Tian on the steps into the sea, which simply fascinated him. I haven't met Tang Ge. He has always been a loner, and people will avoid him when they meet him. I'm afraid he has already reached the 201st floor at this moment. Han Fei was non-committal and then asked, then have you met Two Swords? I met him on the 199th floor. He seems to be with the little fatty from the Chao family. Ji Wenxuan's eyes lit up. Senior brother, have you also fought Two Swords? Han Fei shook his head. No, I didn't have time to fight him at the time, but his sword chi is very strong, so I think he should be a good opponent. Ji Wenxuan said, Senior brother, you will definitely be able to beat him. 2 Swords can't beat Tang Ge and Gong Yuehan. However, I haven't met them either. Han Fei was speechless. How come you haven't met anyone? Then who the f*ck? Have you met? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Junior brother Ji, are there still many people on the 200th floor? I need to snatch some sea-swallowing seashells. Which direction do you think I should go in? Ji Wenxuan asked in amazement, do you still lack sea-swallowing seashells? Senior brother? Han Fei shook his head. Once you enter the 201st floor, there will be fewer people on the lower floors. Although I have some spares, I'm afraid it won't be enough. If I want to catch up with Chao Tian, I may need more resources. Ji Wenxuan took out his sea-swallowing seashell. Han Fei looked at it avidly. But he didn't know if Ji Wenxuan was testing him out or not. After all, it would be strange for a senior brother to snatch his junior brother's resources. Han Fei shook his head and said, Junior brother, I can't take your swallowing seashell. Tell me where the other people are and I will get theirs. Ji Wenxuan couldn't help but think, a strong master is a strong master. Although senior brother is only an intermediate dangling fisher, he is so damn strong. He doesn't need my sea-swallowing seashell. Ji Wenxuan said, Senior brother, if you want to snatch sea-swallowing seashells, you definitely can't go this way. As he said this, Ji Wenxuan pointed to Han Fei's left side. There are a lot of people gathering there. Sun Mu and Mo Fian seem to be there, as well as many disciples from the Heavenly Sword sects, Death Door sect, and Origin. Returning Peak. Han Fei was shocked. Huh? Why are they gathering there? Ji Wenchuan shrugged. Most people are offering sacrifices or fighting with summoned creatures. As for people like Sun Mu, they can enter the 201st floor, but I don't know why. They stay here. Han Fei nodded. Okay, I got it. Then I will start on the other side. As for people like Sun Mu, I will go to meet them later. Ji Wenchuan was surprised. Senior brother, are you going to fight them? Han Fei smiled. Yes. If our Grand Void Academy wants to make a name, we need to take these big clan children as our stepping stone. Good idea, senior brother. I'm flattered. Han Fei thought for a moment. Should he just send Ji Wenchuan away? However, he wasn't sure if there were other disciples from the Grand Void Academy here. If there were, he could use Ji Wenchuan as a guise, so he gave up the thought of sending him out. Junior brother Ji, enjoy your trip here. I'm going to go around the 200th floor. Ji Wenchuan bowed to him. Senior brother, take care. Take care. Han Fei left in the direction indicated by Ji Wenchuan. As for Ji Wenchuan, he might want to kill Han Fei after leaving the step into the sea. In fact, it was not Ji Wenchuan but Gong Yuehan and the disciples of those big sects who wanted to kill him. There was an uproar on the steps into the sea. Many disciples of the major sects in the Thousand-Star City were kicked out, not one or two, but groups. When Gong Yuehan appeared on the steps into the sea, many people were stunned. And many people even put their business aside and came to watch her. Ordinary people didn't know Gong Yuehan, but every disciple from the major sects did. Oh. Impossible. Someone hurriedly shouted to Gong Yuehan, senior sister. Gong, did you come out for something? Gong Yuehan was stunned. The disciples of almost all the major sects were here, no exceptions. Look at the uniforms. As soon as Gong Yuehan arrived on the shore, some female disciples from the Jade Fairy Palace ran over. Senior sister, we were deceived. Huh? The girls chattered that Fan Datong is not a disciple of the dean from the Grand Void Academy at all. He is a big villain. He is known as the Black Ghost. Of the black and white ghosts in the third-level fishery, who will stop at no evil and even eat humans. He is also on the wanted list. Gong Yuehan? After a moment, Gong Yuehan was flushed with anger, clenching her fists, and gnashing her teeth. Fan Datong, you wait and see. Han Fei didn't care what happened outside. No matter what, it was none of his business, let everyone hate Fan Datong. He was disguised as Fan Datong just to get into the steps into the sea, and did what he wanted to do more conveniently. However, they met the little fatty of the Chow family halfway through, causing them not only to safely enter the steps into the sea, but also to make a name for themselves. Han Fei thought now that the black and white ghosts were notorious, he might as well rob all the people on the first 200 floors of the steps into the sea. At this point, his second goal had almost been achieved. In fact, he could already reveal his real identity. After all, no matter how strong the black and white ghosts were, if he couldn't use all his combat skills, his combat power would be compromised. This problem was particularly evident for Xiao Xiaochan. Although Xiao Xiaochan was still very strong even if she didn't use her hunter abilities, it was because of the majestic mystic spell. Once her energy was exhausted, she would have to become her original self. At this moment, Han Fei rushed along the way. Or rather, deceived and robbed along the way. Where he passed, no one was spared. If people appeared in teams, Han Fei might need to use his brain. If he encountered a single person or a combination of two people, he would just go straight up and rob them. Of course, many people ran away and some people directly crushed their flash stones and escaped. However, most people couldn't escape. After all, no one would take an intermediate dangling fisher seriously. And then the facts told them that even intermediate dangling fishers could be unimaginably strong. Then Han Fei met Mu Ling. Yes, Han Fei met Mu Ling. At this moment, Mu Ling was fighting with 3 disciples from the Death Door sect. Han Fei was surprised to see that. Judging from the way Mu Ling treated Xiao on the upper level, she should have a powerful background. Why did the people from the Death Door sect dare to attack her? However, what surprised Han Fei even more was that Mu Ling, a spirit gatherer, could easily resist the attacks of a soul warrior, an armorist, and a hunter. This was what shocked Han Fei. Han Fei saw that Mu Ling pushed with one hand and a formation appeared in the air. Then she stomped on the ground and a defensive formation blocked several attacks. As her finger pointed, a killing formation popped up, trapping the armorist. Gee, Tang Ge has really got a good girlfriend. Without even thinking, Han Fei came up to help Mu Ling, shouting, "Don't you 3 feel ashamed to bully a girl together? Let me teach you a lesson." The hunter came out, looked at Han Fei, and sneered. An intermediate dangling fisher from the Grand Void Academy? What makes you think you can meddle in our affairs? Han Fei smiled faintly. Do you know why hunters are called hunters? Because they are good at sneak attacks. But, do you want to confront me head-on? With that, Han Fei launched an attack at him. Although the hunter disappeared. In the next moment, Han Fei didn't want to chase him, but rather lure him to get close. 1 minute later, the 6-gate formation rose. Han Fei stood in the 6-gate formation and chuckled. Look, you are definitely not a qualified hunter. Bam. 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 He swept out with the embroidery needle 3 times in a row and knocked the hunter to the ground. Then throwing the embroidery needle on him, Han Fei directly snatched his sea-swallowing seashell. Just as Han Fei was about to wound this man and kick him out, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Don't touch him. Remove the purple formation. Han Fei? Han Fei didn't mind letting this guy go. Anyway, he had got his sea-swallowing seashell. But why did Mu Ling ask him to do so? Once he had Master Hexagon remove the 6-gate formation, this hunter would definitely run away. Sure enough, as soon as the 6-gate formation was removed, the hunter immediately cooperated with the armorist and the soul warrior and shattered the killing formation in one fell swoop, and then the 3 of them ran away. Han Fei was puzzled. Why did you let them go? Mu Ling nodded lightly. It's okay. Just let them go. Why? Mu Ling smiled. Tang Ge wants to help you, but he can't do it too blatantly. Now, after we let these 3 people go, people will think Tang Ge owes you 1 because you saved me. Then he will have a justified excuse to help you. Han Fei's eyelids flicked. This woman is so quick-witted and scheming. In such a short time, she had worked out a very smart way to make use of this simple encounter. Based on this alone, Han Fei knew that this woman was definitely not simple. She was very smart and he felt she was a bit like Yang Ruoyan. However, Han Fei still frowned. This doesn't make much sense. Because of this favor, Tengu may help me fight the people of the Death Door sect, but as for others, no. Mu Ling shook her head slightly. Don't underestimate this seemingly insignificant favor. Everyone knows that Tengu is a person who values affection and righteousness. He can use this excuse to help you fight people of 3 or 4 sections. Even if he can't help you much this time, he can still help you the next time. Han Fei was surprised. So many? Mu Ling smiled. Of course, maybe even more. Actually, there are not many disciples from the 7 sects in the 1,000-star city who can enter the 200th floor. But as long as they can reach this point, they will not be weak. However, most of them are no match for Tengu. Therefore, he and I can help you solve a lot of trouble. Are there only 7 major sects in the 1,000-star city? Mu Ling nodded. There are only 7 large ones. Mu Ling looked at the uniform of the Grand Void Academy that Han Fei was wearing and couldn't help but smile. I think you have probably met them all. Han Fei calculated in his head, the disciples from the Grand Void Academy were almost all gone. Now he was the leader of the Grand Void Academy team. Tengu and Mu Ling represented the Heavenly Sword sect, so the people of the Sky Sword sect would not go against him. The Mountain Sea Tower team had been cleared up on the upper floors. Their team leader, Yu Xian, had been kicked out and there were probably not many of them left. Gong Yuehan of the Jade Fairy Palace has also gone out, so there should be no top players on this team anymore. Besides, Xiao Xiaochan and 2 Swords were still clearing up those marginal figures. In this way, the people of the 7 major sects seem to have been solved. Han Fei chuckled. Sister-in-law, why are you here? Why aren't you with Tang Gu? Mu Ling's face turned red immediately, and she seemed to be shy because Han Fei called her sister-in-law. Seeing this, Han Fei secretly laughed. This girl seemed to really love Tang Gu. Han Fei didn't feel anything wrong with the girl. Just because she was smart didn't mean she was scheming. And there must be a reason for Tengu to choose Mu Ling. He believed that if a man like Tengu, who was upright and righteous, chose her, she must have some merit. Mu Ling quickly recovered herself. Although she still blushed, Han Fei could see that she seemed very happy. Well, he should be helping you clear up your opponents now. Huh? Han Fei's face changed slightly. I told him not to act rashly. Mu Ling shook her head slightly. Since you are his best buddy, you should know him. There are many people on the 200th floor, so he will only let you face so many people alone. He will definitely help you deal with some of them. Then Mu Ling added, don't worry. There are almost all the children of the big families and disciples of the major sects in the 1,000-star city on the 200th floor. It is common for people to compete for resources. Especially Tang Gu. He has more reasons to snatch, because everyone believes that he can definitely enter lower floors. However, the further he goes down, the greater the sacrifice required. It makes sense for him to rob others. When Han Fei heard what Mu Ling said, he was relieved and then smirked. Sister-in-law, you can rest assured, when I see him I will talk to him. How can he put aside such a beautiful woman and run to fight? That is a shame. Hee hee. Mu Ling couldn't help but laugh and then blush. Since you regard me as your sister-in-law, if you go to the 1,000-star city in the future, don't hesitate to contact me when you need a hand. Even if he doesn't help you, I We'll help you. Mu Ling didn't go with Han Fei and didn't seem to care about being besieged. Han Fei could see that she was confident. Just now, she calmly faced the siege of 3 fishers and wasn't afraid at all. He guessed Mu Ling must have some trump cards. Han Fei didn't ask her about that. After all, he didn't know Mu Ling well. Whether this woman was trustworthy or not remained to be proven. Therefore, they simply chatted for a while and then separated. Han Fei continued to rob whoever he came across. After half an hour or so, Han Fei walked to the end, so he changed direction and continued to rob. After another half an hour, he met Xia Xiaochan. When he saw Xia Xiaochan, she was fighting with 3 people listlessly. Because she couldn't reveal her identity as a hunter, she was fighting with difficulty. Seeing that Xia Xiaochan didn't use the majestic mystic spell, he knew that she must have used up her stored energy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been fighting for so long with these 3 people. Swish. 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 Han Fei had not yet arrived before the spiritual energy arrows had been shot, leaving 3 flashing spiritual lights in the seawater. Who is it? Huh? A disciple of the Grand Void Academy? Brother, why did you attack us? The 3 people quickly backed away. Han Fei had cast out the embroidery needle, which broke through the water and hit a person's turtle shield. With a bang, the shield shattered. By surprise, Xia Xiaochan came up and stabbed, making another person fall to the ground. The remaining one responded promptly, crushing a flash stone and fleeing away. After receiving the 2 sea-swallowing seashells, Xia Xiaochan didn't speak. And she looked angry. Han Fei waved his hand in front of Xia Xiaochan's eyes. What's wrong with you? Why this look? Xia Xiaochan glared at Han Fei. My energy has been exhausted and I have already eaten 20 spiritual fruits. I can't hold on anymore. Why did you come so late? Han Fei. Well. Master Hexagon, open the door. Let's eat hot pot. Inside the door, Xia Xiaochan was really hungry and was gobbling down food. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Why don't you eat your spiritual fruits? Anyway. You've grabbed so many sea-swallowing seashells, in which there are a lot of spiritual fruits. We don't lack that. Xia Xiaochan rolled her eyes at Han Fei. Why don't you try eating 20 spiritual fruits in one go? Han Fei froze. He seemed to have forgotten that not everyone could swallow too many spiritual fruits at once. Although the spiritual energy that a spiritual fruit contained was not too much for dangling fishers, eating too many of them would cause unstable breath and energy conflicts in the body. It must be because Xia Xiaochan ate too many spiritual fruits and felt sick that she looked listless. Han Fei smiled. How many sea-swallowing seashells have you snatched? Xia Xiaochan took a large bite of sea cucumber and mumbled, only 21. Let's just show our real identities? I think I can grab at least 50 or even more if I can use the abilities of a hunter. Han Fei shook his head. Wait. Don't expose it until you can't wait any longer. Otherwise, do you want to be besieged by thousands of people when we go out? We have a disguise. What if someone has a way to see through our disguise? Besides, wouldn't it be a pity to give up the name of the black and white ghosts? Xia Xiaochan snorted. I don't care. If I can't use my hunter abilities, you will fight and I will just watch by the side. The hexagon starfish added, I'll watch by the side too. Han Fei raised his head and scolded, it's none of your business. Shut up. While they were talking, a large piece of sea cucumber meat in the pot flew into the air and was sucked in by the hollow black hole. Han Fei took out a lot of sea-swallowing seashells with a clatter and said, "I think we've got enough sea-swallowing seashells. On the 200th floor, I got 52. Plus the 21 you got, it's 73. Plus some that Tanga got and some 2 swords. Got. Too many people have disappeared. I am afraid that it will be noticed soon." Xiao Xiaochan muttered, "It has already been noticed. The people I have encountered are getting fewer and fewer. Several times, I saw teams of 7 or 8 people. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have been caught by them." Han Fei chuckled. "This is only temporary. Below the 201st floor, there will be no one." Xiao Xiaochan pouted. "I don't care. I quit. You fight if you want." Han Fei shrugged. Indeed, after reaching the 200th floor, the battles were indeed getting harder and harder. Above this floor, she could sweep across without the majestic mystic spell. But after reaching the 200th floor, once she encountered more than 2 people, she would have to use the secret method. Otherwise, even if she could beat them, they would probably escape. Han Fei said leisurely, "It seems that it is time to make a breakthrough to be advanced dangling fishers. When we pass the 201st floor, let's find a place where there is no one and start cultivating." Xiao Xiaochan interjected, "I ate a bunch of fruits. I feel I can make a breakthrough now." Han Fei was puzzled. "Must you make the breakthrough now?" "No." "Then wait." After Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan came out of the 6-gate formation, the 2-person team once again started to snatch sea-swallowing seashells. At this moment, Xiao Xiaochan was no longer Xiao Xiaochan, and she had a new face. But she didn't use the 1,000 faces technique. At this moment, Xiao Xiaochan covered her whole body with the metamorphosis water. Immediately afterward, her appearance was changing, so were her clothes. In the end, Han Fei watched Xiao Xiaochan turn into a man. Han Fei said with a black face, "You're too much. Can't you become a little girl? Why do you have to become a man to disgust me?" Xiao Xiaochan snorted. "So people won't suspect me." Han Fei turned his head and refused to look at her. Fortunately, it was on the bottom of the sea, and people couldn't distinguish her real gender by voice. Otherwise, with his head tilted, Han Fei suddenly saw a strange man appear in front of him. The point was, this guy was still pouting for a kiss. Puff. Go away. Xiao Xiaochan laughed. Giggle. Scared? Han Fei. While they were horsing around, they met 7 or 8 people. However, it took nearly an hour before they met 7 or 8 people, which was obviously abnormal. Perhaps most people went to the center of the platform. Or, most people were cleared up. Han Fei wasn't sure how many people he had sent out, but no matter what, there should be many people in the center of this level. Quickly, Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan met 2 swords and Chao Qiao. When they saw that Xiao Xiaochan had turned into a man, Chao Qiao was almost dumbfounded. He repeatedly asked, "What the F***ck is this disfigurement?" He didn't stop asking until Xiao Xiaochan smashed him into the air with her stick. 2 swords looked at Han Fei strangely. "So, now you have become the disciple of the dean from the Grand Void Academy?" Han Fei raised an eyebrow. "Do I look like it?" Chao Qiao gave a thumbs up. "Yes, since you can defeat Gong Yuan, you can pretend to be a disciple of any sect." Han Fei rolled his eyes. Cut the crap. There are so many in the center. What are you going to do? Xiao Shaochan stated, you should be responsible for solving half of them. Otherwise, we won't do anything. Cold and arrogant as two swords, he couldn't help but laugh. He? Solve half of them? Han Fei emphasized, the seventh sex can be excluded. Why? Chao Qiao, Xiao Shaochan, and Two Swords questioned at the same time. Han Fei smiled mysteriously. When the time comes, you will know. Now, Chao Qiao, how many people can you solve? Chao Qiao said mysteriously, if I say I can solve 100, will you believe me? After he finished boasting, however, he found that the three of them had already gone far, and Han Fei was still muttering, above all else I hate braggarts. Hey! I didn't brag. Han Fei said without looking back, okay. Prove it. At this time, Yang Diyu couldn't bear it anymore and was not going to stay with Sun Mu and the others. Waiting for Han Fei? God knew when Han Fei would come. Instead of waiting for Han Fei here like an idiot, he might as well go snatch some sea swallowing seashells and rush all the way down. As for the sea swallowing seashells in Han Fei's hand, let Sun Mu grab them. He didn't know Han Fei well. However, he was familiar with Sun Mu. He would rob Sun Mu after Sun Mu robbed Han Fei. Then he'd like to see what the Sun family would say. However, after leaving the center, Yang Diyu was disappointed. Why is no one here? Why haven't I met anyone after so long? Young master, no one is here. How about going to the next floor? Yang Diyu glanced sideways at both of his henchmen. Next floor? Can you guys go to the next floor? Suddenly, Yang Diyu's eyes lit up. Oh. Finally, some people have appeared and there are 4 of them. Lucky me. When Yang Diyu brought 2 of his subordinates to rush towards Han Fei, Han Fei and his teammates were also rushing to them. There weren't many other people around, so both sides wanted to get in on the action. Therefore, no one wanted to let the other party go. After a moment, when Yang Diyu saw Chao Qiao, he was so excited. Come on, it's Chao Qiao. This guy is covered with treasures. Let's rob him. Young Master Wang is also here. Yang Diyu disdainfully said, 2 swords is nothing. I can make him cry like a girl with my big axes. As for the guy from the Grand Void Academy and the man, I don't know, I will leave them to you too. Yes, boss. When Chao Qiao saw Yang Diyu, he hurriedly said, not good. It's crazy Yang. Let's leave here. However, Han Fei grabbed his belt before he could run. Don't be such a coward, okay? Yang Diyu is just a stupid brat. Leave him to me. After that, Han Fei let the hexagon starfish hide in his clothes. God knew if Yang Diyu had noticed Master Hexagon when he was in the sea grasslands. At such a critical moment, Han Fei didn't want anything out of his control. Wang Zetian shouted, Huh! Are you going to fight Yang Diyu? Han Fei shot him a weird look. Yes? Come on, solve his 2 men. Wang Zetian did not refute. If Yang Diyu wasn't included, he could easily solve the other people alone. Therefore, Wang Zetian said, 10 minutes will be enough. Upon hearing this, Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan didn't react at all. Wang Zetian frowned questioningly. Isn't this speed fast? Why are you not surprised? If Wang Zetian knew that Han Fei defeated Gong Yuehan with only 3 blows. He would be dumbfounded. At this moment, with a swoosh, Yang Diyu rushed over. Although his black crystal axes were gone, he had 2 new axes that were not weaker than the previous ones. The axes were shining with a cold glint. On this side, Han Fei picked up the embroidery needle and sped up, facing Yang Diyu tit for tat. Idiot from the Grand Void Academy, F***ck. Off. Hey, crazy Yang, they said your double axes are invincible. Is that true? Humph, do you want to die? Of these 2 people, one chopped with double axes and the other thrust with a long stick. In Yang Diyu's opinion, when it came to fighting, of course close quarter melee combat was the most exciting. He liked the feeling of chopping and hacking with his axes. However, when the stick collided with the axes, Yang Diyu felt a huge force pressing at him from the stick. Huh? Not bad. Come on. Clang. Clang. Yang Diyu chopped 3 times in a row, setting off ripples in every direction. IOW. But Han Fei was different. Being chopped at by Yang Diyu, he backed away, yelling, "Crazy Yang's double axes are nothing more than this. How could Yang Diyu bear this?" He immediately chopped at him again. However, just at this time, 6 purple lights shot up into the sky and Han Fei suddenly slammed him directly into the 6-gate formation. Spirit forbidden. Net. Chao Chochio rushed over and cast the net into the 6-gate formation. Boss. Asshole, shameless. In the 6-gate formation, Yang Diyu suddenly held angrily. The double axes revolved, blasting the seawater upside down, making the spirit forbidden net unable to cover him. Han Fei shouted angrily, "Chao Chio, what the F***ck are you doing? Can't you cover him with the net? Chao Chio." Immediately afterward, Han Fei's face changed slightly when he saw Yang Diyu's momentum soar suddenly, breaking the dangling Fisher realm almost instantly, and reaching the hanging Fisher realm in one fell swoop, opening a way with the first strike. Clang. Crack. The hexagon starfish was horrified. Not good, he is so strong. The 6-gate formation can't stop him. Han Fei also widened his eyes. Is this lunatic so fierce? But just after the first strike, Yang Diyu shouted again, pacifying the universe with the second strike. Crack. In Han Fei's stunned gaze, the 6-gate formation suddenly shattered. This was definitely the first time the 6-gate formation was broken. Was the hexagon starfish not strong enough? No, absolutely not. This 6-gate formation was the trump card of the hexagon starfish. Even the 6-gate formation was broken, which showed how strong Yang Diyu was. Chao Chio cried, "Oh my god. You guys hold out. I'm leaving." The hexagon starfish was shocked. Not good. I'm injured and my 6-gate formation is broken. I want to go home. Han Fei's face turned dark. Shut up. Watch how I conquer him. Yang Diyu's face was all red and he was staring at Han Fei fiercely. You little bastard of the Grand Void Academy. I didn't want to kill you, but now you've really pissed me off. Die. Judging life and death with the third strike. When the third strike came, Han Fei and Xia Shaochan were both stunned. A huge crab like a 50-meter tall phantom with 2 battle axe-like pincers appeared. Name: Frantic Axe Crab, Yang Diyu's spiritual beast. Introduction: a rare deep-sea demonic crab. It can be called the king crab. When it matures and can cut through mountains and cleave the sea at its peak state, with shocking defense power and terrifying destructive power. Most of them are deep-sea demons. Level 36. Quality Legendary contains spiritual energy, 2,856 points. Food Omnivorous. Combat skills 7 Furious Axes. Contained soul power 888. Remarks Variation period. Xia Xiaochan said, "It looks just like the crab that appeared in the big fish tied in the heavenly desolate city." Han Fei's face was dark. He had always wondered how Yang Diu could be in the same league with Mo Fian and Sun Mu. It turned out that although this guy was an idiot, his combat power was superb. Very few big clan children could be his opponents. Majestic mystic spell. Let me send you to hell. Han Fei didn't understand why these people recited these fancy mantras in fighting. They sounded so stupid. The embroidery needle in his hand became dozens of times thicker in the blink of an eye. He held the embroidery needle in both hands as if he was holding a large pillar, and smashed it head-on against the big axes that seemed to be cutting the sky open. Boom. On the other side, Wang Zetian's eyelids jumped. What is going on here? How has this bastard suddenly become so powerful? It was not obvious when Han Fei was fighting Tang Ge. While they fought, they set off surging waves, so the others didn't see clearly how powerful they were. However, the battle between Han Fei and Yang Diu was a close-quarter melee. When they collided, ripples erupted endlessly. Where the two of them were, the seawater was emptied and filled up quickly, making two huge vortices spinning rapidly. Bam! Yang Diu was sent flying hundreds of meters away, so was Han Fei. Yang Diu was bleeding from 7 orifices, and his arms were drooping. Han Fei's hands were trembling, and he poked the embroidery needle into the ground, unable to lift it. Han Fei swore in his heart. With 5 times his strength, he only fought to a tie with Yang Diu? That was simply incredible. Yang Diu was no longer excited. Are you *king kidding me? Is this truly a disciple of the Grand Void Academy? If you told me that this was a disciple of the Mountain Sea Pavilion, I may believe it. But, a disciple of the Grand Void Academy? Impossible. Yang Diu immediately shouted angrily, "Who are you?" "You are definitely not from the Grand Void Academy." Han Fei responded, "I am a disciple of the Dean. How can you doubt my identity?" Bullshit. The Dean of the Grand Void Academy doesn't have any disciples. Bastard, how dare you pretend to be from the Grand Void Academy? Wait for their revenge. Han Fei yelled, "Nonsense. Is it you or I who knows my master better? Does he have to report to you before he receives a disciple?" Yang Diu scoffed. "I will ask him myself when I go back." "Go ahead." Unable to trick him into telling the truth, Yang Diu shouted, "If it weren't for the rush, I would be able to hack you in half." Han Fei sneered. "If I were well prepared, I could poke you from the 200th floor to the 300th floor." Yang Diu shouted, "Then do it now. Then come closer." Everyone. Chao Qiu asked, "Why don't you guys just fight?" Han Fei shot back, "Shut up. Can't I rest for a while?" Yang Diu added, "Yeah, shut up. Chao Qiu." Han Fei was thinking at the moment. Not good. I underestimated Yang Diu. This guy is too fierce. He remembered that Yang Ruoyun made him lie down with a finger, but he drew a tie with him at 5-fold his strength. Han Fei secretly transmitted a voice to the hexagon starfish, Master Hexagon. Set the six-gate formation again. The hexagon starfish's tentacles twitched. I can't. I'm hurt. Han Fei was helpless. It's just a minor injury. I'll heal you. Without waiting for the hexagon starfish to respond, Two Swords said, I'll solve these people soon. Pin down Yang Diu. Upon hearing this, Han Fei pulled out the embroidery needle and blasted at Yang Diu again. Yang Diu was stunned and couldn't believe it. Did this guy recover so soon? That's damn quick. Boss, run. Yang Diu frowned. Run? So many people are watching and you tell me to run. Away? Young master, where there's life, there's hope. We can't hold it anymore. Yang Diu shook his head. No, I have never surrendered in combat. Hey! 7 frenzy axes. In an instant, Yang Diu hacked his double axes at Han Fei and his spiritual beast also brandished its pair of claws. On the other end, Han Fei held the tree trunk thick stick, which was whirling around like a burning wheel. Bam! Both Han Fei and Yang Diu flew out again. This time even Han Fei vomited blood. Yang Diu's 2 axes almost fell from his hands. Unable to hold them, he simply put them away into his body. Cough, cough. Yang Diu spat blood. Son of AB***, who are you? You are definitely not from the Grand Void Academy. It's none of your business. Han Fei's hands were shaking. However, at this moment, he didn't care if his hands were shaking or not. He couldn't flinch anyway. With no energy in his hands, Han Fei jumped up and kicked Yang Diu. Seeing that Han Fei was so aggressive, the latter thought, if I admit defeat, how can I have the face to show up in public again? So he also jumped up and kicked. However, at this time, the 6-door formation rose again. Yang Diu was furious. You're shameless, you bastard. Han Fei laughed. All's fair in love and war, you idiot. Then Han Fei turned his eyes to Cao Qiu. What are you waiting for? Cast the Spirit Forbidden Net. Oh, okay. Cao Qiu hurriedly threw out the Spirit Forbidden Net and Yang Diu got stuck right in the center of the net. Han Fei kicked Yang Diu. Who do you think you are? You're simply no match for me. Yang Diu was furious. You cheated, you shameless bastard. Han Fei sneered. Don't you know it's the level 3 fishery? Don't you know what the level 3 fishery is all about? Swoosh. Xiao Xiaochan landed next to Han Fei, glanced at Yang Diu, and squeezed Han Fei's arm. It's still shaking. Han Fei curled his lips. It's okay. I can still fight. Yang Diu cursed, you're bragging. Are you going to fight with your feet? Han Fei shrugged. Fine, let me show you then. 1,000-star shadowless feet. Then he gave Yang Diu a series of kicks. At this time, Two Swords walked over, holding 2 sea-swallowing seashells in his hand. 2 of Yang Diu's men were still lying on the ground, groaning. They were really no match for heavenly talents. After all, the children of those big families could enjoy abundant resources, but of course, their own efforts were also indispensable. Otherwise, the 1,000-star city would be full of heavenly talents. Han Fei pulled out Yang Diu's sea-swallowing seashell and then snorted. If you lose, you lose. I'll take your sea-swallowing seashell. Now leave the steps into the sea. Yang Diu was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. This was already the Second time that his sea-swallowing seashell was snatched. But the first time, he fainted and didn't know how it was stolen. This time, his sea-swallowing seashell was taken away right in front of his face, but he could only watch helplessly. It was a disgrace. Chao Chiu was about to put away the spirit-forbidden net, but Han Fei suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." Yang Diu suddenly had a bad hunch. "What are you going to do?" Han Fei rushed up and took off his clothes. Yang Diu immediately panicked. "Hey, what are you doing? We're both men. I'm not gay. Don't touch me." "Hey. Chow Cho Cho, you little bastard, stop him. Hey hey hey. Two swords. You son of bitch." Yang Diu disappeared as soon as he exited the spirit-forbidden net. Wang Zetian looked strange and murmured, "You have completely offended Yang Diu this time." Han Fei disdainfully said, "I offended him a long time ago. It doesn't matter." Chao Chiu rubbed his hands and said, "Two swords, what do you think will happen if I spread the news in the Thousand-Star City that Yang Diu was stripped of his clothes?" Wang Zetian curled his lips. "He will carry his axes and swing them all the way to your home. Even your brother may not be able to stop him." Chao Chiu shivered all over. "Then forget it." "Oh." Suddenly, Han Fei shouted, "Damn! I forgot to take his axes." Chao Chiu was speechless. "Do you want to impersonate him?" Han Fei smiled. "You got it. I have an axe in my sea-swallowing seashell, but it's not as good as his." Wang Zetian shook his head. "It's not going to work. When Yang Diu fights, he always summons his big crab and big turtle. You can pretend to be him, but where can you find his spiritual beasts?" Han Fei paused and then threw Yang Diu's clothes on the ground. "Then why did I need to take off his clothes?" Xia Xiaochan picked up Yang Diu's clothes and stuffed them into Han Fei's pocket. "It's okay. Although you can't pretend to be him here, you can do it elsewhere." Han Fei's eyes lit up. "That's right. Chao Chiu, two swords." Two Swords always felt that something was wrong. Where did Chao Chiu find these two weirdos who have such amazing combat power? Yang Diu is already strong enough, but was still easily defeated by this man. Outside, before Yang Diu came out, a spiritual level armor suit appeared on his body. At this moment, his hands were still drooping. Yang Diu turned purple with anger and said without looking back, "Keep this matter secret. If any of you dare to mention it again, I'll kill you." "Young master, my lips are sealed." Yang Diu snorted. "I quit. But even if I can't stay in the steps into the sea, I can't just leave like this. That guy is definitely not from the Grand Void Academy. Send someone to wait here until he comes out." "Young master, where are you going?" Yang Diu's face turned cold. "Where else can I go? I'm going to rob a few people. I don't have any money left." Han Fei didn't care about Yang Diu. He was just glad to solve one more opponent. However, Han Fei was a bit worried. Yang Diu alone was already so tough. Then, could Sun Mu and Mo Fian, who were in the same rank as him, be simple? It was actually not easy for him to solve Yang Diu, and his hands were still shaking. Then what if there were 2 or even 3 opponents equal to Yang Diu? He wouldn't be able to handle it then. Han Fei asked, "Chao Chiu, what do you think we can do? If Sun Mu, Mo Fian, and other people from the big clans of the Thousand-Star City are so strong, let's not go to the center. Just go straight to the next level. Wang Zitian also frowned. Chao Chocho, let's be realistic. I know you hate them, but it's almost impossible for you to kill them. You can't just ram at them with your ghost speed divine boat, right? Chao Chio said seriously, I can. Trust me. Xiao Shaochan 8, then tell us, quick. You're as timid as a mouse, how can we believe you? Han Fei added, yes, come on. By now, Han Fei felt that he had gathered enough sea-swallowing seashells. Although he wanted to get revenge on that bastard, Sun Mu, he couldn't fight 8 or 10 people who were as strong as Yang Diu at the same time. Being stared at by 3 people, Chao Chio finally surrendered. Chao Chio reluctantly took out a few small bottles. Xia Shaochan snatched them. Just these small bottles? Seeing that Xia Shaochan was about to open one, Chao Chio quickly said, don't open it. Don't open it. Xia Shaochan paused. What's in them? Why can't I open it? Chao Chi hesitated for quite a while, before he said, it's the ultimate weapon. Han Fei and the others? This is the poison of the poisons that I ran through the entire level 3 fishery and nearly 100 dragon boats and used thousands of species of spiritual grasses to make. It is called the Poison King. Xiao Shaochan's hand shivered and she immediately threw away the bottle. But Han Fei grabbed the bottle and asked with glowing eyes, how do you use it? Xiao Shaochan? Wang Zitian? Xiao Shaochan and Wang Zitian were both speechless. Was Han Fei really going to use it? Seeing that Han Fei seemed quite interested, Chao Chio got excited. This stuff is amazing. It's even more valuable than my ghost speed divine boat. I tell you. With just a drop, it can make all the creatures within a kilometer of a radius vomit and have diarrhea for at least 7 days. Han Fei trembled, almost throwing away the bottle in his hand. Xiao Shaochan and Wang Zitian took a few steps immediately, especially Xia Shaochan. Don't open it. You can't open it. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. That's really poisonous. Can you describe how hard they will vomit? Chao Chio proudly said, I found a crab nest and tried it. It took less than an hour before all the crab shells turned soft. 1 day later, there was nothing left in their shells. Han Fei was shocked and swallowed again. How much of it do you have? I have a tank of it. Everyone. For some reason, Han Fei once felt that he was shameless enough. He had firmly believed that no matter what he had done, he was forced by the level 3 fishery where no one showed any mercy. Therefore, Han Fei told himself that this was just the most basic law of survival in the level 3 fishery when he was killing and plundering. However, at this moment, when he saw what Chao Chio had done, he began to doubt this law of survival, and Chao Chio's deeds made his understanding change from what could be called shameless and despicable rise to a new height. At this moment, Han Fei was staring at Chao Chio with shining eyes, and said eagerly to him, show me the tank. Come on. Chao Chio was stunned by his reaction and didn't know how to respond. Xiao Shaochan hurriedly tugged at Han Fei's arm and whispered to him, are you crazy? Why do you want so much of this stuff? Han Fei looked at her and responded with a serious face, I don't know why, but just now I suddenly had a hunch that this thing was exactly what we entered the steps into the sea to look for. When Xiao Shaochan heard Han Fei's words, she opened her big round eyes, and asked in shock, but I think we entered the steps into the sea to look for treasures. Do you mean this is a treasure? Han Fei, without missing a beat, nodded with affirmation and asked her with a smile, yes, don't you think this is a treasure? Xia Xiaochan almost burst into laughter. Looking at him, she said leisurely, I'm afraid that you have some misunderstanding of the word treasure, don't you? Listening to their conversation, Cao Qiu was also surprised and asked Han Fei, why do you need so much of this poison? Han Fei raised his head and said proudly, do you think you have the ability to throw this thing on people without them knowing it? Poisoning is not that simple. It requires perfect timing and skill. You need a lot of special abilities to do it successfully, right? Cao Qiu said hesitantly, well, I think, perhaps, I have those abilities to do it. No, you do not. Give me half of the poison you've got, and I will help you get rid of those B** stars. Hearing his words, Cao Qiu took 2 steps back in fright. For some reason, he always had a feeling that Han Fei was going to rob him. However, Cao Qiu also felt a little bit excited. Before meeting Han Fei, even he himself felt that his proud invention seemed to be a little bit unpresentable. He did not expect that Han Fei would be so interested in this poison. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to really like his invention, he could not help but feel a little proud. Cao Qiu cleared his throat and said seriously, well, I can only give you half a tank, no more. I have other uses for this stuff. Han Fei chuckled and said eagerly, okay, then give me half a tank first. After a moment, getting what he wanted, Han Fei grinned from ear to ear and said hi spiritedly, okay, now let's go to meet Sun Mu and the others. This son of a bitch really pisses me off. This time, I'm going to kick the hell out of him. Wang Zetian glanced at him and said helplessly, when you are going to use that poison, you'd better tell me first so that I'll have enough time to escape to the next floor. Xia Xiaochan couldn't agree more, and she hurriedly nodded. Yes, when you are going to use the Poison King, do tell me in advance in case I am not able to run away in time. But at this time, Cao Qiu suddenly chimed in, don't worry, you guys. I have the antidote to this poison. It can reduce the pain by 90% even if you get poisoned by mistake. Xia Xiaochan rolled her eyes at Cao Qiu and said impatiently, this is not about the antidote, okay? Have you ever thought that at that time, the water will be full of filthy stuff? That will be really gross. Go ahead and stay there if you want, but I'm going to run as far as I can. Cao Qiu did not seem to have thought of this. After hearing Xia Xiaochan's words, he patted his head and exclaimed in surprise, oh. Yes, you reminded me. How could I forget this? Fan Datong, when you are going to use the Poison King, remember to tell me too, and I will go to the next floor. 2. Han Fei looked at them and did not know what to say. Han Fei was completely speechless. Didn't you just shout out that you would stay with me? However, Han Fei didn't care, although all of them had decided to escape to the next floor before he released the Poison King. After all, he could control water. Even if the water would become very filthy and even disgusting at that time, so what? As soon as he used the water controlling technique, no matter how much dirty excrement there was in the sea water, nothing could contaminate his body even a little bit. But then Han Fei remembered what Cao Qiu had just said, and he frowned and asked, why is the pain only reduced by 90%, not 100%? Cao Qiu explained to him, it was mainly because I got the order wrong when I put some ingredients into the pot in making the antidote, so the antidote can Only relieve one's pain by 90% instead of 100. Han Fei bared his teeth and secretly sighed. This was King unacceptable. He didn't mind others vomiting and having diarrhea, but he did mind it if he himself vomited and had diarrhea. If he was also poisoned, the experience would not be so good. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the central zone first." The central zone of the 200th floor was an area of about 30 kilometers around. The center point. There were already about 200 people who had gathered here, and they were still busy cultivating. Yes, these people were not fighting with each other, but were fighting with various creatures that were summoned here by them, by offering sacrifices. When Han Fei and the others were only 50 kilometers away from the central zone, they had already felt shock waves and ripples that came at them one wave after another and seemed to be ceaseless. Judging from this effect, Han Fei could be sure that at the same time, there were probably no less than 50 people fighting intensely in the central zone. When Han Fei and the other three came to the central zone, at a casual glance, they had seen that 3 or 4 people were fighting within a kilometer. Seeing such a scene, Wang Zetian frowned a little bit and asked, "There are a lot of people here. How are you going to poison them all?" Cao Qiu glanced at him and said in confusion, "Why do we have to poison them all? I don't care about the others, and we just need to poison Sun Mu, Mo. Fian, Li Baizhou, Li Hai, and Yi Baiyu. It is a pity that Chen has already left. Otherwise, I would not have let him off." Wang Zetian looked around at the crowd and said, "Yi Baiyu is not on the 200th floor. If I am not mistaken, he should be on the next few floors. As for the specific floor where he is in, I don't know." Cao Qiu and Wang Zetian were hotly discussing which people they should start with. At this time, Han Fei suddenly said, "Wait a minute. There are so many people here. It is impossible for me to pretend not to see these people and not rob them. Now that we have made up our minds to do something, why don't we do something big? I think the best choice for us is to poison them all. What do you think?" Cao Qiu hesitated for a while and then said, "I think that would not be a good idea, no?" Cao Qiu looked at those people who were still fighting attentively and had no clue of what was going to happen, and he could not help but panic. What if these people knew what he had done to them? Would they take revenge on him? However, Han Fei was not afraid at all. He went straight to the central zone. With this most poisonous poison king and its antidote, the arrival of Han Fei and the other three inevitably attracted the attention of these people. However, unlike before, no one here would escape upon seeing them. When most of the people saw 2 swords, they would subconsciously stay away from him a little bit for the consideration of safety. However, when they saw Cao Qiu, they would not only not be afraid of him, but also have the mood to tease him. "Cao Qiu, how dare you show up here? Do you need a good spanking? Cao Qiu, your sister is not here. She may have gone to the next floor. Cao Qiu, what is wrong with you today? You know what, Li Hai and Li Baizhou are both here. How dare you show up here?" Cao Qiu. Listening to these people taunt and mock him, Cao Qiu shook his head and glanced at them with pity. These arrogant B***stards. Let's wait and see. I will. Just wait to see how miserably you will cry later. Han Fei looked at these people and asked in puzzlement, "Do these people really get along so well? They don't even rob each other?" Wang Zetian answered him, "If someone does not belong to any sect or big clan and appears here, he will certainly be robbed. As for the disciples of the 7 great sects and the children of those big clans, as long as they do not get out of the central zone, no one will rob them, because there will always be people to help them. Hearing his words, Han Fei curled up the corners of his mouth. So this was probably one of the benefits of being a member of those large sects and big clans. Just by virtue of identity, they could do a lot of things that countless people were unable to achieve in their lifetime. All of a sudden, Han Fei caught a glimpse of 2 disciples from the Grand Void Academy swimming towards him. Han Fei's expression changed a little bit, and he immediately said to the others through a voice transmission, "Wait a moment. Stay where you are and I will solve these guys." However, when the 2 of them swam up to him, he found that it was actually Ji Wenchuan and one of his junior brothers. "Senior brother, there you are." "Yes. Junior brother, it's nice to see you again." Han Fei raised his head a little bit, with one hand behind his back, and looked at the other person, asking with a smile, "What should I call you, junior brother?" Looking at Han Fei, the other disciple of the Grand Void Academy was a little bit puzzled. After hearing Ji Wenchuan say that the dean had a very awesome disciple, he was very suspicious. Why hadn't he, a disciple of the Grand Void Academy, ever heard of him if there was really such an awesome disciple in the academy? However, because Ji Wenchuan described to him how this awesome senior brother seriously frustrated the heavenly talents of the Jade Fairy Palace and the other major sects, he held down his doubt. After all, if he could easily win against a figure like Gong Yuan, he might really be a disciple of the dean. "Hi, senior brother, I am Tian Shan." Han Fei lifted the corners of his mouth into a demure smile and said politely, "Hi, junior brother Tian." After that, Han Fei turned his eyes to Ji Wenchuan and asked, "Why are you here? And is there anyone else from the Grand Void Academy here?" Ji Wenchuan shook his head and answered him, "No, senior brother, only the 3 of us are here. When I met Ishan, another disciple from our academy was robbed. It was that Tengu who robbed him, and Ishan might not have even been able to escape from Tengu if he had not used his flash stone." Suddenly hearing them mention Tang Ji's name, Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat, and he immediately looked at Ji Wenchuan and asked, "Did you meet Tang Gu?" Tian Shan nodded solemnly and said, "Yes. This person is too fierce and tough. No matter where he goes, he will just rob every single person that comes into his sight, not missing anyone. I'm afraid this person wants to break into the depths of the steps into the sea this time." Han Fei asked him, "Where is he now?" Tian Shan thought for a while and said, "He is already coming this way. This man is not easy to deal with, and he even blatantly claims that he is going to snatch the sea-swallowing seashell of everyone who he sees on the way. So many people have seen him robbing people." When Han Fei heard what he said, his eyelids twitched. "Really? Let's go and take a look." Han Fei didn't know how to comment on Tang Ji's grumpy temper. "Come on, buddy. What the hell are you doing? Even I knew to hide my identity before I came into the steps into the sea, but you didn't even bother to conceal your real identity? You just slaughtered your way through with your big halberd? What if these people gang up on you?" All of a sudden, he heard Chao Chiao say to him through a voice transmission, "That's a good chance. There must be a lot of people watching Tengu robbing others. Let's go there quickly. While no one is paying attention, we can scatter the Poison King in crowded places." Han Fei certainly knew that it was a good chance, so he hurriedly beckoned the others to hurry over with him immediately. On the way, Tian Shan asked him tentatively, "Senior brother, where did you cultivate before? Why did I never meet you?" Han Fei responded in a perfunctory way, "The unknown place. I was not the only one there, but most of the people there are already dead." Wow. Tian Shan was stunned by what Han Fei said to him. The unknown place? Really? Can dangling fishers go to that place? Ji Wenchuan was also shocked by Han Fei's words, and a scene suddenly popped up in his mind where a group of heavenly talents were fighting each other desperately until there was only one person left. Han Fei didn't want Tian Shan to keep asking him any more, so he diverted the topic and said through a voice transmission, "In a moment. Something big is going to happen here. You two either go to the 201st floor or get out of the steps into the sea. Anyway, you can't stay on the 200th floor, understood?" Hearing his words, both Ji Wenchuan and Tian Shan looked at Han Fei in surprise. Han Fei curled up the corner of his lips and said meaningfully, "You will find out why later." When Han Fei and the others were still far away, they felt sea water hit their bodies one wave after another. And in the sea water, the sound of weapon collisions had been ringing ceaselessly. When Han Fei and the other people arrived, they found that Tang Gu was fighting with two men, one in black and one in white. Seeing this scene, Han Fei could not help but exchange a glance with Xia Xiaochan. Did these two guys copy our creativity? As if seeing their doubt, Cao Qiu explained to them, "They are the twin brothers of the Li family, Li Hai, which means night, and Li Baizhou, which means day. It is said that they can communicate with each other with their hearts. The two can rank among the top 10 of the Heavenly Sword sect. With their unparalleled tactics." Hearing Cao Qiu's explanation, Han Fei almost burst into laughter. Li Hai and Li Baizhou, night and day? So was that why the two of them were dressed respectively in black and white? So they did not steal the creativity of him and Xia Xiaochan, and it was just a coincidence? At this time, on the battlefield, Tang Gu brandished his large halberd so wildly that only the dazzling knife light and the tumbling water waves could be seen in the sea. No human figure could be seen clearly. The twin brother, Li Hai and Li Baizhou, were extremely fast in speed. Although the two of them were not hunters, they had speeds comparable to top hunters. Watching them fighting intensely, Xia Xiaochan said to Han Fei in a voice transmission, "The technique they are using is kind of like shadow shrimps. Unique combat skill, haunting shadow. Their fighting speed is too fast. If I don't use flash, I'm afraid that even I may not be able to win against them." Agreeing with what she said, Han Fei slightly nodded his head. No one could deny that the combat power of the twin brothers was really strong. No people who came from the big families of the Thousand-Star City and had already made a name for themselves could be simple. Even that crazy Yongdiu. Very few people could resist his pair of big axes. At this moment, everyone saw that on the battlefield, Tang Gu suddenly thrust his big halberd into the ground. And then with his body as the center, the ground was blown up within a kilometer. Under the huge impact of the big halberd of Tang Gu, Li Hai and Li Baizhou were forced to retreat hundreds of meters. Li Hai stabilized his body and said coldly, "Tang Gu, I admit that you are quite strong in a one-on-one fight, but as the saying goes, you can't beat four hands with two fists. Now that you robbed our men, we certainly can't just pretend nothing has happened." Li Baizhou said in a voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, I've been hearing. People say that Tang Ge is as powerful as Chao Tian in physical strength and is comparable to Chen in combat skills. Gee, why didn't I see either of these abilities? Hearing Li Baizhou's words, Li Hai frowned and said solemnly, Brother, you are wrong. His physical strength is very strong indeed. Li Baizhou rolled his eyes and said with a cold face, but he did not show any advantage in combat skill, did he? If strength is all he has got, I'm afraid that he will not be able to beat us. Just as everyone was attentively watching the battle, all of a sudden, a woman in a red dress appeared beside Han Fei and the other people. Han Fei took a closer look at that woman, only to find that it was Mo Fian. Mo Fian temptingly twisted her soft waist and lightly landed in front of Chao Qiu, with a big bright smile on her charming face, saying sweetly, Yo. I was wondering who this was, and it turns out to be our little Qiu. Little Qiu, your dear sister is not here, are you here to see me? But Chao Qiu didn't seem to be tempted by Mo Fian at all. He immediately jumped behind two swords, Han Fei, and the others, as if trying to escape from this woman as far as he could, while shouted loudly, I am not here for you. I am not going to be seduced by you. Mo Fian, did you hear me? You can't seduce me. Ha ha ha. Why can't I seduce you? Do you think I am not beautiful enough? Chao Qiu bared his teeth to Mo Fian and snorted. You are not even close. You are not even as pretty as my sister. I will never ever like you. Huh? The sweet smile on Mo Fian's face was instantly gone and her face turned cold. She said coldly, say it again if you dare. I am not even as pretty as your sister? Are you kidding me? Now, I'll give you another chance to organize your words. As if being frightened by her words, Chao Qiu shrank his neck but still said firmly, you are not as pretty as my sister. Just as Mo Fian was pissed off by Chao Qiu's words and was about to attack him, a sharp sword qi suddenly burst out of Wang Zitian's body. Wang Zitian stared at Mo Fian and said coldly, Mo Fian, if you want to fight, I don't mind accompanying you. The fighting momentum on Mo Fian's body suddenly dissipated and she cracked a smile again. Oh. If you hadn't shown me that sword qi, I would not have recognized you. Isn't this Wang Shower, the little second son of the Wang family who is always crying with his nose running? Why? Do you think you can protect little Qiu with your two swords? Wang Zitian had already tightly clenched the two swords in his hands, and his eyes were fierce. He stared at Mo Fian threateningly and said, say it again, if you dare. Wang Shower. Wang Shower, Wang Shower. Come on, fight me. Completely irritated by her attitude, Wang Zitian broke out in an instant. In an instant, Chao Qiu was sent flying by the powerful aura from Wang Zitian's body. All of a sudden, hundreds of swords appeared around Wang Zitian and his sword qi shot out sharply one wave after another. The other people who were watching the hot fight between Li Hai, Li Baizhou, and Tang Ge cast their sights to this side one after another. Sun Mu also stepped over. After a deep gaze at Wang Zitian, he glanced at Chao Qiu and then frowned. Xiao Xiaochan was almost unable to contain her fighting desire, and she said to Han Fei in a voice transmission, is this guy Sun Mu who has been chasing you? Han Fei replied calmly, no hurry. It is boring to fight with this kind of person, and even if we're going to fight him, it should not be now. Sensing that Xia Xiaochan seemed to be going to join the fight, Sun Mu specially took a look at Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. Huh? As if feeling something wrong with Han Fei, Sun Mu's gaze fell on Han Fei and stayed for quite a while. Under his upsetting stare, however, Han Fei did not shy away at all. With no smile on his face either, Han Fei also turned his eyes indifferently to Sun Mu, as if noticing the silent staring competition between the two of them. Mo Fian cast a glance at Han Fei and at the same time asked Sun Mu, "Do you know him?" Only then did Sun Mu move his eyes away and say, "No, I don't know them. But the two people were brought here by Chao Qiu. You know, Chao Qiu has long been planning to kill us. Be careful of the two of them." Hearing his words, Mo Fian chuckled. Little Chocho is always all talk. If he really wants to kill us, why doesn't he ever dare fight us? Sun Mu snorted and said, "Don't look down upon him. To tell you the truth, Chao Qiu's aptitude is the best among all of us." At the moment, Chao Qiu was speaking to Han Fei through a voice transmission, "Hurry up and scatter the poison. Come on, I can't wait anymore. I must poison these two B***stards to death. Oh, no, I must poison all the B***stards here to death." Han Fei cast a glance at Chao Qiu and responded through a voice transmission. "You guys go to the next floor, I will just stay here." Hearing his words, Xia Xiaochan shook her head and said firmly, "I'm not going anywhere. I'll just be with you. Let little fatty go to the next floor first." Chao Qiu also refused and shook his head hard. "I am not going to the next floor. I want to watch them being tortured by vomiting and diarrhea." Of course, Han Fei would not care about what Chao Qiu said, who was obviously in utter anger. But at this time, Tanga seemed to be about to start a new round of the fight with Li Hai and Li Baizhou. All of a sudden, an unparalleled sword chi darted at Han Fei directly. On the battlefield, Tang Ji's eyelids suddenly twitched, and he felt his heart skip a beat, and he wondered, is Han Fei's identity exposed? Han Fei was also very surprised by the attack on him. This attack was launched at him by Sun Mu, without any warning, and he was utterly caught off guard. Without dodging that sword chi at all, Han Fei drew his knife out with a single hand and hacked out, shattering the sword chi in the sky, before he continued to chop at Sun Mu. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sun Mu struck 3 swords at the sword chi in a row, exploding his spiritual energy 3 times before he finally blasted the blade light away. In an instant, the surrounding crowd had scattered, leaving Chao Qiu, Han Fei, and the other 4 in the middle of the ground. Among the crowd, Ji Wenxuan and Tiani Shan looked shocked and were completely at a loss. They did not know what had happened and why Sun Mu suddenly began to attack their genius senior brother. Besides, what shocked Tiani Shan the most was that this genius senior brother's strength was really beyond his imagination. Sun Mu had to strike 4 swords in a row to barely defend a casual hack from this genius senior brother. Not far away, Tanga also blinked, although he did not say anything or move. Before, when he was fighting Han Fei, he did not see Han Fei use a knife. Just now, however, that shocking move from Han Fei seemed to be much stronger than his stick technique. Li Hai and Li Baizhou were also shocked by Han Fei's surprising strength, and they exchanged a glance with each other and gasped in shock at the same time. This guy is from the Grand Boyd Academy? How is it possible? Han Fei took the lead to take a step outside while looking at Sun Mu proudly, asking coldly, "Why? Did you suddenly attack me? Do I know you?" Han Fei swallowed secretly. He was just about to scatter a few drops of poison king, but before he could make a move, Sun Mu suddenly struck him with the attack. Han Fei frowned a little bit. Could it be that he sensed my intention to poison them? But that is simply impossible. How could he notice that? Could he read my mind? Seeing that, Sun Mu suddenly launched an attack at Han Fei without the slightest hesitation. Mo. Fian could not help but start to look at Han Fei up and down, and as she looked at Han Fei, she gradually frowned. "Who the hell are you?" Sun Mu strode out at this time, and the 5 or 6 men behind him also stared at Han Fei aggressively and were poised for a battle. But Han Fei just grinned at Mo Fian and said lightly, "I am from the Grand Void Academy. My name is Fan Datong." "What nonsense you talk. There is no such person in the Grand Void Academy at all." "Hey. You are not F***king faking it, are you? You must be bragging. Mountain Sea Pavilion, which is my sect, is not too far away from the Grand Void Academy, so I'm very familiar with the disciples from the Grand Void Academy. Why didn't I know that the Grand Void Academy has such a strong disciple like you?" Han Fei grinned at the man who was speaking and explained calmly, "My teacher is the dean of the Grand Void Academy. That is why you had never seen me before. I, Fan Datong, have been cultivating in seclusion for 3 years. Now I finally have a chance to show up in public, so my mission is to seize this chance to sweep all the major sects and academies in the 1,000-star city and make a show of our academy's real strength. As for you guys, just shut up. Come to challenge me when you deserve to be my opponent. Okay?" With that said, Han Fei took 2 steps forward and looked at Sun Mu, asking again, "So, why did you suddenly attack me?" Han Fei's words were really ambitious and domineering, and hearing what he said, everyone present fell silent. Even Chao Chiu thought to himself, can this guy really be the dean's disciple from the Grand Void Academy? I almost believe what he said. Damn it, his acting skills are really superb. When Sumu heard Han Fei's words, his frown deepened and at the same time, he secretly said to Mo Fian through a voice transmission, "For some reason, I have a feeling that I have seen him somewhere." Mo Fian also put away the charming smile on her pretty face and responded through a voice transmission, "Yes. He seems to be a bit familiar to me too. Is he really a great heavenly talent hidden by the Grand Void Academy? However, this man is so domineering. I feel I am going to fall in love with him." Sun Mu impatiently rolled his eyes at Mo Fian. He still had some doubt in his heart. Why did this guy suddenly pop up from nowhere? Was he really from the Grand Void Academy? He always had a feeling that something was not right. So Sun Mu raised his sword and said arrogantly, "No reason. I just feel you are such an eyesore to me, so I want to challenge you." When Sun Mu said this, many people were stunned, including Li Hai and Li Baizhou, who were still fighting Tengu. Noticing what was happening on this side, the twin brothers stopped the fight, put away their swords, and turned their eyes to Han Fei curiously almost at the same time. At this time, Wang Zitian asked Han Fei through a voice transmission, "Sun Mu is a very cautious person. Except for a few times, he has never taken the initiative to challenge people. Did you know each other before?" Han Fei looked calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was very puzzled. Is it because the thousand faces technique is not working? Why did this guy only challenge me? Given that there are so many people here? However, in the face of Su Mu's challenge, Han Fei was not afraid at all. Had it not been for the support of the magical technique, majestic mystic spell, Han Fei would not have come with Chao Qiao to the 200th floor to fight so many strong masters. But now that he had the majestic mystic spell, he did not take people like Sun Mu seriously at all. However, it seemed that he had to give up the previous plan to secretly scatter the Poison King here. Han Fei just smiled faintly and said without any hesitation, "Okay. Let's fight." Wow. Seeing this scene, many of the disciples from the major sects in the Thousand-Star City who were watching on the side were surprised. People outside might not know it, but they themselves all knew it very well that although they were all from the Thousand-Star City, and might even be in the same sect, there was a very big difference among them in strength, which they knew very clearly. Ordinary disciples of these big sects might be very excellent in other people's eyes, but no matter in terms of resources, experience, combat techniques, or combat skills, they were nowhere comparable to children from the major families in the Thousand-Star City. Generally speaking, they were not on the same starting line with those children who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, so they could depend on their talent. For example, Tang Gu, he was an exception, a man who swept across all heavenly talents in those powerful families with his own peerless talent. Now, this nameless Fan Datong was obviously not from those big families, which meant that he was also a person who had risen by his talent. At this time, in Han Fei's mind, the voice of Tang Gu suddenly sounded, "Buddy. You know what, Sun Mu is not weak, and he's especially good at sword formations. Do you have the confidence to win against him?" Han Fei immediately responded to him through a voice transmission, "Don't worry about me. You can ask Mu Ling to seal the surrounding water. I'm going to release some poison on these people. Be careful not to be affected by the poison that I'm going to release." Okay. When Tang Gu heard that Han Fei was going to release some poison, he was only a little bit surprised and didn't feel anything wrong about it. Anyway, he didn't have any affection for the other people present. Besides, he had faith in Han Fei's morals and did not think Han Fei would indiscriminately slaughter innocent victims, so Tang Gu didn't care although Han Fei said that he was going to release poison on these people. Han Fei jumped up. In the air, he touched the ground with one of his toes, and the next second, he had swum to a place tens of meters away from Sun Mu and shouted loudly, "I have long heard of your swordsmanship. Today, I, Fan Datong, would like to have a fair duel with you." Boom. 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 In front of everyone's eyes, Han Fei's aura was rising at an extremely fast speed. What was surprising was that Han Fei only had his aura soaring, but his realm had not changed at all. Now he was still an intermediate dangling fisher. And Sun Mu did not dare to take Han Fei lightly. Just from the attack that Han Fei had launched at him just now, Sun Mu already knew that he would definitely not be able to win against this guy if he fought him the normal way. Therefore, Sun Mu started off with his trump card. He spread his arms wide, and the next second, from his chest, back, arms, and forehead, long swords jumped out one after another. Each sword was a high-quality spiritual weapon. As for why he only used high-quality spiritual Weapons. It was not because the Sun family did not have ultra-quality spiritual weapons, but if they gave ultra-quality spiritual weapons to their children who were only going to have some little practice in the level 3 fishery, their children would end up gaining no experience at all. Even if they would give some ultra-quality spiritual weapons to their children, they would only give a handful. There were actually very few people like Cao Qiu who were armed to the teeth with ultra-quality spiritual weapons. At this moment, right in front of Sun Mu, a red long sword was suspended in the air and then began to spin slowly. It was an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. At the sight of this red sword, Han Fei felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. In the previous times when he met Sun Mu, this guy was only using high-quality spiritual weapons. But he had never expected that this man actually had so many spiritual weapons. Plus this red long sword, there were 108 swords in total. Seeing these swords, one of the onlookers exclaimed at this time, "Oh my God, this is the Sun family's exclusive secret technique, immortal slaying formation. Let's retreat. Come on." Someone in the crowd was asking in shock. While stepping back, how strong is this Fan Datong? Why was Sun Mu forced to use the Immortal's killing formation in the very beginning of the duel with him? Is Sun Mu F** King crazy? Another person answered him, "I don't know if Sun Mu is crazy or not. I just know that I must stay away from these guys as far as I can. If the Immortal killing formation approaches me, I will crush my flash stone as soon as possible. Escape is the only right choice to make." When Han Fei saw that the crowd was scattering at an unbelievable speed, he was stunned. Damn it. I have been preparing so long just to poison these people. But now these people have all scattered away. How can I do it? Han Fei secretly sighed and turned to speak to Xia Xiaochan through a voice transmission. "Xia Xiaochan, go straight to the 201st floor." However, Xia Xiaochan refused firmly and said crossly, "No, I'm not leaving you." Looking at Xia Xiaochan's resolute look, Han Fei could only say, "Then take the antidote first and then block the poison with metamorphosis water. Do not let the sea water touch your body at all." Xia Xiaochan nodded and said happily, "Okay. That's no problem." At this time, Cao Qiu also asked through a voice transmission, "Han Fei, are you going to release the poison? Then let's hide right away." Cao Qiu beckoned two swords and Xia Xiaochan to run straight towards the place where Mu Ling was standing. Mu Ling seemed to know why these people were running at her, and as she stamped gently on the ground, a defense formation appeared. As she stamped on the ground again, a water dungeon formation appeared. As she stamped on the ground the third time, a water shield appeared in front of Cao Qiu and the others to protect them. This scene, in the eyes of others, was no problem at all. After all, Sun Mu had even activated the horrifying immortal slaying formation, which showed how dangerous this battle would be. It was nothing but a matter of course to take a little bit of precaution. Mo Fian was also far away from Sun Mu at this moment. At the same time, her eyes shone brightly, and she developed a strong curiosity about this Fan Datong. Sun Mu activated the immortal slaying formation as soon as the duel started, which had never happened before. Li Hai opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "That guy seems to be quite strong." Cao Qiu beckoned two swords and Xia Xiaochan to run straight towards the place where Mu Ling was standing. Mu Ling seemed to know why these people were running at her, and as she stamped gently on the ground, a defense formation appeared. As she stamped on the ground again, a water dungeon formation appeared. As she stamped on the ground the third time, a water shield appeared in front of Chao Chiao and the others, to protect them. This scene, in the eyes of others, was no problem at all. After all, Sun Mu had even activated the horrifying immortal slaying formation, which showed how dangerous this battle would be. It was nothing but a matter of course to take a little bit of precaution. Mo Fian was also far away from Sun Mu at this moment. At the same time, her eyes shone brightly, and she developed a strong curiosity about this fan. Da Tong. Sun Mu activated the immortal slaying formation as soon as the duel started, which had never happened before. Li Hai opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "That guy seems to be quite strong." Li Baizhou looked at his twin brother and nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes. But I still don't believe that there is such a person in the Grand Void Academy." Li Hai glanced at Han Fei again and said, "I don't believe it either, but those two disciples of the Grand Void Academy seem to know Fa Datong well." Li Baizhou thought for a while and said, "Then in a moment, let's catch the two disciples of the Grand Void Academy and question them thoroughly, and then we will be able to find out the truth." Li Hai covered his mouth and chuckled in a low voice. "Maybe we can take advantage of this chance and fish in troubled waters." Li Baizhou smiled at his twin brother and nodded hard. "That's a good idea." On the other side, to Han Fei's dismay, he found that as soon as Sun Mu activated the immortal slaying formation, there was suddenly no one around. Everyone retreated to at least a kilometer away, with no one left in the area. Even Tengu was dragged away. However, before being dragged away by other people, Tengu said to him via voice transmission, "Don't worry. Just feel free to fight that B** starred. But if you feel you are going to lose the duel, tell me and I will come help you soon." Han Fei responded to him through a voice transmission, "No, I don't need your help. Have some faith in me. This happens to be a good chance for me to show you my real strength now." Han Fei himself did not expect that things would turn out to be what it was now, just because he exchanged a glance with Sun Mu. However, this was not bad. At least, in this case, the 7 major sects would not come to bother him for the time being. In addition to that, he would go to the 1,000-star city one day, so it would not do him any bad to get to know these children of the powerful families from the 1,000-star city in advance. Swish! 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 As Sun Mu tapped in the air with his fingertip, except for the long red sword floating in front of him, the other 107 swords all rose into the air at the same time, began to spin around him slowly, circling him 3 times. Looking at Sun Mu setting up the immortal slaying formation with a solemn look, even Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim in his head, "Damn, this B** starred looks really cool at this moment." However, this was definitely not the right moment to judge if someone was cool or not. Both Han Fei and Sun Mu were almost brimming with murderous intent. Clash! The sword formation above his head suddenly gave off a blinding light and the spiritual swords dropped one after another. The spiritual swords were not directed at Han Fei at all, but covered a radius of 500 meters. The drop point of each sword seemed to be carefully designed. At first, 8 swords dropped down corresponding to the 8 points of the compass, followed by the other long swords, one after another. Han Fei felt that this sword formation was already full of sword chi and did not even need any sword at all. When Han Fei caught a glimpse of a few wisps of sword chi floating towards him, he did not resist at all. Dropping his hands at the sides of his body, he just let the wisps of sword chi come to him. Rip. In an instant, Han Fei was hit by 5 or 6 wisps of sword chi, but he remained motionless and gave no reaction at all. Looking at this strange scene, many people were surprised and could not help but exclaim, "Gee, why didn't this guy even raise his hands to block the swords? I can't believe his physique is so strong. Is it possible that this guy is even comparable to Chao Tian in physique?" The crowd was in an uproar and discussing intensely, but Tang Ji's breath fluctuated a bit. Obviously, being worried about Han Fei, he was very nervous. Noticing that he was worried about Han Fei, Mu Ling slightly tugged at his arm and whispered to him through a voice transmission, "Calm down." As we all know, in the immortal slaying formation, random sword chi can seriously injure an intermediate dangling fisher. He certainly could sense it, but he still chose to resist those wisps of sword chi with his own body, which means that his physical strength must be very strong. Tanga said to her through a voice transmission, "I know. I am not worried about him, but happy for him. I did not expect that one day he could grow up to this level. I once thought that he would." At this point, Tengu abruptly stopped speaking, not understanding why he suddenly stopped halfway through. Mu Ling could not help but ask, "Huh? He would?" Tengu shook his head slightly and did not answer Mu Ling's question. He once thought that Han Fei might stop in the realm of fisher in this life. But now, he seemed to be a peerless heavenly talent rising. Seeing his friend make such an amazing achievement, how could he not be excited? At this moment, Chao Chiu was also exclaiming, "Xia Xiaochan, what do you say is his greatest advantage? His physique?" Xia Xiaochan cocked her head and said proudly, "No, you are wrong. He is strong in every way, not just in the physique." Chao Chiu was speechless at Xia Xiaochan's answer. "I should have known that you are a big fan of Han Fei. Why did I bother to ask you? Simply a waste of my time." On the other side, Han Fei looked down at his body. Those wisps of sword chi tore his clothes, but were not even able to leave a single cut on his skin. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Come on. Continue." As soon as Han Fei said so, there was a sudden explosion within a radius of 500 meters. Originally, there were only 3 or 5 wisps of sword chi dashing back and forth, but in the blink of an eye, it became thousands and the number was still increasing. In the distance, someone exclaimed in shock, "Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. The immortal slaying sword chi is coming out." Han Fei was also speechless at the moment. "Come on, are you kidding me? Do you have to throw so much sword chi at me at the same time?" However, Han Fei was still not going to make a move. He grabbed the handle of the blood-drinking knife with one hand while pouring spiritual energy into it. Rip. Clang, clang, clang. Rip. Han Fei's clothes were still being torn into pieces, and even his head was hit by the wisps of sword chi. However, in the eyes of the people who were watching the duel in a distance, Han Fei was still not moving and remained motionless. Gosh, did this guy just want to die? They could not imagine what would have happened if the one who was standing there was them. Even if each wisp of sword chi could only leave a tiny cut on Han Fei's skin, given that Han Fei had been hit by so much of it. With so many cuts on his body, he would at least bleed to death, wouldn't he? However, Han Fei raised his hands and looked at them, only to find that Streaks of white marks had appeared on his skin. All of a sudden, Han Fei grinned at Sun Mu casually and asked, "Anything else? If not, I'm going to attack." At this moment, Han Fei too realized that the immortal slaying formation must be dreadful. However, he knew that his sturdiness had been increased more than 5 times because the majestic mystic spell was still working. Therefore, unless those descendants of major families were capable of certain extra powerful battle techniques, it would be impossible for them to hurt him. When 4 red glittering aura swords emerged, Fei knew that the show was on. Pooh. The swords were even faster than Xia Xiaochan's 1000-strike technique. Greatly surprised, Han Fei subconsciously lowered his body and dodged it, but he failed to jump away. 2 red aura swords almost landed a strike in the blink of an eye. Han Fei raised his arm, only to see that his arm had been pierced through, and that there was a cut on his thigh. Hiss. Shwa. While everybody watched him looking forward to his performance, Han Fei drew his sword. As a matter of fact, since the sword formation came out, many people had acknowledged Han Fei's capabilities, because not everybody could have resisted that sword chi. They couldn't even stand 1 second if they were to block such swords with their spiritual energy protective covers. Therefore, after the red aura swords came out, someone said, "This is the second move. Fan Datong is taking action." The blood-drinking knife was drawn, but the swords had been shattered before the knife were destroyed almost in the blink of an eye. Seeing that, Sun Mu frowned even harder. "He's that good?" Outside, Cao Qiu exclaimed, "We must take action. Kill him." Ji Wenxuan and Tian Shan, who were from the Grand Void Academy, subconsciously swallowed. Tian Shan asked, "Was Gong Yuehan defeated by this knife?" Ji Wenyuan nodded, not recovering from his shock yet. "Exactly. However, Gong Yuehan took 3 attacks before he was defeated, and senior brother Fan seems even stronger than he was back then." To everyone's amazement, Han Fei almost fully carried out his shadow swimming art. While holding his waist with one hand, he dashed towards Sun Mu. Han Fei would love to draw his weapon immediately, but his drawing technique was most powerful when he was closer to the enemy. It wouldn't matter if he was slightly at a distance from his opponent when the opponent was mediocre. However, his opponent in this case was Sun Mu, who was no weaker than him at all in terms of strength and speed. If he wanted to win while concealing his real identity, he would have to get close to the guy. Clang, clang, clang. Sun Mu didn't move, but the sword formation moved. The floating spiritual swords all fell, and they weren't spiritual swords anymore. After they fell, but instead turned into red aura swords. Red light everywhere. Mo Fian, Li Hai, Li Baizhou, Wang Erjian, Cao Qiu, and the others all exclaimed. Tang Ge had never fought Sun Mu before, so he frowned and asked, "What does that mean?" Cao Qiu explained, "There are 4 moves in. Move is deity guiding the way, the 3rd move is red light everywhere, and the 4th move is intimidating water and fire. Normal people can't even make it to the 3rd move, but Sun Mu has already cast the 3rd move. Isn't it too soon?" Li Hai and Li Baizhou were planning to kill the 2 disciples of the Grand Void Academy first, but they stopped after they saw the scene. They were more interested in finding out if this Fan Datong could survive the formation, and if he could, it would be best that they showed enough respect for the Grand Void Academy. Swish. The seawater trembled when the blood-drinking knife was drawn, and a high-quality battle suit appeared on the surface of Han Fei's. Anymore, because the red aura swords were really powerful. Now, rows of red aura swords were pushing at him from all directions. Threateningly. He couldn't possibly deal with them without setting up a defense for himself. Han Fei said telepathically, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, get us a defense array." The Hexagon Starfish was trembling at this moment. While covering Han Fei with a defense array, it replied, "Let's run. I think we're dead. We'll be dead in no time." Han Fei replied, "Shut up and see how I kill him." The blood-drinking knife had been completely unleashed. Dozens of balls of energy appeared on Han Fei's side at the same time and exploded one after another. Han Fei attempted to block the torrents of red swords with an outburst of spiritual energy, but it didn't work at all. The defense array that the Hexagon Starfish set up had been broken after resisting the red swords for only 1 second. The distance between Han Fei and his enemy was only several hundred meters. He would have already swum to the enemy at his usual speed, but here, he had only covered half of the journey. Clank, clank, clank. His battle suit, which was a piece of high-quality spiritual equipment, rustled and was riddled with sword cuts. Some parts on the suit had even been penetrated through. Han Fei's eyes trembled. Considering the intensity of the attack, this high-quality spiritual battle suit would be destroyed after another 2 waves of attack. Damn it. Not enough. I'm not close enough to him. It had been a long time since Han Fei had this moment, he was even somewhat excited. Tengu immediately moved and grabbed his spear, ready to take action. He had seen how terrifying the immortal slaying formation was. The high-quality spiritual battle suit was almost impaled in the blink of an eye. What would happen if the attack had directly landed on the body? He admitted that Han Fei was very sturdy. However, no matter how sturdy Han Fei was, could he possibly resist the ultimate spiritual weapons of an enemy who was on the same level as himself? Tengu didn't think that he was capable of. Had practiced multiple heaven-level battle techniques. However, right before Tengu was going to stopped him. "Don't worry." Tengu frowned. He grew less fond of Xia. "Man's attack is so powerful, and you're doing nothing except standing by and watching?" Xia Xiaochan replied casually, "You underestimate Han Fei." Tengu was stunned, as he thought that he had given Han Fei enough credit. Even he might not have been able to weather through the terrifying attack made by the 3rd move of this formation. As for the other people, they were already dumbfounded. Dear sea god, is that guy crazy? He's still charging forward just in order to carry out his attack? He's truly ferocious and unstoppable. He is the 2nd guy I've seen who charged forward against the immortal slaying formation. Someone turned aside and remembered that the first guy who charged forward against the formation was Chao Tian, an unusual genius who established his name as the top expert in his generation after that battle. It was certainly worth it. The reason why Chao Tian was quickly acknowledged as the top expert by his peers was that he was a lunatic who fought and pressed forward even though the immortal slaying formation was lying before him. Chao Chiao was remarking his complicated feelings too. He is crazy. He is crazy. Fan Datong is definitely worthy enough to be on 1,000-star city. However, nobody asked Chao Chiao more about the list of the top 10 heavenly talents. That was because the water currents around Han Fei began to flow unusually inside the formation. The turbulence surged in the shape of blades as if they were weapons. When the 2nd torrent of red swords crashed against Han Fei, the high quality spiritual battle suit that he looted was shattered. But when the third torrent of red swords came, that the red swords couldn't press on at all. They were blocked by the turbulence in the seawater. Han Fei grinned and said, "You're forcing me to do this." 10 meters. 20 meters. 100 meters. The seawater fell into utter chaos. Everybody. Dense that it was impossible to count how many of them were out there. If one had to describe it, they could only say that there were as many blades as there was seawater. Xia Xiaochan's eyes glittered and narrowed. She curled her lips and said, "Hee hee. He's finally using it." Everybody who was watching the battle swallowed. Tang Ji's eyes glittered, and his body was trembling. Powerful. This is too powerful. Are those swords really launched by my brother that was mocked by countless people in the beginning? He had never thought that Han Fei, who had never been to the Thousand-Star City, could have made it this far entirely based on his own strength. Han Fei was faster and faster, and the blood-drinking knife in his hand was fully laden with his determination. The audience could sense the stunning brilliance on the knife that was no less intimidating than the red sword. Torrents from the immortal slaying formation. Away. Sun Mu's face finally changed at this moment. He began to retreat. Sun Mu couldn't think it through at all. What kind of battle technique can possibly turn seawater into such terrifying water blades? A heaven-level high-quality battle technique? But even a heaven-level high-quality battle technique couldn't be so powerful. Sun Mu declared, the fourth move of immortals. Slaying, intimidating water and fire. Hew. 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 As Sun Mu retreated, the red aura swords returned to Sun Mu. Altogether, there were 107 streaks of light. All of them were gathered on the ultimate spiritual sword before Sun Mu. When Han Fei was only a dozen meters from Sun Mu, the fourth move of the formation was launched. Instantly, all the water was pushed out. It was as if a nuclear bomb had just exploded at the bottom of the ocean. Han Fei and Sun Mu were enshrouded by a round ball. They couldn't see anything except the continuous explosion was radiating too. At this moment, Xia Xiaochan's face changed, and she was the first one to charge out. Tang Ge, Wang Erjian and Chao Qiu followed. Bai Zhou and the others. The last strike was so powerful that they could sense the ferocious and rampant sword qi when they were 300 meters from the center of the explosion. However, before they saw clearly what was going on inside the white water ball, someone suddenly held his stomach and exclaimed, "Ouch! Was I accidentally poisoned?" Han Fei didn't know how long it would take for Chao Qiu's drug to kick in even though it was known as the Poison King. Therefore, he secretly poured out a bowl of the poison during the attack. When he collided with the fourth move of the immortal slaying formation, Han Fei simply enveloped himself with the infinity water. However, the metamorphosis water was different from the infinity water. While Xia Xiaochan could turn the metamorphosis water into anything, Han Fei could only protect himself by transforming the infinity water into weapons. It wasn't very handy. But of course, Han Fei wasn't scared, as Chao Qiu had said that all the herbs were collected from the level 3 fishery. Since Han Fei had taken the venomous tulip, he should be better than everybody here in terms of resistance to poison unless they had taken a venomous tulip too. After the round ball collapsed into dense bubbles and gradually disappeared, everybody finally saw what was inside. Han Fei's clothes had been entirely shattered. He was wearing nothing more than a pair of ragged short pants. The perfect and explosive muscles on his body were fully revealed. Hanfei was half lying on the ground, with dense wounds on the upper half of his body. The seawater before him had been dyed red. But Sun Mu was much more miserable than Hanfei. Before him, a piece of amulet jade had been cut into halves and fallen on the soil. Only half of his high-quality battle suit was left. An enormous wound had been cut from his shoulder all the way to his waist. At this moment, Sun Mu was covered by a layer of dim light. Clearly, it was another protective measure, and it was one of the better ones. Even so, Sun Mu was half lying on the ground. The seawater around him was obviously much bloodier than that on Hanfei's side. Hanfei secretly cursed. It is really tricky to fight these people. Was this jerk really so powerful? In terms of attack power, Sun Mu is even stronger than Yang Diu. Instead of casting the divine healing technique on himself, Hanfei exerted strength to his feet and stood up. At the same time, he put on another high-quality spiritual battle suit. Hanfei turned his neck and pointed at Sun Mu. You would have been killed without your amulet. Sun Mu's subordinates swam to him in a hurry, and 2 spirit gatherers healed Sun Mu in a hurry. Sun Mu struggled back to his feet and managed to say, "Who are you exactly?" If the Grand Void Academy had the battle techniques you performed just now, would it have been suppressed by the other major sects to this day? Hanfei ignored him and said to Cao Qiu telepathically, "Why is there no reaction at all after such a long time? Should I have put more poison? I only dispersed a bowl of it. Is it not enough?" Cao Qiu's eyes bulged. You released a bowl of it? Cao Qiu quickly dragged Wang Zitian and said, "Let's go to the next floor." Quickly, 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 as he talked, Cao Qiu gradually disappeared. Wang Zitian paused for a moment and stared at Hanfei. Then, he gradually disappeared too. Huh? Mo Fian was briefly stunned. What are they running for? I'm going to the next floor to find it out. Mo Fian felt that something was off. This guy who appeared out of nowhere turned out to be on Cao Qiu's side, and everybody knew what Cao Qiu wanted. He had wanted to kill them for a long time. Something must be wrong with this stranger. After Mo Fian's body faded out, Hanfei noticed that the 2 guys from the Grand Void Academy still hadn't left. He thought to himself, "Don't blame me, I warned you a long time ago. I would have finished you off if I didn't want to. Better disguise myself." Mu Ling's face slightly changed. How powerful is this poison exactly? Why has Cao Qiu run off so quickly? Xia Xiaochan said, "Don't cancel the water dungeon technique. This is the Poison King poison." Mu Ling was greatly alarmed after hearing that, and she secretly added another barrier. Poison King was, but since Xia Xiaochan was on Hanfei's side, her warning must be well grounded. While Sun Mu was still waiting for Hanfei to reply, Hanfei glanced at the crowd. Seeing that some people were holding their stomach with pale and awful looks on their faces, he looked back at Sun Mu. It's exactly because my sect is dwarfed by other major sects that I cannot reveal myself easily. You've lost. Are you not giving me your sea-swallowing seashells? Sun Mu gnashed his teeth. When did I ever promise that I would give you my sea-swallowing seashells if I lost? Hanfei chuckled and said, "What a gutless man. It's just a sea-swallowing seashell. You think I can't find them? If you hide it well? Suddenly, Sun Mu realized something was wrong and instantly backed away dozens of meters. Failed to tell what was wrong exactly. Pooh. 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 EW. Ah. Something is wrong with my stomach. Not good. There's something in the water. Pooh. 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 Goodoo. Goodoo. Almost like a chain reaction, farts echoed in the seawater for a long time. Without any stop. Xiaochan, Mu Ling and Tang were holding their bellies, including Sun Mu. Sun Mu's eyes were cold. You used poison, Han Fei didn't deny it. He simply spoke to Tang Gu, Xiaochan and Mu Ling telepathically, you go to the next floor first. Seeing that the situation here was already under control, Tang Gu entered the next floor without hesitation. But his face was weird when he left. He wondered why the poison would make people fart. Xiaochan already felt strongly uncomfortable. She ran off immediately. Because she was disgusted. Han Fei, on the other hand, cackled creepily. Do you think I would fight each and every one of you to get through? Let me tell you the truth. This poison is made by 1,000 spiritual herbs that I collected when I traveled the level 3 fishery. Its toxicity is unprecedented. Dreadful and mind-blowing, it will make you vomit and give you diarrhea for 7 days. If you don't have the antidote, you might as well start looking for a toilet. Han Fei shamelessly claimed that he was the inventor of the poison, because it could make him even more intimidating. Li Hai's voice rang in Han Fei's head, damn it. It's gross. You've pissed us off. Li Baizhou added, Fan Datong, come and duel with me if you think you're good. Why do you demean yourself by using such a lowly technique? Someone cursed angrily, *it. Give me the antidote. Pooh. Senior brother. Senior brother Fan. Antidote. Oh. Han Fei blinked his eyes. Stop speaking to me telepathically. My head is a mess when your voices are all in my head at the same time. I'll give the antidote to whoever voluntarily gives their sea-swallowing seashell to me. There are only 100 doses of the antidote, but there are clearly more than 100 people here. So, let's see which of you are faster. Someone cursed angrily, lunatic, you will make yourself a public enemy of all the major sects. Han Fei turned his head, only to see a young man who was glaring at him. Therefore, Han Fei smiled and said, okay, no antidote for you. But I won't give you a hard time. You can get the hell out of here. The man immediately turned grim. He wanted the antidote. Senior brother Fan. Senior brother Fan. Hurry. Antidote. I can't hold it anymore. Ji Wenchuan swam close. While he was on his way, obscure substances drifted out his pants. Han Fei's face instantly changed. He pointed at him and scolded, don't come closer. Didn't I ask you to leave? Why are you still here? Han Fei hesitated. Damn it. He really didn't want to give them the antidote. His identity as the last disciple of the Dean of the Grand Void Academy would be found out to be a lie the moment he got out of the steps into the sea. Wait. Han Fei suddenly thought of something. He snapped his fingers and gave Ji Wenchuan and Tian Shan 2 drops of the antidote. Han Fei simply said, Junior brother, finish it already. Tian Shan couldn't hold it any longer either. He was lying on the ground when the antidote was thrown to him. Immediately, he jumped with his last strength and swallowed the antidote. Seeing the filthy seawater behind him, Han Fei almost threw up. Han Fei suddenly took out a black cloak and put it on. Then, he placed the high hat of the threatening ghost above his head too. Han Fei had transformed back into one of the black and white ghosts. Everybody was stunned after seeing that. Sun Mu remarked, "You are indeed not a disciple of the Grand Void Academy." Han Fei's lips curled. "Wrong. Xie Shaoan and I laid low for 3 years in order to reclaim the glory of the Grand Void Academy in the fast before today. We, the black and white ghosts, are the ultimate weapons that the Grand Void Academy have developed. After today's battle, the Grand Void Academy will return to the peak again." Han Fei thought that, since nobody knew the black and white ghosts' background, and he was already impersonating the last disciple of the Dean of the Grand Void Academy, he might as well attach the black and white ghosts to the Grand Void Academy too. It was just another lie anyway. Immediately, Ji Wenxuan and Tian Yishan couldn't have looked more awful. They wondered if Han Fei was even their senior brother. Although they had been given the antidote, they both foresaw what would happen later. They would probably be beaten to death by everybody after they left the steps into the sea. "We're doomed." They looked at each other and instantly faded away. Han Fei was rather unhappy that 2 sea-swallowing seashells ran away with them, but it didn't matter, because he had blamed everything on the Grand Void Academy. By the time those people figured out that he wasn't with the Grand Void Academy, he and Xia Shaochan would probably already be out of the steps into the sea. After they returned to the boundless and free level 3 fishery, who could possibly catch him? Pooh. Pooh. Pooh, goo. Goo. EW. Han Fei kept a distance from them and protected himself well. Then he asked, "Nobody is willing to give their sea-swallowing seashells to me? That's fine. I don't want them anymore. I'm leaving. Bye, guys." Wait a moment. It was none other than Sun Mu, who was closest to Han Fei, and Li Hai and Li Baizhou, who called out to him first. They could barely hold themselves back anymore. As the disciples of major families, their pride forbade them from being humiliating in front of other people in such a way. They had even foreseen that everybody in the 1,000-star city would know. What? In the city. Immediately, Sun Mu and the Li twins threw their sea-swallowing seashells, too. Han Fei. The moment he accepted the sea-swallowing seashells, Han Fei smiled and tossed out doses of the antidote, which were mixed with impurities. However, it shouldn't be a problem for the antidote to suppress the poison for a while. With Sun Mu and the Li twins setting an example for them, hundreds of other people threw their sea-swallowing seashells to Han Fei. Han Fei almost failed to catch them all. Then, Han Fei tossed out a tremendous number of doses to the crowd. Then, Han Fei said to everybody telepathically, "I'm a man of my word. When I say I'll rob you, I won't kill you. Don't worry about your life." Everything was fine before Han Fei said that, but after he did, everyone wanted to cut him into pieces. Sun Mu and the Li twins seemed to be communicating telepathically, but Han Fei ability be restored so fast? However, in case those people got back to themselves, Han Fei continued, "I'll wait another 5 seconds. Those who don't give your sea-swallowing seashells to me won't need to." Pooh. Pooh. Amongst more farting noises, Han Fei received another batch of sea-swallowing seashells. After he collected the last sea-swallowing seashell, spiritual energy was already surging. He quickly faded out and entered the next level. Damn it! Li Hai shouted, I'll definitely kill him. Li Baizhou swore, he can't get away. I'll kill him the moment he returns to the 1,000-star city. Sun Mu had a cold gaze. Let's get out of here first. Many people were lost for words, as the filthy seawater couldn't be more disgusting. For a few sea-swallowing seashells after necessities and threw them into his sea-swallowing seashell. He was about to leave when he heard exclamations bursting out behind him. Yang Diu was rather stunned. Huh? What's this fuss about? Have any extraordinary treasures been found? Young master, I think someone just came out of the steps into the sea. Yang Diu was dazed for a moment. People come out of the steps into the sea all the time. Why are they so loud? Ho! Ho 000. Tell me where the people from the Grand Void Academy are. I'm going to kill them. Yang Diu was surprised to hear the roar that came from a distance. Huh. I think it's Li Hai's voice. Let's go and see if it's that son of a *ch. By the time Yang Diu arrived, he found that a lot of people from the major sects, including Sun Mu, had been gathered. Yang Diu was instantly amused. Hey, Sun Mu, why have you left too? Pooh. 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 A disciple of the Mountain Sea Pavilion suddenly began to fart in the crowd. Ew. Following him, someone else began to vomit. Shoot. The crowd instantly dispersed. How could they still be farting so loudly when they were already peak-level dangling fishers? Someone said in despair, huh. What's that smell? Yang Diu was lost for words. Are you done yet? What pills have you taken? Right when Yang Diu mocked them, Li Baizhou farted too. Sun Mu quickly flashed above the steps into the sea and vanished. Damn it. We were tricked. Aha. Son of a *ch. This isn't over yet. I'll get back to you. Get me a toilet already. I can't hold back anymore. Yang Diu and the other passers-by were all dumbfounded, wondering what could have possibly happened. After hearing how Fan Datong released poison on the 200th level of the steps into the sea, Yang Diu felt dizzy and chilled. He remarked in complicated feelings, thank God I got out earlier, otherwise, he trembled and laughed out aloud. Let's go. I feel really happy. Let's visit another treasure trove in a few days. But for now, let's find out which toilet Sun Mu is using. While Yang Diu was having fun with the show, other people weren't. They were. Rather. Ghosts made it to the 200th level and drove out the heavenly talents of the 1,000-star city. For a moment, the black and white ghosts became the most famous celebrities. Scholars even began to investigate the black and white ghosts' background. On the 201st level of the steps into the sea, Han Fei patted his chest and grinned. A bumper harvest. A bumper harvest it is. The hexagon starfish remarked, human being, I have a feeling that you will be beaten to death if you leave this place. Han Fei chuckled. Don't worry. I have the 1,000 faces technique. At this moment, Han Fei was even envious of the little fatty Chao Qiu, who was truly adept at invention and creation even though he was bad at fighting. When hundreds of people farted at the same time a moment earlier, even he almost failed to control himself and stop himself from throwing up. At this moment, Han Fei scanned the sea-swallowing seashells he just obtained. The more carefully he examined them, the more brilliant his smile became. Tisk, tsk. As expected of the disciples of the major sections. They really have lots of good stuff. If I sell all these sea-swallowing seashells to the Spectre, how much money can I get? 100 million? Grinning, Han Fei picked out all the soul crystals inside those sea-swallowing seashells. After he examined all the sea-swallowing seashells, Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that he had acquired almost 300 soul crystals. So, those people each had a soul crystal on average. Hiss. Not bad. Not bad at all. It's true that robbing is much easier than collecting. Han Fei looked around and didn't sense any shock in the water, so he simply sat down on the ground. 1. 2. After 2 soul crystals were absorbed, Han Fei was suddenly refreshed. He had the epiphany that it was possible to remember the God-scaring painting now. At this moment, 10 soul crystals had already been absorbed, but the soul crystals had no reaction at all. However, after he absorbed the 11th soul crystal, the God-scaring painting trembled in his head. Immediately, Han Fei's eyes glittered, and he kept having the soul crystals. 1. 2. 10. Absorbing another 10 soul crystals, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and released his mental perception. In the next second, Han Fei was dumbfounded. Huh. Han Fei rose quickly. This isn't right. Didn't they say that it's 50 meters? Why has the range of my perception been increased by 500 meters? The hexagon starfish asked, can I have a few soul crystals for all the contributions I made? Han Fei thought of something and immediately took out 10 soul crystals. Here, Mr. Hexagon Starfish. What's the range of your perception right now? The hexagon starfish found it hard to believe that Han Fei tossed 10 soul crystals in front of him. It laid its tentacles on the soul crystals, and the 10 soul crystals disappeared in the blink of an eye. The hexagon starfish said, the range of my perception is very large. It's even bigger than the big red trunk. Han Fei was rather intrigued. It's that huge? However, Han Fei had strong doubts about the hexagon starfish's math abilities. So, he took out his fishing pole and said, you sense the landing point of my fishing pole and tell me if you can feel it. 1,000 meters away. Han Fei asked, is it okay from here? The hexagon starfish replied, not a problem at all. 1,500 meters away. Han Fei asked, what about here? The hexagon starfish replied, not a problem at all. As it turned out, Han Fei's estimation wasn't wrong at all. The range of the hexagon starfish's perception was as far as 2,400 meters. Having just been increased by 500 meters, Han Fei only had a perception range of 1,000 meters in total. He wondered if it could be further increased if he kept absorbing the soul crystals. Han Fei said, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, digest them right now, don't keep any of the 10 soul crystals. The hexagon starfish found it rather unbelievable that Han Fei could be so generous, giving away 10 soul crystals at one time when he was usually mean and petty. Han Fei sat down and continued absorbing the soul crystals excitedly. 1. 2. At this moment, Han Fei felt that every single soul crystal had some effect. However, since he didn't remember more pieces of the God-scaring painting, Han Fei's range of perception wasn't really increased. However, after he absorbed another 10 soul crystals, and another piece of the God-scaring painting was remembered, Han Fei realized that his range of Perception had been expanded by another 500 meters. Shoot. Dumbfounded, Han Fei immediately looked at the hexagon starfish. Mr. Hexagon. Starfish, how is it going? How much has your perception range been expanded? The hexagon starfish? I haven't even begun to absorb them yet. Han Fei's heart was beating fast. Chao Qiao had mentioned that even Chao Tian's perception range was only 3,300 meters back then. Even if Chao Tian had grown stronger, he couldn't possibly sense things 4,000 meters away. If Han Fei's guess was correct, the expansion of his perception range had little to do with the soul crystals, which were merely keys to the God-scaring painting. The God-scaring painting was the real key to the expansion of his perception range. The hexagon starfish's 6 big eyes were rolling quickly like wheels, because it found that Han Fei was taking out 10 soul crystals every few hundred seconds, and he had repeated it almost 10 times. It was rather panicked as a starfish, and it didn't know where to place its tentacles. How can you be so fast? I haven't even digested the first soul crystal yet. But how many soul crystals have you taken in? 80? 100? Han Fei's nose was bleeding because of his excitement. That was because his perception range had been expanded to 5,000 meters. Yes. 5,000 meters, not a meter shorter. 30 pieces of the God-scaring painting had been remembered. At first, he only remembered 19 pieces, but after the crystals, Han Fei remembered another piece by absorbing yet another 10 soul crystals. But this time, the range of his perception wasn't expanded, although he remembered a new piece of the God-scaring painting. When Han Fei experimented again, he realized that he couldn't remember more of the God-scaring painting with 10 soul crystals anymore. Instead, he merely felt that his head was a lot clearer than before. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the hexagon starfish and asked suspiciously, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, do you think there's a bottleneck to perception range? The hexagon starfish stared at Han Fei with all its 6 big eyes. Your perception range has already hit the bottleneck? Han Fei was briefly stunned. I'm the one who's asking questions here. Tell me if there is a limit, and what one should do if he hits this limit. The hexagon starfish replied, that's a tricky question for me. However, I think one's perception range is definitely limited. Han Fei was slightly intrigued. Huh? How do you know? What's the reason for your claim? The hexagon starfish rolled its eyes and said, because of the limitation of the soul. When your soul can't bear your immense spiritual power, you will hit the bottleneck, won't you? Hiss. Han Fei was greatly enlightened. He had always thought that the soul equaled mental power. He was never able to distinguish between them, and nobody had ever told him about their difference. So, as it turned out, they weren't the same at all? The improvement of the soul would help the improvement of spiritual power, and the improvement of spiritual power would further expand one's perception range. Yes, that must be it. Han Fei glanced at the hexagon starfish and was secretly amazed by the amount of knowledge it possessed. Han Fei chuckled and asked, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, how can we improve the soul? Or rather, what is the soul exactly? The hexagon starfish moved its eyes left and right and said, I don't know. I'm just a starfish that was imprisoned for 300 years. Han Fei. Han Fei realized that the hexagon starfish probably really didn't know, as its perception range was only half of his own. He didn't think that the hexagon starfish had hit the bottleneck yet. After his perception range couldn't be expanded anymore, and he learned that it was impossible to improve his soul, Han Fei did not plan to continue absorbing the soul crystals. If his guess was correct, he was probably the person with the greatest perception range in the steps into the sea. Han Fei released his senses and felt everything within 5,000 meters. However, to his surprise, there was absolutely nobody within this range. Huh? Didn't they say that most people were at the 200th and the 201st floor? Why is there nobody here? Confused, Han Fei didn't set off to search for Xia Xiaochan and the others immediately. Instead, he took out 10 spiritual fruits, and, after thinking for a moment, 5 more before he began to offer sacrifices. However, although he offered 15 spiritual fruits, which contained 1,200,000 points of spiritual energy in total, the sacrificial ritual didn't work. You're truly greedy. Enlightened, Han Fei took out another 10 spiritual fruits, making an offering of 25 spiritual fruits in total. However, it didn't work either. Han Fei, this is downright robbery. I've offered 25 spiritual fruits, not 25 mid-quality pearls, alright? Han Fei immediately stored the rest of the spiritual fruits to himself. He didn't want to waste any more of them, as he didn't know how many spiritual fruits he would have to offer. At the current rate, assuming that he made all the offerings with spiritual fruits, he would run out of spiritual fruits in no more than 100 levels. Therefore, Han Fei took out a sea-swallowing seashell. He was too lazy to appraise the sea-swallowing seashell anymore. All he knew was that it contained a bunch of mystic stones, low-quality spiritual weapons, rare materials, uncommon fish, and miscellaneous items. However, he soon found that the sea-swallowing seashells he looted at the beginning weren't enough for the offerings either. He used 7 of the sea-swallowing seashells he obtained before the 100th level for the sacrificial ritual. After the sacrificial ritual was complete, a seed drifted out in the empty seawater. Hey! Am I so lucky? We've got a treasure. Huh? Wait. Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed greatly. He stomped on the ground and quickly retreated. Right when he was about to reach for the seed, he found that the seed was quickly expanding and enlarging. In the blink of an eye, the seed had grown to the size of a fist. Crack! The seed was cracking and turning larger and larger still. In only 2 seconds, it was already as tall as a kid. Also, it was growing at a quicker and quicker speed. When the crimson vines burst out from the bulging seed, data popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Demon-Shattering Vine. Introduction: This is a predator of the deep sea. It's strongly venomous and very tensile. Its vines are full of thorns. It feeds on large fish and shrimp. It goes on hunting by measuring the water current. It's very responsive to its surroundings. When it's mature, it will yield the demon spiritual fruit, which can increase the power of the soul. Level 38. Quality: Exotic. Spiritual energy, 2,908 points. Effect: Inedible. Collectible: Demon spiritual fruit. Unabsorbable. Frowning, Han Fei backed off for a few steps. This was the first and the only plant creature that he had summoned in the steps into the sea. Demon spiritual fruit? A spiritual fruit that can improve the power of the soul? At this moment, the demon-shattering vine was growing crazily. It took the plant no more than 10 seconds to grow to 3 meters tall from a seed. All of a sudden, Han Fei began to attack without considering too much. Who could tell for how long such a weird plant would grow for? It was only 3 meters tall for now. What if it grew to 30 meters or 300 meters tall? Seeing that nobody was around, Han Fei unleashed all the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. After the demon-shattering vines were cut off, Han Fei saw an astounding scene. He saw that the demon-shattering vines that he cut off were growing too. After only a short while, the demon-shattering vines had grown to 5 meters tall. Damn it! What is this thing? Suddenly, the hexagon starfish said, "This plant seems to have immense spiritual energy, but it's consuming the energy right now. Do you think you started the battle too early?" Han Fei slightly backed off and said, "Are you suggesting that I should wait until it grows large before I fight it?" The hexagon starfish said, "Actually, you can fight it right now. Though it has been split into many parts, its vitality is limited overall." Han Fei thought of something. Although he didn't know how the hexagon starfish could tell another creature's vitality, he didn't think that the hexagon starfish would lie to him. Therefore, Han Fei controlled the blue sea wandering dragon daggers and churned crazily again. Every one of the crimson demon-shattering vines was cut into pieces. Although the broken vines were still growing, they seemed to be only large in number and didn't show anything special. After several hundred seconds, what lay before Han Fei's eyes was a forest with a coverage of around 50 meters. At the center of the wood was a ragged main vine, which was surrounded by lesser vines that were dozens of meters long. All those vines were full of thorns, with red fluids dripping off now and then. Han Fei curled his lips. "Has it stopped growing?" The hexagon starfish replied, "I think so." "Then let's kill it first." There was no telling if it was because Han Fei had cut off the vines earlier. But although the vines were lunging at Han Fei like agile snakes and tentacles, they were chopped into pieces by Han Fei with the blue sea wandering dragon daggers before they could reach Han Fei at all. When they were chopped into pieces this time, they were really dead, because the vines that were dozens of meters long all disappeared. After only a second, the demon-shattering vines that had a coverage of 50 square meters had been reduced to only 10 square meters, with only the main vine left under Han Fei's chopping. Hee. "I thought it would be difficult to deal with this thing," the hexagon starfish said. "This doesn't look right. It should be very powerful, but it was cut by you at the very beginning. If you had allowed it to grow, it would have been much bigger than right now." Han Fei set in. "Despise, it may be big, but so what? It's just a vine anyway." Hardly had he said that when Han Fei shot out an arrow that burst out on the main trunk of the demon-shattering vines, causing a huge hole on the trunk. Right when Han Fei was ready to finish off the demon-shattering vines, he suddenly sensed that a young man in white clothes was coming to his place at a high speed. "Finally, somebody is here?" Bam! 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 Shooting out almost 10 arrows and causing explosions again and again, he shattered the demon-shattering vines. After the demon-shattering vines disappeared, a crimson fruit floated in the water. It was round and seemed to have a very thin skin. "This is the demon spiritual fruit?" Han Fei grabbed the demon spiritual fruit and threw it into Forge the Universe. Then, his bow and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers were recalled into his body too. In Han Fei's hand, he was only holding a wet stone and a kitchen knife. 2 seconds later, a young man in white came close with a smile. Did you summon the demon-shattering vines? The young man in white looked at Han Fei with a smile like a courteous scholar. He seemed warm, sunny, and amicable. Han Fei curled his lips. That's right. How may I help you? The young man in white softly extended his hand and waved in the water. Then he closed his eyes and released his senses. Sharp daggers and sharp arrows. You are a strong soul warrior. You aren't from the Thousand-Star City, are you? Han Fei didn't say anything, but he thought to himself, what are you trying to say? The young man chuckled and put his hands back into his long sleeves. Okay. Give me the demon spiritual fruit, and there won't be any conflict between us. Han Fei chuckled. I have a lot of personal experience in robbery, and I've never seen a robber who's so brazen. Han Fei said casually, what if I don't give it to you? The young man in white said, then why don't we have a contest? I happen to be feeling bored, and you don't seem to be weak at all. Should we have a game? Han Fei said with a faint smile, okay. Let's have a game. After he finished, the seawater began to tremble in agitation around them. Swirls appeared out of nowhere between them and revolved crazily. When the aura in the young man in white soared and gradually reached the level of a peak-level dangling fisher, Han Fei frowned. This man doesn't seem very interesting, but I do think that something is wrong. Voila! Suddenly, Han Fei lowered his head, only to see a weird array under his feet. Han Fei was puzzled. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, why did you set up an array for no good reason? The Hexagon Starfish replied, I didn't set up any array. Han Fei's face slightly changed. It was the young man in white on his opposite side who set up the array. But when exactly did he establish the array under his feet? Also, the array was the simplest confinement array. Han Fei grunted, and dozens of cracks appeared on the confinement array. Han Fei said with a smile, you've given me a gift, and I'll return one too. You. 6-gate array. When the purple light emerged, Han Fei saw a white flash in the seawater, and the 6-gate array missed the target. Han Fei's eyes almost bulged out after seeing that. He didn't expect that someone could be even faster than himself. Boom. Right, while the young man in white was dodging the 6-gate array, Han Fei pointed the confinement array with the needle in his head, and the confinement array broke into pieces after an explosion. The two of them looked at each other in the water, and neither of them was trapped by the enemy. The smile on the young man's face was less obvious than before. If my guess is correct, it was a hexagon starfish that set up the array just now, wasn't it? Han Fei was wearing the same smile. He had met another man who had recognized the hexagon starfish through the 6-gate array without even seeing the hexagon starfish for real. The hexagon starfish couldn't be more panicked at this moment. Let's run. I think my life is at risk. Han Fei said, shut up. We've been through too many things. You think we should run whenever we meet a random person? You should have been named Hexagon Runner instead of Hexagon Starfish. The young man in white spoke telepathically. It's a surprise that you have a mysterious creature. You must be extraordinary. However, are you strong enough? Then, the young man in white disappeared in the water. After that, Han Fei could see nothing but overlapping flashes of light around him. It was not a weapon or a battle technique, the flashes were exactly the young man in white himself. Han Fei was lost for words. He had never seen anyone who was so fast as to run. around him dozens of times in the blink of an eye. In terms of speed, he had been completely defeated. But Han Fei simply said telepathically, "You think being a fast runner is something? Idiot." Not caring about the flashes at all, Han Fei simply walked straight to the bottom of the sea. He already made up his mind. "I don't care if you simply run around me, but let's see if you have the courage to hit me." As it turned out, the flashes circled and suddenly emerged behind Han Fei, and a narrow sword detoured and tried to attack Han Fei's cheek. However, Han Fei simply ignored the sword and slashed backwards with his knife. Unsurprisingly, he missed his target. The young man in white did not anticipate that Han Fei would be so determined to hurt him even if it meant being badly wounded by him. Han Fei watched the narrow sword brushing past his chest without even breaking his skin. He sneered coldly. "Wussy, have you never fought anyone before? You think being fast is something? I'll cut you into 2 parts if you dare to show up in front of me again." The young man's face slightly changed, as if he had been provoked by Han Fei. He turned into a flashing character again and attacked in a similar way to Xia Shachan's thousand-strike technique. For a moment, Han Fei really thought that many people were attacking him simultaneously from all directions so fast that he couldn't defend himself at all. Humph. Walla. He swept the blood-drinking knife, and all the shadows nearby backed off. A sword blinked dozens of times, and Han Fei finally saw that his attack was blocked. By the time the young man in white showed up again, Han Fei looked at him with a fake smile. "Does speed mean anything? You are so weak that you can't even resist one attack from me in a head-on clash. TSK, TSK. Yet you think you can rob me of my demon spiritual fruit? Is there something wrong with your head?" The young man in white blushed in embarrassment under Han Fei's mockery and completely lost his cool. He simply asked, "Who are you? Is it your business? You aren't qualified to ask me questions until you can beat me." After that, Han Fei simply ignored him and swam away in a random direction. He decided to find Xia Shaochan, Tang Ge, and the others first. It was needless to say that Tang Ge must be waiting for him somewhere on this level. However, after he swam for a moment, the young man in white appeared again. At this moment, he seemed to have recovered from his sense of frustration. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at him. "What do you want? Another fight?" The young man said, "I've thought it through. I'm not weak. Just now, you attacked with your knife once, but I blocked it by using my sword 17 times. It's not because my defense was weak. I'm pretty sure that I used the power at least at the level of a peak-level dangling fishers every time. However, it took me 17 times to block your one time, which means that you're much stronger than you look. Therefore, a man like you can't be anyone ordinary." Han Fei tilted his head. "That's all you have figured out after such a long time of analysis?" The young man in white continued, "Although I don't know whether the hexagon starfish is your spiritual beast or your contractual spiritual beast, I'm pretty sure that you are definitely as good as any ultimate heavenly talent in the 7 major sects of your age. I think that we can make friends with each other since we are of similar ages." Huh. Lost for words, Han Fei glanced at him and said, "Sorry, I'm not interested. I'm going to hit you if you keep following me." After a brief silence, the young man in white said, "You can't hit me. Nobody in the 7 major sects or The eminent families can keep up with my speed. Huh? Han Fei's eyes slightly constricted. This man was really confident, if not arrogant. However, he had to admit that the man was really fast. But should the man really be so arrogant? The young man in white said, I am Yi Baiyu. What's your name? Han Fei came to a stop. You're Yi Baiyu? Yi Baiyu was briefly stunned. You know me? Then how come I don't know you? On his way, Han Fei had heard Yi Baiyu, Chenouchen, and other names too many times from Cao Qiu. He had always thought that the people that Cao Qiu couldn't stop talking about must be very strong. Actually, Yi Baiyu was indeed very strong. It was even safe to say that nobody at his level could beat him when he was at his highest speed. For people like Yang Diyu, they could easily crush Yi Baiyu if Yi Baiyu was frozen. However, once Yi Baiyu started moving, it was absolutely impossible for those people to touch him. The only difference between Han Fei and Yang Diyu was that Han Fei was much sturdier than him. Yi Baiyu could defeat Yang Diyu, but could never defeat Han Fei, because Han Fei wasn't scared of Yi Baiu's sword at all. However, if Yi Baiyu was using a divine weapon, Han Fei felt rather insecure at the thought of that. No, what if this man does have a divine weapon? He didn't believe that the big families from the Thousand-Star City wouldn't have divine weapons at all. If Yi Baiyu was holding one of the divine weapons, he could probably kill Han Fei in less than a minute. Seeing that Han Fei was frowning, Yi Baiyu asked, What's on your mind? Han Fei asked, How fast can you be? There was pride on Yi Baiu's face when he talked about his speed. I can't tell for sure. If your current speed is 1, mine is probably 10, and it can go up to 20 if I were to unleash my extreme abilities. Han Fei was instantly dumbfounded. He wasn't slow at all at this moment. He was at about half of his highest speed. Did it mean that Yi Baiyu was 10 times faster than himself? His speed could be 4 times as fast if he fully carried out the shadow swimming art. If he attached little gold to himself, the number could go up to 6 or 7. Han Fei's eyes cramped. If he was in his best state, after he activated the majestic mystic spell, his speed might be able to surpass 10. While the majestic mystic spell could increase his damage by almost 5 times, Han Fei wasn't sure how much it could improve his speed. Could it make him faster than Yi Baiyu? Han Fei suddenly asked, What would you think if I had your speed? That'd be impossible. Yi Baiyu replied resolutely and bluntly, I am one of a kind. I have a growing spiritual heritage that's focused on speed, and my naturally endowed spiritual beast. You wouldn't know it even if I told you. In general, it's very fast. Han Fei grinned. What if I were as fast as you? Yi Baiyu considered it carefully and said, With your sturdiness and my speed, and considering the intensity of the attack you launched just now, you will be among the top 10 experts in the entire Thousand-Star City. Only the top 10? Yi Baiyu trembled and nearly fell off. He said, almost lost for words, only the top 10? Do you have any idea how terrifying the top 10 experts of the Thousand-Star City are? You would be invincible until the day you die. Han Fei was intrigued. It did sound rather impressive. Before he met Yi Baiyu, Han Fei had never thought that he was slow, but at this moment, he had a new understanding. Earlier, he didn't have enough spiritual energy, and he never had the chance to practice the best speed-type battle techniques. But things were different now. Now that he had spiritual energy that he Probably couldn't use up any time soon. How could he be the champion of the level 3 fishery without making the best use of it? But Han Fei suddenly changed the topic. You may be fast, but so what? Strength is all that matters. However fast you are, can you escape at ease after you kill anyone on a dragon boat? You can't. But you can do that if you are extremely strong. That's pure nonsense. Yi Baiyu sneered. The dragon boats are supervised by peak-level hanging fishers. Even if you are the strongest peak-level dangling fisher, who's unbelievably strong, you might find it impossible to get away from experts on that level, but I can. The peak-level hanging fishers can't leave the dragon boats, and it's impossible for them to catch me with their fishing techniques. Wait, you're eliciting information from me. Han Fei grinned wide and said, TSK. I just realized that you are a good fella. Yi Baiyu thought of something. Are you planning to kill anyone on the dragon boats? Hee. You can't do it. You're too slow. Han Fei shrugged. Did I mention that I would kill anyone on the dragon boats? Yi Baiyu stared at Han Fei, as if he were trying to see the secrets in his heart. Who are you exactly? Han Fei's lips suddenly curled. Me? I am Fan Datong, one of the awe-inspiring black and white ghosts in the level 3 fishery. You are a food bucket? Han Fei's face changed. You are a food bucket. I am. Wandering casually to Han Fei's side, Yi Baiyu opened his hands and asked. Who gave you your name? Your awesome appearance is completely ruined by your name. Also, why is your name not on the wanted list of the dragon boats? Han Fei rolled his eyes. When was the last time you checked the wanted list? Yi Baiyu replied, about 2 months ago. TSK. 2 months is enough time for the wanted list to be completely renewed. Yi Baiyu nodded. It does make sense. Suddenly, Yi Baiyu's face changed. Someone's here. Yi Baiyu swooshed and disappeared from Han Fei. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 meters away. Han Fei was truly impressed by his speed. However, even though Yi Baiyu was fast, his perception range was not as wide as Han Fei's, and Han Fei had already sensed that Tengu was coming. Hugh. Yi Baiyu returned as fast as he went away. He said to Han Fei in excitement. It's going to be bad for you. A strong enemy is coming. If you give me the demon spiritual fruit, I may consider taking you away. How does that sound? Han Fei grinned. If you give me your sea-swallowing seashell, I may consider making friends with you. Yi Baiyu was lost for words. Courtesy is what matters in friendship. It's outrageous of you to ask for my sea-swallowing seashell. And it isn't outrageous of you to ask for my demon spiritual fruit? Naturally, Han Fei would not give away the demon spiritual fruit easily. He felt that it was quite unusual that he had summoned a plant. If Yi Baiyu weren't here, he would have studied it right here and now. As they talked, Tengu had already entered their sight. Not just that, Han Fei also sensed Chao Qiao, Wang Zitian, and Mu Ling 10 kilometers away. Tengu looked at Yi Baiyu instead of Han Fei first. Frowning, he pointed his spear at Yi Baiyu and said, Get lost. Tengu, I've never done you wrong. Besides, you can't hit me even if you wanted to. Don't be so cocky. Han Fei grinned. But we can work together to hit you. Yi Baiyu was stunned. He suddenly asked, Do you know each other? So you're From the Thousand-Star City, after all? But why have I never met you before? Han Fei said, it's because you're too fast to make any friends. Yi Baiyu. Yi Baiyu smiled and said, you can't catch me or hit me. So, why don't I exchange soul crystals for your demon spiritual fruit? Tang Ge frowned. The demon spiritual fruit? Han Fei asked telepathically, do you know of it? Tang Ge replied, yes. It's a spiritual fruit that can build up one's soul. It's extremely rare. Countless people make offerings in the steps into the sea every day, but few of them ever get one. Han Fei looked at Yi Baiyu. What's the exchange rate exactly? Yi Baiyu said, I'll give you 10 soul crystals for your demon spiritual fruit. Han Fei's eyes slightly trembled. This pretty boy has 10 soul crystals? Han Fei grinned and said, 10 soul crystals? I can get that by robbing 2 random guys of their sea-swallowing seashells. Why would I give away the demon spiritual fruit for that? Yi Baiyu furrowed his brow. 10 is not a small number. The productivity of the soul crystals is no higher than that of the demon spiritual fruit. I'm generous enough to give you 10. Han Fei spat a bubble at Yi Baiyu and said, no. If you want to trade for it, you'll have to give 100 soul crystals. Pooh. Yi Baiyu was so infuriated that he actually laughed. You're truly greedy. You can't get 100 soul crystals unless you rob everybody in the steps into the sea. If I had so many soul crystals, would I even need to trade with you for the demon spiritual fruit? Han Fei shrugged. Then let's forget it. For a moment, they were caught in an impasse. Yi Baiyu stared at Han Fei and Tang Ge for a while and eventually decided to leave. But then, he sensed that more people were coming. Cao Qiao, Mu Ling, Wang Erjian. The moment he saw Yi Baiyu, Cao Qiao cried out, Fan Datong, kill him. Kill him. Now. He has lots of treasures. Yi Baiyu looked at Han Fei. You all know each other? Am I the only one who doesn't know you? Why? Han Fei grinned and said, because. Look at your back. As he talked, Han Fei suddenly moved. The wedding stone in his hand was enlarged by dozens of meters, and the blood-drinking knife was unleashed. On Tang Ji's side, he raised his spear, jumped, and slashed it down. All the seawater within 100 meters was surging. Wang Erjian's 2 swords floated and dispersed into overwhelming shadows, blocking one direction. With unusual walls, Mu Ling soon created confinement arrays, killing arrays, wall arrays, and shield arrays. As for Cao Qiao, a blazing fish appeared before him, and the most brilliant flash glowed in the water. For a moment, nobody could keep their eyes open, and they could only detect the surroundings with their other senses. Then, after a flash, the area within 100 meters was covered by an illusion. Yi Baiyu was completely dumbfounded. Who have I possibly pissed off? Why are so many people attacking me all of a sudden? Although all his 4 directions were blocked, Yi Baiyu deserved to be the fastest man on his level. He moved as quickly as a lightning bolt in the seawater, and none of the attacks really hurt him. What made Yi Baiyu even more speechless was the fact that all the water within his sight was turning into swords. He could only sense the overwhelming sword qi and sea swords in all directions. I'll blink. Bam. In the next second, Yi Baiyu crashed into a purple barrier. Yi Baiyu asked, when did you set up the 6-gate array? Han Fei grinned. When you found that you couldn't escape in any direction. And when you noticed that the swords were coming Look, like I already told you before, being fast is a good thing, but you're too weak. You can't do anything if you're only fast. Actually, Han Fei was having cold sweats, because Yi Baiyu was too fast. If he hadn't used the infinity water at the very beginning, if he hadn't informed his gang with his extraordinary perception range, if Cao Qiu hadn't blinded him, and if his partners here weren't all the best of their professions, it would have been impossible for him to imprison Yi Baiyu. The spirit forbidden net fell, and Yi Baiyu was about to be caught. Han Fei was already going to laugh out loud when he saw a white mark appear inside the six-gate array, and nothing could be seen except a white fish skin inside the six-gate array. Dumbfounded, Han Fei asked in shock, he escaped? The hexagon starfish was stunned too. That can't be right. I didn't sense anything unusual with the array. Cao Qiu exclaimed, damn it. It's the star teleportation technique of the Yi family. I didn't know that he already picked it up. Mu Ling said, he's a genius. Tang Gu was silent. He simply gazed at the white fish skin, as if he was thinking if he was really as strong as he thought himself to be. Han Fei cried, my soul crystals are gone. Everyone. Suddenly, a voice came from far away. Fan Datong, I'll remember you. Like I said, I'm unparalleled in this world in terms of speed. Let's meet again after I get an offensive technique to kill you. Yi Baiyu was gone, leaving Han Fei and the others staring at each other. Seeing that everybody was deep in thought, Han Fei couldn't help but ask. What exactly is the star teleportation technique? Cao Qiu slightly shook his head. I'm not sure, but every major family in the Thousand-Star City has their legacies. Most of those legacies are the weird techniques that can almost be called taboo. They are gradually accumulated over time by the ancestors of those families. Han Fei suddenly asked, is that what Sun Mu's immortal slaying formation is? Cao Qiu nodded. Yes, that formation technique is just like the star teleportation technique. However, it's extremely difficult to practice those battle techniques. More often than not, people give up after a long time of trying to grasp them. Wang Zetian said casually, you think the immortal slaying formation you saw was good enough? In fact, Sun Mu might have not fully grasped it yet. Han Fei's eyes cramped. What about the star teleportation technique? He escaped when it was impossible for him to flee even with a flash stone? Cao Qiu said, I'm not sure. How can I know the technique so clearly? I've not practiced it at all. Mu Ling smiled and said, the flash stone is only the most basic way of escaping. In fact, there are quite a few arrays that can block flash stones. But of course, it's still most cost-effective to use flash stones in the Level 3 fishery. You can hardly be blocked unless you're in special cases. Tang Gu had been silent the whole time. He spoke to Han Fei alone. Telepathically, I don't think anybody is on this floor. Don't hang around with Cao Qiu anymore. He's up to no good. He only cooperates with you because he can blame everything he does on you later. Han Fei replied, I know. I was going to dump him anyway. On the other hand, Han Fei looked at Cao Qiu and the others. Have you seen Xie Xiaochan? Cao Qiu said, no. Right, where is she now? Han Fei said to Tang Gu telepathically, you go away with Mu Ling first. I'll catch up with you later. Tang Gu simply said to Mu Ling, let's go first. Mu Ling looked at Han Fei and slightly nodded. Then the two of them left quickly. After they disappeared from his sight, Chow Chou finally remarked in surprise. Huh. I don't know when it started, but I have this feeling that Tengu has become our ally. Han Fei said, that's because we respect and appreciate each other. Wang Zetian frowned. He does not seem hostile to you, which doesn't match his personality. Han Fei said with a smile, what's his personality? Wang Zetian remarked, he is decent and can't stand any injustice. At the very least, he generally won't hang around with people like you. Han Fei became gloomy. Make yourself clear. What kind of person am I? Wang Zetian chuckled and said, you rob everybody you can rob and achieve your purpose through whatever means possible. You and Chow Chou are the same. Han Fei snorted. So what? We folk from the countryside are different from city residents. He said lazily, forget it, forget it. It's time that we split apart. Chow Chou. You don't really want to kill them, do you? Actually, you only want to annoy them, trick them, and shake their confidence. Hey, I can take that blame for you. However, this 201st level seems to have been cleared by someone. So, this is where our trip together ends. You can decide to stay or leave on your own. Chow Chou said quickly, don't. We've been together for so many floors. We're friends. Han Fei scoffed. Friends? Fine. Let's talk about our friendship when I become the master of the 1,000-star city. Chasing after Han Fei, Chow Chou asked, that will be a long time that I'll have to wait. We're already great friends right now. I think that if we stick together, we may surpass the 250th floor and break my elder brother's record. Han Fei stared at Chow Chou with a faint smile for such a long time that the little fatty felt uncomfortable. Chow Chou stepped back and said embarrassedly, what's wrong? Han Fei said with a smile, you only want us to fight for you for free, right? Surpass the 250th floor? You want me to take you there, or you want Wang Erjian to take you? Enough. You can go to whichever floor you want on your own, but I won't help you. 200 floors are already good enough for you. Don't forget that you only made it to the 148th level last time. Han Fei walked away without looking back, leaving Chow Chou where he was. Wang Zetian came close and said, let's go and find a place to make offerings. Chow Chou snorted. I thought we were already good friends. Wang Zetian slightly shook his head. You only hung around with us because of your own interests. Do you really think we're friends? You needed him to help you deal with Sun Mu and his partners. We know that he can't kill Sun Mu, but we've basically achieved our purpose. I estimate that Sun Mu and his subordinates must be vomiting and having diarrhea outside. Han Fei seems to hold a grudge against Sun Mu for reasons I don't know, or else there would be no reason for him to accompany you. Or maybe, there's another possibility. He was merely trying to get more sea-swallowing seashells. Chow Chou secretly glanced at Wang Zetian and thought to himself, if I tell you that Fan Datong is actually Han Fei. But wait, Wang Zetian doesn't know who Han Fei is yet. Thinking about that, Chow Chou suddenly said, forget it. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go out. Wang Zetian's eyes looked straight at him. We're already on the 200th floor. But you're quitting? Chow Chou wiggled and said, why should we keep fighting? We can't break my older brother's record anyway, even if we are to keep fighting. So why bother? We might as well go out and mock those people. Right, I'm going back to the Thousand-Star City and telling everybody how they were humiliated. Wang Zetian. Han Fei actually quite liked the little fatty from the Chow family. However, he had noticed since a long time ago that, even though Cao Qiu was self-willed, the 7 major sects and the descendants of the big families all went easy on him. It certainly suggested that the Chow family was quite renowned in the Thousand-Star City. Besides, those people kept a respectful attitude when they knew that Cao Qiu was going to attack them, which suggested something even more. Although they robbed and beat Cao Qiu after they saw him, they didn't really hurt him. That was definitely a concession. If Han Fei made friends with such an influential man as Cao Qiu, he might accidentally get himself killed someday. It was a stupid thing to try to join a circle that one didn't belong to. A moment later, Han Fei already found Tang Gu, who didn't go far away and stayed in Han Fei's range of perception. Seeing Han Fei, Tang Gu grinned and gave Han Fei a bear hug. How is it going? How do you feel after the 200th floor? Han Fei glimpsed aside, and Mu Ling said, "You brothers keep chatting. I'll take a walk." Watching Mu Ling leave, Han Fei couldn't help but compliment him. "Nice. You've got a considerate girlfriend." What are you talking about? She's not my. Han Fei patted Tang Ji's shoulder. Okay, stop lying. You obviously like her. If you're bold enough to scold those descendants of the big families, why should you be afraid of having a girlfriend? As he spoke, Han Fei waved his hand, and a sea-swallowing seashell fell before Tang Gu. Take this. We're brothers. You used to take good care of me. I certainly can't let you walk away empty-handed now that I've found something. Tang Gu frowned. Are you talking about materials with me? How can I take anything from you? I've got lots of spoils myself. I robbed many people on the upper levels. Han Fei smiled. Just keep it. I have a tremendous number of sea-swallowing seashells in my storage. You can keep the dozens of sea-swallowing seashells you have to yourself. Also, what do you mean by take anything from me? Everything I have is shared between us. Inside this sea-swallowing seashell are some soul crystals. My perception range has already hit its limit, so they're useless to me now. They're all for you. Soul crystals? Stunned, Tang Gu accepted the sea-swallowing seashell and examined it, only to see 100 soul crystals inside with millions of mid-quality pearls. His eyes cramped as he asked, "Where did you get so many of them?" Han Fei replied with a smile, "I got them through robbery. The Thousand-Star City is not the same as the Blue Sea Town. You think I don't know that? For example, none of the guys on the 200th floor are simple. We don't have rich families to support us like them, so we must make a fortune on our way. In any case, we can't be bested by them." Tang Gu hesitated. But. No buts. We've been brothers for life. After the trip to the steps into the sea, we'll be separated again and won't meet until I come to the Thousand-Star City. I don't want to hear stories of the fall of the unparalleled genius Tang Gu after I reach the Thousand-Star City someday. Tang Gu laughed. That's impossible. Han Fei grinned. Then keep it. Also, don't go after Sun Mu and his people again. Look, I dared to beat him up, but I don't really have the courage to kill him. However, just because I dare not kill him right now doesn't mean that I dare not do that in the future. One day, I'm going to settle the score with him. While he was talking, Han Fei noticed that Tengu was gazing at him. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Tengu said in comfort, "Han Fei, you're different now. You're more confident, optimistic, and powerful. More importantly, you're very smart." Pa. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "Stop bulls ting me. Okay, I won't be with you for the rest of the journey. I need to find Xia Xiaochan and continue exploring the steps into the sea. Our path has only just begun." Holding the sea-swallowing seashell, Tengu nodded heavily. "Okay. When you come to the Thousand-Star City in the future, I want to see her in her real appearance. What kind of girl can possibly make you so enamored?" "Haha. She's extraordinarily beautiful. But I wouldn't say that I'm enamored. That girl has always been a great troublemaker." A moment later, seeing that Han Fei and Tengu walked to her with a smile, Mu Ling knew that they had finished talking. After he came close, Han Fei said, "Sister-in-law, I'm going. You must invite me to your wedding." Bye. Both Mu Ling and Tengu blushed. But Han Fei had left without looking back. He waved at them behind his back. Watching Han Fei leave, Tengu clenched his fists and mumbled, "Rest assured. By the time you come to the Thousand-Star City, I'll definitely be the best of the city." Mu Ling softly grabbed Tang Ji's arm. "This brother of yours is truly big heart. He. At this moment, Mo Fian did not know yet that she had survived a disaster, thanks to her wariness. As far as she knew, it was highly unusual that Cao Qiu and the others would all run away at a crucial moment. She knew that Cao Qiu was quite nice to his friends even though he could be naughty and mischievous. Many people might want to cut him to pieces when they first meet him, but they will protect him in real emergencies. Therefore, she realized that Cao Qiu definitely had good reasons to escape. Going down to the 201st floor, Mo Fian didn't make any offerings. She wasn't here to fight, but to seek answers to her questions. She felt rather weird when she found nobody on the 201st floor. By logic, those who made it to the 201st floor should be stronger than those on the 200st floor. So, who cleared them up? While she was looking for other people, the seawater began to tremble violently, indicating that an intense battle was happening somewhere. Mo Fian, as another heavenly talent, would never miss drama. She immediately swam to the battlefield. On her way, she found that a slim man was swimming in the same direction. Huh? Isn't he the man who was with Cao Qiu earlier? Shua. Her soft sword was unsheathed, and it flashed in the water. Mo Fian stopped before the man and giggled. "Hello, handsome. Where are you going?" Xia Xiaochan was stunned at first after she saw Mo Fian. Then she was disgusted by Mo Fian's sexy and charming posture. Disgusting. Mo Fian immediately had a long face. As a man, shouldn't you compliment a woman as beautiful as me? Why are you disgusted? Mo Fian's face was cold. Say that again, I dare you. Disgusting. 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 Stop twisting your body while you're talking. No guys like that. Mo Fian? Mo Fian was so amused that she asked back, "What kind of woman do you think men like?" Xia Xiaochan said straightforwardly, "Women who are good fighters." Mo Fian? Mo Fian almost laughed out aloud. What kind of man was this? It was truly Hilarious. She had never heard a man claiming that he liked a girl who was good at fighting. She wondered whether this man was a masochist or if there was something wrong with his head. Xia Xiaochan thought for a moment and realized that Han Fei was exactly like that, so she nodded affirmatively. That's right. Women like you are too. Disgusting. Shut up. Shua. Mo Fian launched a sword flash without any hesitation. However, Xia Xiaochan was too strong to be cut by her. She blew up the sword flash with her sword. Easily. Xia Xiaochan said coldly, I knew that you were an evil woman. Now that we've met, you have to submit your sea-swallowing seashell. Mo Fian was briefly stunned. Is this man so stupid? Is he really more interested in my sea-swallowing seashell than myself? However, Mo Fian's heart was tightened in the next moment as the man was extraordinarily fast. Having covered herself in a male appearance with the metamorphosis water, Xia Xiaochan resumed her identity as a hunter. She entered her stealth state the moment the battle began. Almost in the blink of an eye, Xia Xiaochan had stabbed 2 daggers at Mo Fian. Mo Fian didn't know that Xia Xiaochan had directly teleported herself over. If she had known that, there was no telling how she would react. Cling. Cling. Xia Xiaochan's dagger brushed past Mo Fian's waist and left a huge cut in her clothes. But underneath her clothes was a layer of fish-scale armor. 7 tails. Something moved under Mo Fian's feet, and 7 chains that looked like centipedes emerged amidst the sword chi. The 2 sides of the chains were both sharp edges. The 7 tails looked a bit like Han Fei's 9-star chain, which Xia Xiaochan was so familiar with that she could predict what Mo Fian would do next with her eyes closed. Therefore, while the 7 tails were sweeping the air, Mo Fian discovered, to her surprise, that a wound was left on her body after almost each second. Her spiritual energy protective cover had been shattered, but her 7 tails hadn't even touched Xia Xiaochan yet. Humph. I'm going to pierce through your iron shell. For a moment, the seawater was full of swooshing shadows. Without any hesitation, Mo Fian held her amulets in her hands, only to watch the amulets being slashed dozens of times in the blink of an eye. When 2 ferocious daggers were stabbed at her, one of Mo Fian's amulets was cut to pieces. Mo Fian couldn't be more shocked, wondering which heavenly talent she had run into again, and why she did not recognize this man who must be an extraordinary disciple in the 7 major sects with his strength, his battle tricks, and his speed. Yes, he was just like that Fan Datong, who was strong enough to confront the immortal slaying formation by himself even though nobody recognized him. Poison explosion. As the black mist spread out, Mo Fian narrowed her eyes and observed again, only to see that the man was holding a spiritual fruit and chewing a spiritual fruit 100 meters away while looking back at her. Xia Xiaochan asked, are you not using your full strength? Why are you so weak? Mo Fian's head almost exploded. I'm weak? She said coldly, you obnoxious man, you've infuriated me. You like girls who are good fighters, don't you? Then let me show you what a good fighter should be like. After she finished, an enormous eel 30 meters long appeared. However, this eel was a bizarre shape and had 7 tails. EW. They're not centipedes, are they? Xia Xiaochan frowned in disgust. Why is your spiritual beast so ugly? Mo Fian couldn't take it anymore. How many times had she been insulted since they met? The man's scornful eyes and his sounds of disgust were particularly agitating for her. Ugly? Ignorant man. Never say ugly to a girl in your next life. Shwa. 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 The enormous eel was instantly split apart into 7. Triggered by Imophian's thought, the 7 enormous eels turned into 7 overwhelming streams that raised all the seawater within 100 meters. Chilla. Electricity suddenly burst out, and blue arcs were spreading out in the water. Xia Xiaochan disappeared the moment the eel turned into water. She was so fast that she turned into a shadow that escaped Imophian's attention. Poochie. While Imophian was busy looking for her target, she felt that her waist was stabbed. She lowered her head, only to see a hand on her abdomen. Bam! Xia Xiaochan was flung away, and a weird and eerie power was taking shape. Beside Imophian, electric arcs were still flashing around Xia Xiaochan, and her face was slightly pale. These electric arcs are not bad. They're much better than the electricity from the piercing electricity jellyfish and the dragon eels. Feeding a dosage of healing pills to herself, Imophian declared angrily. Don't compare my 7-tailed poisonous eel to those garbage creatures, you filthy man. Xia Xiaochan snorted. However, it's not exactly irresistibly powerful. What else have you got? I'm told that you're on par with Sun Mu and Yang Diu, but so far, you look weaker than them. Don't say that I'm weak, or that I'm ugly. First move of the water dragon. Chant, twin dragons, playing pearls. Xia Xiaochan looked around and quickly entered her stealth state. The seawater on her side surged, and 2 enormous water dragons were formed and lunged at her. Blink. Xia Xiaochan realized, to her surprise, that she had been restrained by the seawater. Seeing that Xia Xiaochan was out of her stealth state, Imophian said coldly. Sun Mu has the immortal slaying formation, but I have the water dragon. Chant. Do you really think I'm only pretty? The pressure around her grew larger and larger. Also, the 2 water dragons were too enormous for Xia Xiaochan to flash away. At this moment, a shadow flashed out of the center of Xia Xiaochan's eyebrow. H000. Xia Xiaochan opened her mouth and let out a real dragon roar that echoed in the water. The 2 water dragons that were going to attack Xia Xiaochan were instantly blown up and annihilated by the dragon roar. Pooh. Imophian wasn't far away from Xia Xiaochan. Under the unexpected roar, she felt that all her internal organs were trembling, and she vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Who are you exactly? Imophian was shocked. Who was this man that had broken the water dragon chant? With 1 attack? Where exactly did Chao Qiao find these 2 men? Xia Xiaochan said coldly, do you have any more moves? If you don't, it's time for me to attack you. Maybe because the sound transmitted faster in water, but Han Fei had arrived before the battle between Xia Xiaochan and Imophian was over. The moment she saw Han Fei, Imophian squeezed a flash stone and escaped without any hesitation. Imophian felt that these 2 people were too uncanny. They were supposed to be geniuses with unusual talents, but they had never been known. She could barely deal with either of them, and now that Fan Datong, who single-handedly confronted the immortal slaying formation, was here, she could only run. Imophian didn't think that her water dragon chant was as powerful as the fully deployed immortal slaying formation, so she chose to leave. After the flash stone was crushed, Imophian faded out and disappeared from the 201st floor. She could continue going downwards, but she didn't see any point in it. Even Chao Tian couldn't make it beyond the 208th level. She didn't think that Chao Tian could ever reach the 250th. But did the steps into the sea really have only 250 floors in total? Nobody knew, because nobody had been beyond the 250th floor. Therefore, Mo Fian considered the 250th floor to be a destination for peak-level dangling fishers. After Han Fei arrived, Xia Xiaochan rolled her eyes at him. Why did you come so quickly? That Mo Fian was almost showing her full strength. Han Fei was almost lost for words. Where's the giant arowana? Did you release the giant arowana? I wouldn't have come as fast if I hadn't heard the dragon roar. The center of Xia Xiaochan's eyebrow flashed, and her vibe immediately became much less daunting. Xia Xiaochan grimaced at Han Fei. Don't worry. She didn't see it. I fused with it directly. Han Fei was relaxed after hearing that. He asked in confusion, why did that woman come down here? I don't know, but she is really terrible. Let me tell you, her spiritual beast is an ugly giant eel that has 7 tails. Is that so? Yes. Han Fei looked around. Forget it. Let's leave her alone. This 201st floor has been cleared, and she's gone already. We can train just ourselves here for a while. Xia Xiaochan's eyes glittered. To make a breakthrough? Han Fei shook his head. No, just check how many soul crystals you have. First, soul crystals? It was not until this moment that Xia Xiaochan finally remembered that she could expand her perception range now. A moment later, Xia Xiaochan sat on the ground and paved the soul crystals before her. I have 47 in total. What about you? Han Fei also sat on the ground. He casually waved his hand, and 86 soul crystals fell on the ground. They were all the soul crystals he had left after giving 100 to Tangu. You have so many? Xia Xiaochan exclaimed and looked at Han Fei in shock. Han Fei grinned and said, I didn't have a lot at first, but back on the 200th floor, they were all having diarrhea, and even the water turned yellow, because of them. I coerced them into submitting their sea-swallowing seashells with the antidote and got a lot of soul crystals. EW. Xia Xiaochan imagined the scene and felt lucky that she wasn't there back then, or she would have thrown up. Then let's split them up. She secretly glanced at Han Fei and pulled some of the soul crystals from Han Fei's pile, before she grinned at him. Han Fei didn't know what to say. They're all yours. I've already taken enough. Xia Xiaochan? That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. The intensity of the soul determines the amount of your spiritual power, and the amount of your spiritual power decides your perception range. I've already hit my limit. The limit? Xia Xiaochan jumped to her feet and looked at Han Fei in disbelief. What is the limit? Han Fei blinked her eyes. 5,000 meters, for now. He didn't intend to keep it a secret. He felt that the greatest advantage of the soul crystals was that they could improve one's soul power and perception range. He could offer his experience to Xia Xiaochan so she would know what might happen. Xia Xiaochan's eyes were bulging out. How can you be so fast? When did you absorb them? How could you absorb them so quickly? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, that's probably because of my talent. You absorb them now. Since the 200th floor has been cleared by us, nobody will be here anytime soon. Also, since we've been through a lot of battles, I think we can try to become advanced dangling fishers. Without further ado, Xia Xiaochan simply pulled all the sea-swallowing seashells to herself and then tossed out more than 1,000 sea-swallowing seashells. Han Fei? Han Fei felt that her blood was freezing when he saw the 1,000 swallowing seashells. He was truly not as good as Xia Xiaochan in terms of robbing. How exactly did she loot so many? Xia Xiaochan simply said, "There are too many items inside. Let's take out the good stuff and make offerings with the bad stuff. Those sea-swallowing seashells should be enough." Han Fei waved his hand and set up a pile of another 500 sea-swallowing seashells. He couldn't help but rub his hands, as he truly liked opening them like presents. Then, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan began their respective work. At this moment, the hexagon starfish ran down from Han Fei's shoulder. Its 6 big eyes were all glittering as it stared at the sea-swallowing seashells. Han Fei scoffed. "Go away. None of them are for you. I need to calculate the value of these sea-swallowing seashells first." The hexagon starfish offered. "I gave you a lot of help. I cast the 6-gate array more than once for you." Han Fei's eyes glittered. "That's right. You played your part too. How about this? I'll toss the shiny stones to you when I see any, but you can't hide them in your treasury until I evaluate their value first." The hexagon starfish rolled its 6 big eyes like spinning wheels and said quickly, "I won't. I won't." So, the delightful program of shell exploration began. This one contains 3 mid-quality spiritual weapons, 6 low-quality spiritual weapons, 0 high-quality spiritual weapons, 110,000 mid-quality pearls, 1 battle suit, and 3 mediocre battle techniques. This one is full of stones and wood. There is 1 high-quality spiritual weapon, 260,000 mid-quality pearls, and 5 battle techniques. 11 mid-quality spiritual weapons. This one is rich. 3 high-quality spiritual weapons. Ultimate materials. 102 flash stones, and 1,020,000 mid-quality pearls. Sweet Mother of God, this sea-swallowing seashell is full. In the first 4 hours, Han Fei had great fun rummaging through the shells. But he soon got bored and drowsy. All sorts of stones were heaped before the hexagon starfish like a hill. So, the hexagon starfish secretly tossed some of them into its treasury. It thought that Han Fei didn't see it, but Han Fei was too lazy to stop it, because there were too many spoils for him to count. Eventually, Han Fei simply set the mid-quality spiritual weapons as the boundary. All the treasures in the sea-swallowing seashells that were more valuable than spiritual weapons, as well as the special items such as flash stones, were kept to himself, and the rest were all sacrificed as offerings. 2 days later, Han Fei listed the following items: 142 high-quality spiritual weapons, 68 high-quality battle suits, 1,308 mid-quality spiritual weapons, 201 mid-quality battle suits, 1,000 ultra-quality pearls, from an unknown rich guy's sea-swallowing seashell, 300,000 high-quality pearls, 800 million mid-quality pearls in total. Han Fei didn't know how to spend the money at all. He thought that he should go to the Spectre and buy all the spiritual fruits available. 12,008 flash stones in total. Han Fei didn't know what to do with those flash stones either. He felt that they were enough for the rest of his life. Apart from these items, there were 51 treasure maps, 386 ultra-quality materials, 2,908 high-quality materials, and altogether 928 battle techniques, 901 of which had been determined to be garbage by Han Fei. Of the remaining 27 techniques, 9 were demon-level high-quality techniques, and the rest were all ancillary techniques. Han Fei also collected the spiritual fruits that could increase his health or mental power. Then, he still had numerous items that were less valuable than mid-quality spiritual weapons. It took him 600 sea-swallowing seashells to pack them up. That was not counting the items that the hexagon starfish stole, but Han Fei was too lazy to care about it. If it were before, he would have skinned the hexagon starfish for stealing so many treasures. But at this moment, it was no biggie. At first, Han Fei was of a mind to calculate how much worth of money he and Xia Xiaochan had looted exactly, but he felt that his arithmetic was failing him, so he decided to drop it. The items were too many for anyone to calculate. In the end, Han Fei divided the items more valuable than mid-quality spiritual weapons into 2 piles, and each pile was packed in 80 sea-swallowing seashells. Among the 80 sea-swallowing seashells, at least 60 were full of money, and the other 20 contained weapons, materials, flash stones, etc. The rest of the sea-swallowing seashells were filled with boats. Han Fei thought that if he still had as many sea-swallowing seashells when he left the steps into the sea, he would consider the real million knife art. 5 days after Han Fei organized the sea-swallowing seashells, Xia Xiaochan woke up. She immediately looked at Han Fei. "Hey! How many soul crystals did you take?" "Exactly? Why has my perception range only been expanded to 1,900 meters after I absorbed more than 100 of them? How did you make it to 5,000 meters?" Han Fei was astounded that Xia Xiaochan's perception range had been increased to 1,900 meters. The number was completely beyond his expectation. Based on Chao Chou's theory, Xia Xiaochan's perception range should have been expanded to 1,200 meters at best. Where was the additional 700 meters from? Did Xia Xiaochan have a cultivation technique similar to the God-scaring painting? However, since Xia Xiaochan was close to him, he didn't have to explain everything to her. He simply said that he was talented and got it over with. After all, she would only stab him if she was angry, and he was already used to that. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan spent the next 3 days on the 201st floor. Xia Xiaochan had around 50 spiritual fruits during the 3 days and made the breakthrough from an intermediate dangling fisher to an advanced dangling fisher. Because he was wealthy now, Han Fei even made offerings twice and summoned sea creatures for Xia Xiaochan to exercise and solidify her foundation. As he expected, he didn't summon any demon-shattering vines again, but he did summon 2 level 39 exotic crabs and octopus. The octopus, in particular, were as strong as the freakish octopus he met before. Smart and talented, they were. Quite a surprise for Han Fei. Han Fei took more than 50 spiritual fruits himself. He had attempted a breakthrough, but it didn't succeed due to an accident. However, his stats had changed. Owner, Han Fei. Level 36, Intermediate Dangling Fisher, Spiritual Energy 1,938,356, 5,086. Spiritual Heritage, Level 5, High Quality. Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 30. Weapons, Blue Sea Wandering Dragon Daggers, Water Dividing Seal, The Blood Drinking knife. Main art void breaking technique, Volume 4 of Void Fishing, Demon level. Divine quality. The upper limit of his spiritual energy had only been increased by no more than 100 points, but it was an improvement anyway, and it meant that there was still room of growth for him. He intended to wait for a few more days until the upper limit of his spiritual energy no longer changed before he made a breakthrough. By then, he would definitely become one of the strongest advanced dangling fishers. On this day, Xia Xiaochan said, "Okay, I'm done with the consolidation. I need to continue the consolidation with real battles later." "Why didn't you make a breakthrough, though?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Do you think that everybody can make a breakthrough whenever they want to like you?" Suddenly, Han Fei asked, "Right, what's the upper limit of your spiritual energy?" Xia Xiaochan closed her eyes and sensed it. 4,499 points. It's very high, isn't it? What about yours? Han Fei cackled and said, "Mine is slightly lower than yours." Xia Xiaochan smiled proudly, glad that she had finally surpassed him. She didn't bother to ask him what his upper limit was exactly. However, Xia Xiaochan didn't notice that Han Fei slightly frowned, as 4,499 points of spiritual energy, which could be rounded up to 4,500 points, was much bigger than that of a regular level 37 dangling fisher. The regular ones could only have about 3,000 points usually, and the number couldn't be higher than 3,500 even if they tried their best. However, Xia Xiaochan had both a greater perception range and a higher upper limit of spiritual energy than regular people. Also, Xia Xiaochan's body was as hard as that of a peak-level dangling fisher. Han Fei thought to himself that Xia Xiaochan probably had secrets that even she wasn't aware of. Han Fei shrugged. "Let's go to the next level. If my guess is correct, the difficulty for the floors coming up will increase." Now, it cost a great deal to perform one sacrificial ritual, so let's not waste anything unless it's necessary. Xia Xiaochan was confused. "But we have a lot of money, don't we?" Han Fei smiled. "What if it gets too costly? Besides, we may need to use the money in the future. Don't forget that we have to explore the unknown worlds out of the level 3 fishery too." The next few floors were exactly like Han Fei expected. They barely ran into anybody else. Han Fei made a rule with Xia Xiaochan, after they reached a new floor, instead of making offerings immediately, they would swim to the edge of the platform and then move along the edge. In such a way, Han Fei could reunite with Xia Xiaochan quickly even without Little White leading the way. After all, the steps into the sea had been greatly narrowed down in these floors. By doing so, they wouldn't have to swim aimlessly, and their time could be saved. All Han Fei needed to do was to let Little White determine Xia Xiaochan's direction after he reached the edge. Then, he would swim to the opposite direction, and he would soon find Xia Xiaochan. Just like that, until the 207th floor, they had met nothing more than an amalgam of level 39 exotic creatures. Things changed on the 208th floor. It was also the place where Chao Tian stopped in his first trip according to Chao Qiao. At this moment, Han Fei was swimming towards Xia Xiaochan at the periphery of the 208th floor. They met each other after only 10 minutes. "Did you encounter anyone?" Xia Xiaochan shook her head. "No." Then, they each took out a sea-swallowing seashell and began to make offerings. Maybe because they had filled up the sea-swallowing seashells earlier, each sea-swallowing seashell they took out randomly at this moment was enough to make offerings several times, even though every ritual here cost more than 2,000,000 points of spiritual energy. Noticing that the water was trembling, both of them recalled their sea-swallowing seashells. Why would Han Fei make offerings together with Xia Xiaochan instead of doing it in turns? In fact, it was just an exercise for them, because the creatures summoned when they made offerings together were harder to deal with. To be honest, their real purpose in the level 3 fishery was to gain experience. If they were to fight their enemies together, they probably could make it to the 250th level without meeting any obstacles. However, at this moment, they had agreed that they would fight their enemies alone and only team up when the enemy was too strong. This time, a fish head suddenly emerged in the water and looked around. Then, a webbed claw extended out. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan looked at each other in shock. An inferior man. Fish? Xia Xiaochan said in a stunned voice, both of them are these hideous monsters? Hanging Fisher was stunned too. They're inferior manfish at the level of dangling fishers. Han Fei glanced at them and realized that the two inferior manfish were both level 40 and had their associated spirits. He became very solemn. Note that they have spiritual beasts too. We must treat them as intelligent creatures. When the two inferior manfish came out, they were absolutely confused, as if they didn't know where they were at all. Walala. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers were all unleashed from Han Fei's body, and spiritual energy was surging out of the needle in his hand. He had fought and killed multiple inferior manfish that were higher than level 40 in the heavenly desolate city before. At this moment, when the inferior manfish charged at him with its harpoon, Han Fei immediately performed the drawing technique. While the inferior manfish wasn't too smart, it had fast reactions. The moment Han Fei drew his knife, a blue fish that was in symbiosis with the inferior manfish bit Han Fei. However, half of the fish head was cut off after Han Fei's knife flashed. Walala. Seeing that its associated spirit was dead, the inferior manfish went crazy and charged at Han Fei fearlessly with its harpoon enveloped in a massive amount of spiritual energy. Han Fei sneered. If one attack can't kill you, let's see if you can survive. 2. Shwa. The knife landed, and the inferior manfish died. After killing the inferior manfish, Han Fei looked at Xia Xiaochan and saw that she was on the winning side and didn't need any help. But Han Fei was slightly confused, as a level 40 inferior manfish wasn't exactly strong. At least, both Yang Diyu and Sun Mu could have executed the inferior manfish easily. Then, why was Chao Tian the only person who made it to the 208th floor? Was it because the offerings were too expensive here? No. Han Fei shook his head. None of those people were short of money. Why would they not come here, if they could kill an inferior manfish? The only reason they stayed on the 200th floor would be that it was more rewarding to stay there than to fight on. Remembering the soul crystals he looted, Han Fei realized something. Did those jerks stay on the 200th floor to acquire more soul crystals? While Han Fei was considering this, Xia Xiaochan had already killed the inferior manfish and grabbed its harpoon. She patted Han Fei and said, "Look. I'm only given a harpoon." Han Fei nodded at Xia Xiaochan. "Look, I'm not any better than you. It's just a mid-quality spiritual weapon, not even as good as your harpoon." Xia Xiaochan asked, "Do we go to the next level?" Han Fei said, wait a moment. I want to summon it again. Xia Xiaochan? A moment later, another inferior manfish was killed by Han Fei. This time, the steps into the sea gave Han Fei a fish scale. Han Fei examined it for a while and found that it was as good as a high-quality spiritual weapon, so he simply tossed it into Forge the Universe. Han Fei clicked his tongue. Xia Xiaochan, maybe we won't see regular sea creatures anymore if we go further down. If my guess is correct, they must be all stronger than the inferior manfish. Xia Xiaochan was too lazy to think about it. She simply said, you could have found out if you had gone to the next level directly. The offerings you made the second time were such a waste. Well, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan couldn't have felt worse in the upcoming battles. Exactly as Han Fei had anticipated, no regular sea creatures came next at all. The only time that an inferior manfish didn't show up was when Xia Xiaochan summoned a demon-shattering vine. Then, naturally, she obtained a demon spiritual fruit. Han Fei had already seen the demon spiritual fruit before. It could improve one's soul, but Han Fei didn't think that one demon spiritual fruit was good enough. As he expected, after Xia Xiaochan had the demon spiritual fruit, she only said that her head was clearer than before. However, Xia Xiaochan's perception range hadn't reached the upper limit yet, so it was not yet possible to find out how much a demon spiritual fruit could improve the soul. By the time they reached the 230th floor, the inferior manfish they would summon had all become level 42 inferior manfish whose spiritual beasts were ocean scorpions or big green fish. The level 42 inferior manfish were tricky enough even by themselves. Back in the heavenly desolate city, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan usually killed the inferior manfish as a team or while using the majestic mystic spell. But how could you fight as a team here if you were planning to improve your abilities as an individual? Han Fei actually thought that they could cooperate again, but Xia Xiaochan turned him down. On the 236th floor, after killing another inferior manfish, Xia Xiaochan sat down on the ground. It's getting harder and harder to fight them. All those inferior manfish have different spiritual beasts, and some of them are even fusing with the spiritual beasts. Han Fei sat down on the ground too. However, they can't really stop us, can they? Which level do you think Chao Tian has reached? Xia Xiaochan thought for a moment and said, 250, probably. Han Fei was choked for a moment as the number 250 means stupid and reckless. Are you indirectly saying that he's a half-wit? Xia Xiaochan snorted and said, I don't have time to banter with you. I think we should be able to make it to the 250th floor if we work harder. So, do you think there are more levels beyond the 250th? Mo. Han Fei thought for a moment. We're losing money right now, aren't we? Xia Xiaochan considered and nodded. We're losing a lot. Right now, we need to consume one sea-swallowing seashell for every 2 levels we go through. If we go further down, we'll have to use more sea-swallowing seashells, but our rewards are too little for even one sacrificial ritual. Han Fei tried to analyze the situation. What do you think the real purpose of the explorers and the steps into the sea is? Xia Xiaochan was briefly stunned. I don't know what their purpose is, but they're certainly not here for treasures. None of them are idiots. They should know when their losses outweigh their gains. Han Fei shook his head. I don't think so. During the first 100 levels, it's hard to say whether or not you made a profit or suffered a loss, but Almost everybody suffers a loss after the 100th floor. Still, for most people, this is really a great place for them to polish themselves. So, they can consider their loss the tuition fee that they pay for the exercises. Xia Xiaochan gave it some thought. This is indeed not a bad place for training. However, many other people are here for greater treasures, which we haven't seen up to this point. Han Fei blinked his eyes and asked, did all the sea-swallowing seashells we looted not count as greater treasures? The hexagon starfish interjected, of course they do. We should go back and rob them again. Xia Xiaochan said angrily, big starfish, did we ask for your opinion? The hexagon starfish remarked, it's getting harder and more dangerous at this moment. The hexagon starfish had realized that Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were even more dangerous than the inferior manfish, and that they could kill the inferior manfish more than easily. It felt lucky that it was a reticent and reliable starfish that was never involved in any fighting. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, let's continue. In any case, let's make it to the 250th floor first. If we can't beat the enemy, we'll use the majestic mystic spell, and if the enemy is still too strong, we'll fight them together. On the 248th floor, Xia Xiaochan and Han Fei were eating barbecue in one of the hexagon starfish's gates. With grease all over her lips, Xia Xiaochan said before she swallowed the meat, I realized that the level 43 inferior manfish are my upper limit. I can't beat any opponents that are stronger than them. Han Fei asked, haven't you already made a breakthrough and become an advanced dangling fisher? Xia Xiaochan snapped furiously, it's true that I've made a breakthrough, but I still can't defeat you, can I? Also, I'm getting the feeling that the more I level up, the more my giant arowana wants to come out. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. The giant arowana wants to come out? Xia Xiaochan nodded. Yes. I'm having trouble suppressing it. When it comes out, I'll have to borrow its power, and the more I borrow its power, the more dependent I'll be on it. Han Fei was confused. Isn't it a good thing? It means that you are deeply connected to your spiritual beast. Deeply connected? You don't know what's going on at all. The more I resort to the giant arowana's power, the harder it will be for me to control myself. Han Fei's face slightly changed. Is it so serious? Xia Xiaochan nodded. Therefore, I think I'll stop at the 250th floor. I won't explore the levels further down. Han Fei said after a moment of consideration, there might be no more levels further down. Xia Xiaochan snorted. That's impossible. There must be unknown treasures in the levels beyond. Otherwise, we would have paid all those sea-swallowing seashells for nothing. Now that we've made the payment, we must be given the corresponding treasures. If we're not given the treasures, we'll bring this place to the ground. Han Fei. The hexagon starfish interjected unwisely, how do you plan to destroy such a vast place? Shut up. Han Fei chuckled and said, okay, I'll do my best. This place is indeed weird. It is said to be an altar, but I think it's more of a place for racketeering. The money we've spent since we came to this place is enough to buy dozens of wind god boats. I'll be too ashamed to go out if we don't find anything good. In the end. My thoughts exactly. As she said this, Xia Xiaochan threw all her sea-swallowing seashells to Han Fei. They're all yours. You can take more beating with your sturdiness. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Just drop it. How are you going to make offerings if you give all the sea-swallowing shells to me? Xiao Xiaochan said, I'm not going further down anyway. They would be useless, even if I keep them to myself. Han Fei thought for a moment. How about this? You can keep the money and give the 20 sea-swallowing seashells that contain materials as valuable as high-quality spiritual weapons and mid-quality spiritual weapons to me. I don't need the flash stones. The other sea-swallowing seashells are useless too. Me too. I won't take them. Xiao Xiaochan frowned. What if they aren't enough as an offering as you go down? Han Fei assured her, don't worry. I have other stuff. Oh. Right. Han Fei took out a sea-swallowing seashell and said, here's the wind god boat. I'll also give you 200 yellow blood sea cucumbers and dozens of treasure maps. They're all yours. Huh? Xiao Xiaochan tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. Do you want me to go out first? Han Fei said with a smile, that's a possibility. You can't return to the upper level of the steps into the sea, you can only push down. We can only go out exactly through the entrance we came in. However, we have plenty of enemies outside. Whenever you feel that something is wrong, you go out first and find Lu Renquang and Luo Xiaobai. Remember, don't go to the dragon boats. You can only go to the specter that's known as the evil shield. Han Fei told her all the things that she should take care of, only to see that Xiao Xiaochan was gazing at him apparently in a bad mood. Han Fei said with a smile, I'm only saying this for safety reasons. Xiao Xiaochan snorted and said, just go. Just go. You're too annoying. If I go out, I'll wait for half a month. If you don't come out within half a month, I'll go look for Xiaobai and the others. Han Fei grinned. That sounds good. However, remember that you'd better be disguised as a girl when you wait for me. Although the metamorphosis water can transform you into a man, you have to talk once in a while. Got it. You are really annoying. On the 250th floor, Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan still didn't meet Chao Tian. Han Fei even wondered if the man already left. The 250th floor was a lot smaller than the levels up above. As Chao Qiu said before, the further one went down, the smaller the levels would be, and everybody could tell what was going on in the whole level. Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan made their offerings. Xiao Xiaochan strenuously killed a level 45 inferior manfish, although she was hurt too. However, she couldn't care less about her wounds. In terms of fighting, nobody in the Thug Academy was more brutal than Xiao Xiaochan. Xiao Xiaochan's heart was beating quickly. I had to use the majestic mystic spell in the end. I can't go to the 251st floor anymore. Han Fei slightly nodded. Not only was Xiao Xiaochan hurt, but he had been wounded too. The level 45 inferior manfish was not only capable of soul attacks, but also had high physical strength. Han Fei had basically been suppressed by it the whole time until he used the majestic mystic spell. If he had been less sturdy, he probably would have been crushed by the inferior manfish. Even so, Han Fei's indestructible body was pierced through, which was understandable because his enemy wasn't a dangling fisher anymore. But of course, their harvest was rather copious. Xiao Xiaochan and Han Fei reaped soul crystals and a demon spiritual fruit, respectively. It was not until this moment that Han Fei realized that the demon spiritual fruit wasn't the demon-shattering vine's specialty, and that it could be among the spoils of the inferior manfish too. 2 days later. The upper limit of Han Fei's spiritual energy had been increased to 5,099 points through all the battles. After that, he could not make any further progress either by swallowing spiritual fruits or by practicing the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. Therefore, Han Fei made a breakthrough and became an advanced dangling fisher. At this moment, Han Fei took off the hexagon starfish from his breast and stuck it to Xia Xiaochan's shoulder. He said, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, don't try to escape. You know how dangerous the level 3 fishery is. You may be able to hide for a couple of years, but can you hide for decades without being caught by anyone? Next time I meet you, I'll give you a great treasure." The hexagon starfish rolled its big eyes. "I won't run." Han Fei grinned and said, "That would be for the best. We won't catch you as a contractual spiritual beast, but other people might." As he spoke, he also gave 10 ultimate spiritual stones to Xia Xiaochan. After telling her how to use the spiritual stones, he said, "You can give one of them to Mr. Hexagon Starfish once in a while, in case he grumbles." After that, Han Fei focused his eyes and said, "I'll be leaving." Xia Xiaochan snorted. "You can kiss me before you go." Han Fei knew that he probably wouldn't see Xia Xiaochan again anytime soon. After their departure, the 250th floor was hard, but based on the pattern, the 251st would only be harder. Han Fei even thought that he was probably the only person in the whole level 3 fishery who made it to this place. Considering Xia Xiaochan's personality, she probably would wait for him, but not for long. It was not because she wasn't close to him, but only because she believed that Han Fei could handle things by himself. While they were together, he and Xia Xiaochan had discussed Lu Renquang, Zhang Xuanyu, and Luo Xiaobai. They both agreed that their friend's life couldn't be easy. After all, both Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were the top targets on the Dragon Boat's wanted list, so it was natural that their friends would catch other people's attention. At this moment on the 251st floor, Han Fei became alone again. But it wasn't too bad. The upcoming battles would all be duels, and it didn't matter whether or not Mr. Hexagon Starfish was with him as long as the creatures to show up weren't so bizarre that he didn't know how to deal with them at all. However, since the steps into the sea had been designed user-friendly, and the difficulties of each level had been increased gradually, Han Fei wasn't too worried. Before he pressed on to the next level, Han Fei checked his data again. Owner, Han Fei. Level 39, Advanced Dangling Fisher. Spiritual Energy 128,526, 5,999. Spiritual Heritage, Level 5, High Quality. Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 30. Weapons, Blue Sea Wandering Dragon Daggers, Water Dividing Seal, Blood Drinking Knife. Main Art, Void Breaking Technique, Volume 4 of Void Fishing, Demon Level. Divine Quality. Han Fei had been significantly strengthened by the breakthrough. The upper limit of his spiritual energy had been increased by 900 points. An improvement of 900 points of spiritual energy was too unbelievable. Earlier, he had worked so hard in order to reach the upper limit of 900 points of spiritual energy, but the same amount was increased easily at this moment after the breakthrough. Coincidentally, his body was a lot stronger too, and the needle in his hand was more and more suitable for himself. Han Fei grabbed a random sea-swallowing seashell and began to make offerings. After only the blink of an eye, Han Fei found that only a bamboo stick, which was the level of a mid-quality spiritual weapon, was left in the sea-swallowing Seashell. Shoot. Han Fei was almost dumbfounded. He had expected that the offerings to be made would grow in number starting from the 251st floor, but he didn't know that it would cost so much. The full sea-swallowing seashell was worth at least 5 million by Han Fei's estimation, but it had been used up in one sacrificial ritual. As the water trembled, Han Fei saw a lobster's head emerging out of nowhere, with a sharp thorn above it. Huh? Not an inferior manfish? After the whole lobster was revealed, Han Fei slightly narrowed his eyes. A lobster man? Han Fei thought that his eyes had deceived him. He could accept the inferior manfish, which had appeared a lot in rumors and legends, but he found it hard to understand the creature before him. Standing before his eyes was a lobster man that was more than 1.5 meters tall. Above the lobster man's head was a cone-shaped shell. His 2 eyes were on the 2 sides of his head. His mouth had multiple layers, and it seemed that he had many mouths. He was also wearing a bright yellow, shiny battle suit. The monster had 8 arms, and while there was no telling whether or not it was legs at his lower half body, they definitely looked like legs. He didn't have any feet but was standing on a lobster tail. But a lobster man? Seriously? Had he trespassed on the Dragon King's palace in the East Sea? Now that a lobster man had come out, would a crab general show up later? Back in the battle in the heavenly desolate city, Han Fei had resisted lobster thorns at the gate of the city. He didn't realize that those lobsters were humanoids. At this moment, Han Fei began to wonder whether or not such lobstermen were the creatures who shot out stings at the beginning. In his eyes, data popped up. Name: Lobster Demon, Lowly Sea Demon. Introduction: This is a sea demon that has just acquired intelligence. It's brutal and bloodthirsty. Its bloodline is terrible, probably because it evolved from a random lobster-type creature. It's extremely fast and best at one-shot kills. Level 45. Spiritual Energy 4, for 13/4, for 13 Demon Heritage Level 3, High Quality. Level Awakened. Associated Spirit Axe Crab. Unabsorbable. Han Fei narrowed his eyes, as this thing might be even trickier to deal with than the inferior manfish were. In any case, lobsters were generally more agile than fish even when their levels were low. He remembered that the tentacle lobsters counted as strong predators back in the regular fishery. While Han Fei observed the lobster man was sizing up Han Fei too. Then, Han Fei saw that the lobster man suddenly grabbed 8 broken spears in his 8 hands. Damn it. You can fight with 8 hands? Han Fei was lost for words. Is this really not cheating? Even Neza had only 6 hands. How can you have 8? Hew. 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 Naturally, Han Fei would not wait to be killed. He floated more than 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers around him and laid his hand on his waist, ready to draw out his knife. Hiya. Stop making noises. Han Fei felt that the enemy just cursed him. Then, the enemy waved his 8 hands and suddenly charged at him. Hew. 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 The blue sea wandering dragon daggers were instantly unleashed at the lobster man. But the lobster man waved his hands so quickly that they almost became blurry, knocking away all the blue sea wandering dragon daggers with the short spears in his hands. Crack. Crack. After only the first round, Han Fei narrowed his eyes, as blood was surging Inside his body after two of his blue sea wandering dragon daggers were broken. Is this thing so tough? Shwa. Han Fei drew his knife and slashed the lobster man with chi dozens of meters long. But to Han Fei's shock, the lobster man's 8 hands cut the sword chi as quickly as lightning with the spears. At the time, the lobster man retreated fast along with the sword chi. Han Fei looked at the lobster man that was attacking as fast as a phantom. Then, after hundreds of attacks, his attack with the drawing technique was resolved. Immediately, Han Fei felt a pit in his stomach. He could accept that the lobster man took his drawing technique the hard way, or that he fought back like Sun Mu did, but Han Fei couldn't take it when the lobster man destroyed his sword chi bit by bit like a scoundrel. He felt that he had been humiliated, as it took him a great deal of time and effort to grasp the drawing technique. Han Fei simply stomped and lunged forward. The blue sea wandering dragon dagger swirled quickly again, and he launched the drawing technique one more time. Han Fei sneered. You only have 8 hands. I wouldn't care even if you have 8 more. Just carry on if you think you're capable. The lobster man seemed to have been enraged too. He darted out 3 short spears in a row and destroyed Han Fei's attack of the drawing technique again. Then, he shot another short spear directly at Han Fei. Clink! An enormous brick appeared out of nowhere, and Han Fei slapped the lobster sting away with the brick. He then smashed the wet stone at the lobster man with his full strength. Crack! Han Fei saw that a pointy streak of light pierced through the wet stone. At this moment, a hole had been left on the stone. Wha? Han Fei was instantly shocked. His internal system was so disrupted that he almost vomited blood. That was a high-quality spiritual weapon. Yet you poked a hole in it with your head? Bam! Naturally, the lobster man didn't feel too good either. It rolled hundreds of meters on the ground after being blown away by Han Fei's brick. However, what made Han Fei less confident was that his blue sea wandering dragon daggers weren't as useful as before. They left nothing but white marks on the lobster man when they cut him. Most of the time, it took dozens of cuts before he could break any part of the lobster man's armor. Die. Han Fei simply left the wet stone aside. At this moment, he held the water dividing seal in his left hand and the needle in his right hand. He poked forward with the needle first, unleashing a storm of spiritual energy. Boom! The seawater exploded, and the lobster man rolled another dozens of circles on the ground before he got back to his feet. Han Fei did not stop at all. He smashed the lobster man's head with the seal again and again. You think you're fast? You think your head is tough? You think your sting is hard? You ruined my spiritual weapon. I'll smash you, son of by *ch2. Death. The lobster demon seemed dumbfounded. He felt that this human being was much weaker than himself, so why was this human being smashing him so fearlessly? The lobster demon couldn't get back to his feet at all. Both the water dividing seal and the needle were too heavy for him. He wondered where the guy before his eyes got such heavy weapons. After smiting the monster for a moment, Han Fei broke 4 of the lobster demon's 8 hands, and the creature had been utterly deformed. Shwa! After a flash of his needle, the big head of the lobster man was cut open by Han Fei. Han Fei had to do that, because he suddenly realized that someone was gazing at the battle from 1,000 meters away. Han Fei secretly cried that it was not good. He had thought that the place was empty, and he was too busy fighting the lobster demon to release his senses. As a result, he almost didn't realize it when a stranger was approaching him. After the lobster died, a demon spiritual fruit appeared before Han Fei. Han Fei picked it up and threw it into Forge the Universe. At this moment, Han Fei stood in the water and stared at the stranger. Are you Chao Tian? Han Fei had always thought that Chao Tian already left. After all, the man only made it to the 208th level last time. He never expected that Chao Tian had already arrived at the 251st floor. Back in the 208th, Han Fei thought that Chao Tian couldn't have been too impressive, but now that Han Fei came to the 251st floor, Han Fei naturally had changed his opinion. He knew very well how powerful the lobster demon was. Just now, the one lobster demon had rendered his sharp blue sea wandering dragon daggers into nothing more than decorations. He couldn't kill the demon with the drawing technique. That creature could have killed a whole bunch of experts if it had appeared on the 200th floor. Do you know me? Chao Tian swam closer, and Han Fei was quite surprised. Because of what Chao Tian said, he had the preconception that Chao Tian was one of the proud, cruel, and condescending geniuses. However, now that they met each other, Han Fei found that this Chao Tian was tall and brawny with a casual smile on his broad and innocent face. He was wearing a battle suit, which Han Fei mistook for a regular long robe when he saw it in the beginning. Huh? What an unremarkable look. Han Fei frowned and asked, "Are you really Chao Tian?" Chao Tian nodded with an innocent smile. "That's right. I've never seen you before. You can't be from the town." Han Fei was briefly stunned. "That's right. I'm not from the town, I'm a bumpkin." Chao Tian scratched his head in embarrassment. "That's not what I meant." Han Fei was even more confused when he saw Chao Tian's stance and behavior, as the man was the opposite of the image of the best heavenly talent of the thousand-star city that he had always been picturing in his head. Tengu, in comparison, was exactly what people expected him to look like. He was unapproachable, intimidating, and looked awesome when he held his giant spear. This Chao Tian had nothing in his hands, and his arms were just dangling there idly. He seemed to have put on a silly smile now, and he did not look like a top expert at all. After a brief silence, Han Fei asked, "Have you finished the battle?" Chao Tian nodded with a smile. "I finished it a long time ago." Han Fei asked in confusion, "Then why did you not go to the next level?" Chao Tian replied straightforwardly, "I'm trying to improve the speed of my fists." Huh? Han Fei was briefly stunned. "You're trying to improve the speed of your fists? How long have you been here?" Chao Tian said with a smile, "It's been 3 days." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Do you not want to know what else the steps into the sea has to offer? You simply regard it as a training ground?" Chao Tian spoke straightly, "What you deserve will come to you sooner or later. However, you're carrying Qiu Qiu's smell." When he mentioned Qiu Qiu, intimidating brilliance glittered in Chao Tian's eyes. He looked at Han Fei, as if he were waiting for an answer. Han Fei grinned and said, "Qiu Qiu said that you two were in bad standings with one another. Is that not true?" Chao Tian said with a bitter smile, "He doesn't like me, but he's still my brother. Nobody can touch him, nobody at all." "How are you related to Qiu Qiu?" Han Fei said, "I promised Qiu Qiu that I would kill Sun Mu, Yang Diu, Li Hai, Li Baizhou, Yi Baiyu, and the rest of them. How do you think I am Related to him? The intimidating light in Chao Tian's eyes was gone when he heard that, and he became innocent-looking again. Sounds about right. That's exactly something that Cho would do. You can go now. Goodbye. Han Fei? Han Fei was lost for words. He couldn't keep up with Chao Tian's line of thinking at all. Hey! Do you not know that you're the person that Chao wants to kill most? Badly? Chao Tian grinned and replied, I certainly do. Han Fei asked, why? I'm actually quite curious about the answer. Chao Tian's smile was even brighter. He's more of a talker than a doer. He has never killed anyone. As for his reason, you don't need to know it if he never told it to you. Han Fei snorted and said, I'm not interested in that at all. At this moment, he should be at the 201st floor with Wang Erjian. Chao Tian turned around and hummed in response. Then he's probably already left. Han Fei was stunned about how fast Chao Tian made the conclusion. He then immediately put on a smile, as Chao Tian really understood his junior brother very well. In fact, not just Chao Tian, Han Fei himself felt that Chao must have left too. Chao was so weak that he had to count on his spiritual beast and contractual spiritual beasts ever since the 151st floor, not to mention the 201st. Han Fei was not sure whether Chao Tian was merely pretending to be silly, or he was genuinely innocent and honest. All of a sudden, Han Fei wanted to have some fun, so he called out, Hey, Chao Tian. Chao Tian turned his head back and asked, What's up? Han Fei said with a smile, Chao asked me to kill you, and I accepted his payment. I need to carry out this job now that I've been paid. Regardless of whether or not I can beat you, I have to try beating you, right? Chao Tian smiled and replied, Okay. Han Fei also said with a smile, Okay then, I'll launch one attack with my sword. After the attack, you can keep practicing your fists, and I'll continue searching for my treasures. How does that sound? Chao Tian nodded. Okay. It sounds fair enough. Han Fei wasn't exactly crazy about fighting. He merely wanted to find out how strong this Chao Tian was, whom everybody praised and admired. This time, Han Fei simply used the majestic mystic spell. The seawater around him was shaking, and appalling energy was circulating on the surface of Han Fei's body. Chao Tian wasn't careless either. However, Chao Tian didn't use any weapon but simply stood on the ground with his back slightly lowered. Hardly had he clenched his fists when the seawater on one side of his body exploded. Shwa. H000. As the brilliance of the drawing technique was launched, Chao Tian punched his fists as if they were dragons. Deafening noises were echoing in the seawater. Boom. After only one collision, all the seawater within 100 meters was boiling. Han Fei backed hundreds of meters off, with a bit of blood flowing off his lips. Chao Tian actually took the hit better than Han Fei did. He only backed away a dozen meters. However, there was one sword wound on his fist that was deep to the bone. A long time later, Chao Tian retreated his fists and said with a smile, I've lost. I used 13 punches just now. Han Fei's lips trembled. 13 punches? Were his fists really so fast just now? Why did I only see 7 punches? See you. Han Fei recalled the blood-drinking knife and said goodbye before he went down to the next level. He already confirmed that Chao Tian was strong. Very strong. It was without question that neither Yongdiyu, Sun Mu, or Yi Baiyu could possibly defeat Chao Tian. His attack just now could have destroyed Sun Mu's immortal slaying formation. However, Chao Tian had broken it with only 13 punches. The number of his punches didn't really matter. He had reached the level of advanced dangling fisher, but he could only come to a tie with Chao Tian in a battle. Wait, that was not entirely accurate. While Chao Tian admitted that he failed, Han Fei wouldn't really consider himself a winner. Furthermore, Han Fei was very certain that the guy had trump cards that were even more powerful. That was really a bad feeling. After roughly learning of Chao Tian's capabilities, Han Fei realized that he hadn't become invincible yet, and it was unnecessary for him to continue the battle with him. The moment after he entered the 252nd floor, Han Fei went straight into Forge the Universe instead of making offerings. The battle against the lobster demon had informed Han Fei that the Blue Sea Wandering Dragon daggers had no more advantage. Besides, he had lost dozens of Blue Sea Wandering Dragon daggers during the travel in the level 3 fishery, which clearly indicated that the mid-quality spiritual weapons could no longer satisfy Han Fei's needs. Han Fei needed a new set of weapons. Han Fei had planned to craft a set of blades for the million knife art with the remaining materials after his adventure in the steppes into the sea. However, it seemed that he had to craft those weapons in advance now. Altogether, Han Fei had 386 ultra-quality materials and more than 2,900 high-quality materials, not to mention the 142 high-quality spiritual weapons and the 68 high-quality battle suits. They added up to a dreadful number, so dreadful that his 200 million spiritual energy would probably be completely used up if he were to craft all of those items into ultra-quality weapons. Naturally, Han Fei was unwilling to spend so much spiritual energy at one time. The most he could tolerate was to use up 1/3 of his spiritual energy. After all, what Han Fei needed wasn't just weapons. In the future, after he surpassed the level of dangling fisher, he would need 100 million points of spiritual energy for nothing more than to deduce the 5th level of void fishing. Therefore, he had to use his spiritual energy judiciously. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei threw materials into the demon purification pot numbly. A day later, 24 ultra-quality spiritual blades were crafted at the cost of 12 million points of spiritual energy. 3 days passed. Another 72 ultra-quality spiritual blades were forged, costing 36 million points of spiritual energy. By the time Han Fei crafted the 99th ultra-quality spiritual blade, he only had 8 of the 386 ultra-quality materials and 1798 high-quality materials left. After another day, Han Fei walked out of Forge the Universe wearing a green ultra-quality battle suit, with 99 ultra-quality spiritual blades floating around him. Han Fei held the ultra-quality whetstone in his left hand and hung the blood-drinking knife on his waist. An ultra-quality fishing pole was carried on his back, and the Blue Sea Wandering Dragon bow in his right hand had been upgraded to ultra-quality too. Their names all remained the same. Han Fei was too lazy to come up with new names for them. Han Fei grinned, wondering if his equipment could be compared to Cao Qiu's at this moment. Or rather, Han Fei even felt that his equipment was probably more valuable than Cao Qiu's. His gear had been completely upgraded. Of course, Han Fei had paid a high price too this time. The massive manufacturing of weapons cost him 52 million points of spiritual energy in total. Han Fei had considered whether or not he should melt the high-quality spiritual weapons and reforge them into ultra-quality spiritual weapons. But then he realized that he would have to spend tremendous amounts of spiritual energy, and that he didn't have so much equipment to squander. This was completely not a bargain. Therefore, Han Fei didn't do it. At this moment, Han Fei held a sea-swallowing seashell in his hand and grinned, ready to make offerings. Before Han Fei was a level 46 inferior manfish. At this moment, the brilliant sword chi was everywhere, and the magnificence of the million knife art couldn't be better demonstrated. The inferior manfish, which equaled a dangling fisher, was unable to approach Han Fei at all. After only one moment, the inferior manfish had more than 100 cuts all over its body. No matter how strong it was, Han Fei simply bashed it back with his brick every time the inferior manfish got closer to him. Han Fei wasn't sure whether or not the appearance of the lobster demon was an accident. He had met a lobster demon on the 251st floor, and at this moment, he was on the 278th. He had only run into the lobster demon once, the demon shattering vine 3 times, no enemies once, and the inferior manfish in all the other levels. They only gave 2 kinds of yields, soul crystals and demon spiritual fruits. The proportion of the soul crystals was rather low, and the demon spiritual fruits percentage was higher. The demon spiritual fruits were given 7 out of 10 times after Han Fei made offerings. Han Fei already had almost 30 demon spiritual fruits. He felt that his head was clearer and clearer, but since he didn't have soul crystals, he didn't know how much bigger his perception range could be expanded. However, he vaguely had a feeling that his perception range could be further expanded. Now, on the 281st floor, Han Fei sacrificed almost 2 sea-swallowing seashells before he finally summoned one creature. Han Fei's eyes cramped when he laid his eyes on the creature. A mermaid? Han Fei felt that his eyes were deceiving him, because he saw a hideous woman right in front of his eyes who was grinning. But it wasn't teeth in the mermaid's mouth at all, but more like saws. All the fangs were frighteningly sharp. However, different from the inferior manfish, the creature before Han Fei had much clearer facial organs. She had a nose, human eyes, and vertical pupils. Her forehead was slightly wrinkled, but her long hair reached all the way to her waist. But her body was the main problem. Her upper half body was mostly covered in fish scales, and only a tiny part of it had human skin. As for her lower half body, it was a real fish tail that was blue and had shiny scales. Shoot! A real mermaid. Data popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: half mermaid, regular sea demon. Introduction: this is a sea demon that has just acquired intelligence. They're a species that are against human beings. They are good at the mermaid battle technique. Their performance in a battle is different based on the different tricks they practice. It's impossible to understand them. Level 46. Spiritual Energy 1, 221/4, 661. Demon Heritage Level 4, Low Quality. Level Transcended. Associated Spirit Ice Stripe Lobster. Unabsorbable. Han Fei was dumbfounded, as this creature was much more advanced than the inferior manfish, which could be seen from her demon heritage. So far, the strongest inferior manfish he had seen only had a level 3, high-quality demon heritage, but this half-mermaid had reached level 4. Also, why was this creature called a half-mermaid? Were there complete mermaids? If there were complete mermaids, would they have beautiful faces, long hair, thin arms and perfect bodies as they were described in the legends? Gulp. Han Fei couldn't even imagine how gorgeous they would look. Back in the undersea city, Han Fei saw the inferior manfish for the first time. In the steps into the sea, he saw the legendary mermaids. Whether they were beautiful or not, he could call her by that for now. He felt that she might belong to a species that lived beyond the level 3 fishery. At that moment, Han Fei wondered what the unknown worlds were exactly, and if there were plenty of similar species in those places. Han Fei realized that, while he never had a clear understanding of this back when he was in the level 1 and level 2 fishery, he seemed to be approaching the real ocean step by step after he came to the level 3 fishery. If the fisheries of the 3 levels were human beings' own territory, could the unknown worlds beyond be places that were beyond human beings' control? Suddenly, Han Fei's attention was caught by an unexpected voice. Human being. The mermaid was panicked at first when she saw Han Fei. Then she looked around at the environment before she uttered the 2 words to Han Fei with an extremely hoarse voice. Her voice was very strange, mixed with odd waves, as if it was extremely difficult for the mermaid to say human being out loud. Han Fei was shocked. You can talk? Hiss. The mermaid stopped talking, which seemed to be too hard for her. Therefore, she opened her mouth and roared at Han Fei, baring all her sharp fangs. As the mermaid roared, her hair, tail, and the scales on her arms were all trembling. Ah! Suddenly, a series of weird sound waves burst out of the mermaid's mouth, one circle after another. Han Fei, caught unprepared, was blown hundreds of meters away by the terrifying sound waves. He felt that his ears were wet and warm. They must be bleeding under the shock of the weird sound waves. Damn it! What was that? Han Fei dare not underestimate the enemy, because the mermaid was charging at him at a high speed. The weird swimming posture of the mermaid reminded Han Fei of the snake demon in Calabash Brothers. However, the snake demon in Calabash Brothers was beautiful and charming. While this mermaid might be sexy if one ignored her face and simply focused on her bodily curves, she wasn't attractive at all when one noticed her face and the scales on her body. During the brief days, Han Fei saw that hundreds of scales were darted to him in streaks of brilliance. Seeing that the enemy was so aggressive, as if she were activating her ultimate move at the beginning of this battle determined to kill him, Han Fei certainly did not dare to be careless. Instantly, all the 100 blades were unleashed, and a torrent launched by the million knife art collided with the scales. Clank, clank, clank. Lots of scales were knocked away, but Han Fei saw that the mermaid did not stop at all. Instead, she swam even faster than before. Hula! Han Fei saw a tide that was in a different color than the seawater surging at his blades. While the ultra-quality spiritual weapons should be powerful enough, they were disrupted by the surging tide, and their speed was lowered to 1/3 their normal rate. Huh! What kind of weird abilities are these? Han Fei drew out the blood-drinking knife and cast the majestic mystic spell on himself, before he slashed at the enemy. The blue tide was cut into halves by his knife, and the mermaid was enveloped by the frightening chi of the sword. Ah! Han Fei hurried to dodge the second wave of terrible screaming. Then, he saw that the attack he performed with his full strength landed on the mermaid, without causing any actual damage, as if it were just a regular attack. Damn it! You're so strong? It all happened too fast. Seeing that the blood-drinking knife didn't work, Han Fei simply turned to his last resort, and the seawater around him was directly turned into swords. He didn't know what level the infinity water was at, or if it counted as a weapon, but Han Fei did know that it was the most powerful trump card he had at this moment. If he couldn't finish off the opponent with the infinity water, Han Fei would have to exhaust the enemy to death with his unparalleled storage of spiritual energy. After the mermaid was covered by the infinity water, Han Fei could hear her screaming and roaring. Then, a giant lobster showed up. Unfortunately, the lobster was suppressed by the infinity water soon after it showed up. Han Fei did not recall the infinity water until blood was spreading out in the seawater. Both the mermaid and the giant lobster, whose shell was broken, were lying in the water, dying. Han Fei walked to her and said, "Seriously, I have complicated feelings right now. Usually, I have mercy for intelligent creatures, but why are you so determined to kill a human being?" Hiss. The mermaid lay on the ground. Her scale armor had been completely shattered, and there were cuts all over her body. But even at this moment, she was still trying to bare her fangs at Han Fei. The mermaid didn't have the last breath until almost 100 seconds later. Han Fei was standing next to her for the whole time. Just now, Han Fei sensed intense hate from her, especially from her eyes. Although her eyes weren't exactly the same as human eyes, the unmistakable hate in her eyes could be sensed by anyone, even if they were idiots. After the mermaid disappeared, a water ball popped up. Han Fei saw that it was no longer a demon spiritual fruit but a translucent, bright blue crystal. In his eyes, data popped up. Name Longevity Stone. Introduction. This is an amazing stone that may be born when a sea creature perishes. It contains abundant vitality. When taken, it can extend the life of an ordinary person by 100 years, a dangling fisher's life by 10 years, and a hanging fisher's or a hidden fisher's life by 1 year. Sweet Mother of God! Han Fei was dumbfounded. He had never met anything like this. It could extend the longevity of ordinary people by 100 years and make a dangling fisher live 10 more years? It must be a priceless treasure. Han Fei wasn't sure how valuable the creature who yielded this item was. That was longevity. If this stone was in someone else's control, they would definitely consider it as their most valuable treasure and would never sell it. Han Fei reached for the longevity stone. But his wrist suddenly hurt when he grabbed the stone. Shoot! Han Fei lowered his head, only to see that the demon purification pot was out. Han Fei knew that something big happened the moment the demon purification pot showed up. Unless he needed to do refining, the demon purification pot never showed itself. However, the demon purification pot was floating above his wrist at this moment. Then, the vine that was attached to the demon purification pot, which Han Fei had always thought to be decorative, suddenly grew longer and stabbed into the longevity stone. Han Fei? Han Fei exclaimed quickly, "Hey, hey, hey! It's mine! What are you doing?" Han Fei couldn't stop it at all. He saw that the bright blue longevity stone was turning white at a visible speed. After no more than 3 seconds, the longevity stone ended up as a transparent stone. Then, it cracked into pieces. Han Fei was amused. "Bro, I can see that you need that. But why are you so excited since I've never competed with you for anything?" The demon purification pot, having absorbed the longevity stone, looked exactly the same as before, except that its leaf was slightly larger than before. Then, it disappeared into Han Fei's wrist and turned into his tattoo. Again. Han Fei. Right when Han Fei thought that it was the end of everything, Little Black and Little White suddenly flashed out. Han Fei exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? You two can come out on your own?" However, Little White and Little Black disappeared into Han Fei's body the moment after Little White opened its mouth. Instantly, black light flashed in Han Fei's eyes. Then, one of his eyes became black and the other white. The yin-yang divine eyes appeared. Han Fei's body was suddenly straightened. His face that previously had vivid expressions became inscrutable. But Han Fei was still struggling inside himself. His consciousness wasn't gone, except that he suddenly had a strong urge. He felt that his body was extremely empty and hungry. He wanted to eat the longevity stones, or more. Exactly, the vitality contained in the longevity stones. Driven by this urge, Han Fei appeared on the 282nd floor. He numbly took out his sea-swallowing seashells and made offerings. Then, another mermaid showed up. But Han Fei reacted fast enough this time. He simply raised his finger, slowly. A drop of water appeared in Han Fei's head. Then, the drop of water turned into light and flashed through Han Fei's eyes like a shooting star. Almost at the same time, a flash glittered on Han Fei's finger, leaving a long wave in the seawater. Han Fei felt that he had merely attacked at random in his dizziness, but the mermaid had been killed before she made any moves. F***ck. Han Fei was rather terrified. At this moment, his consciousness seemed to be divided into two parts. Part of him was blank and unconscious. It was that part of him which launched an attack with instincts just now. The other part of him, where his rationality remained, made him shocked and panicked. He wondered why he was teetering on the edge of loss of control. After fusing with Little White and Little Black, he was also astounded to see the new usage of the infinity water. He never knew that it could kill an enemy instantly like a streak of light. Unconsciously, his consciousness began to fade out at this moment. In his dizziness, Han Fei felt that stimulants were injected into his body every once in a while, making him refreshed. It happened 19 times in total. Han Fei counted in silence and inferred how many levels he had passed with the unexpected sense of excitement he sensed. 300. I'm on the 300th floor. As if he was suddenly woken up, Han Fei claimed. Then, his mouth was filled with seawater, and he was almost choked. Han Fei hurriedly held his breath and took out a bag of air. He took a few deep breaths before he finally felt better. After his eyes gradually became clear, Han Fei suddenly saw a round altar before him, and he was standing before the stairs under the altar. The altar was in bad condition. Some of the stones on the stairs had already crumbled. The 2 rows of white, curled fish bones on the 2 sides of the altar, which should have been symmetrical, had been partly broken and fallen on the altar. Han Fei, on the other hand, was looking at a table at the center of the altar. A stunning crystal tray was placed on the table, along with another 2 plain trays. If the hexagon starfish were here, it would have climbed the table crazily for the trays. But Han Fei was certain that they weren't normal trays. He saw a red spiritual fruit on the crystal tray. Voodoo. At this moment, Han Fei's brains were almost shutting down. He had forgotten exactly how he came to this place, because he was too attracted to the offerings. Voodoo. Han Fei swallowed again. Did this mean that the 300th floor was the deepest level of the steps into the sea? He looked around and saw that the altar was all there was, and the area beyond was sealed by barriers. Han Fei was about to step on the stairs, but he kicked something the moment he moved his feet. Lowering his head, Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that he was standing on a pile of bones. F***ck. Gudu. What's the meaning of this? I'm not the first person to come here? How many people have visited this place? Looking at the ground that was almost exclusively made of bones, Han Fei was quite anxious. He raised his hand and looked at the demon purification pot that was absolutely still on his wrist. Show up. Why don't you show up right now? I don't know how exactly you got me to this place, but why are you gone now that I'm here? Do you want me to go up there and take the fruit? Han Fei was about to move forward, but then he suddenly had a bad feeling. He stood straight again, and his body slightly trembled. He looked at the stairs before his eyes, which were 8 levels. Counting the ground, there were 9 levels in total. Do the steps into the sea mean the steps leading down to this place, or the 9 levels of stairs going up from here? Although he was in the middle of seawater, Han Fei felt that sweat was popping up on his forehead and his back. His eyes were cramping too. He looked at the demon purification pot on his wrist. So, you can't go up any further after you bring me here, right? But you want me to continue? He raised his head and looked at the spiritual fruit on the altar. He really wanted it. Every day, tens of thousands of people came to the steps into the sea for treasures. Who could possibly know that the real treasures were exactly at the bottom of the steps into the sea? Damn it. Master Calabash, you bring me to this place, because you're sure that I can take it, right? Why don't you move yourself and give me your word? I'll go ahead if you promise me that it's safe. The demon purification pot had no reaction at all, but Han Fei was so nervous that he was sweating all over his body. Suddenly, he had an idea and got excited. He took out a mirror in his hand. It was the mirror of icy salt, a low-quality divine weapon that could copy any creature below the level of hidden fissure. However, the mirror could only be used 3 times. Han Fei had never used it, even when his life was at risk earlier, but he was going to use it now. Yes, he was absolutely certain that he had to use it. At this moment, the ultra-quality battle suit appeared on Han Fei, and the majestic mystic spell was cast on himself. He was in his strongest state. Holding the mirror of icy salt, he activated it, and an identical Han Fei emerged by his side. It was rather a strange feeling. He didn't feel like this when he fought himself back in the white mist salt marsh. However, at this moment, Han Fei somehow felt that his clone seemed to be connected to his mind in ways he didn't understand. However, while his clone was connected to himself, he couldn't control it. Exactly. Han Fei gave a command in his heart, tentatively. You squat down. His clone squatted expressionlessly without moving. Stand up. The clone rose and looked ahead. He was still absolutely still. Han Fei observed himself up and down, only to find that he was rather handsome when he was playing it cool. It seemed that Zhang Xuanyu had a rival now. Han Fei gave out an order, go up there and fetch the 3 trays for me. He was quite anxious when he gave out the order, and he prayed that his clone could make it. Since his clone was equal to him, the same thing would happen to himself if something happened to his clone. The clone raised his leg and stepped on the first level of stairs. However, Han Fei was rendered speechless by what he saw next. One of his clone's feet was on the ground, and the other was on the stairs. The clone's body was shaking, as if an invisible power was stopping him. Crack. When the clone moved the other foot to the stairs while trembling, a crack suddenly appeared on his leg. While Han Fei gazed at the clone earnestly, the clone made it to the second level of stairs, which seemed simpler than the first level. However, when the clone got on the third level of stairs, Han Fei suddenly trembled under the altar. He felt that his head suddenly went blank as if he suffered from anemia, and he lost balance with himself. Damn it. That's just my clone. Would I be hurt too when something happens to it? Han Fei was lost for words. Wasn't his clone merely made of thought? Was he hurt because he was connected to his clone? But he didn't know what was going on up there even though they were connected. When his clone climbed the fourth level of stars, Han Fei suddenly held his head with one hand so hard that veins bulged from his neck. He saw a picture that lasted only one moment. It was no longer blank. Something just flashed in his head. Unfortunately, the picture flashed too quickly. It had disappeared before Han Fei recognized what it was. At this moment, his clone had walked to the edge of the fifth level. This time, Han Fei was prepared when another picture flashed in his head. Old Bai? Han Fei's face was grim, as he thought he saw Old Bai during the moment. Why Old Bai? How is Old Bai related to the steps into the sea? Holding his head, Han Fei simply squatted on the ground. He knew that similar things were bound to happen again when his clone reached the sixth level. As he expected, during another moment of strong headache, Han Fei saw the picture more clearly in his head. But it was still too fast. He merely saw a swinging sword. What the F***CK? Why are the pictures so broken? Can't you give me a complete one? Ah. Han Fei's butt hit the ground, as he finally saw a complete picture when his clone reached the seventh level. He saw Old Bai staring at him from the sky. Huh? Why is Old Bai holding a sword? Wait, why is there blood on Old Bai? Han Fei raised his head and said to his clone, go on. Climb to the eighth level and then get on the altar. Again, Han Fei saw Old Bai standing in the sky with a large area of houses below his feet. Old Bai seemed to be slashing his sword, and the aura of his blade was glowing. Crack. Suddenly, Han Fei raised his head, only to see that his clone's legs had been shattered. Its lower half body had been reduced to salt. However, his clone did not know what pain meant at all. It simply moved forward according to Han Fei's command. But when its hand touched the final level of stairs, the seawater suddenly trembled slightly, and his clone seemed to have suffered a great blast. Hua! The whole clone collapsed into grains of salt at this moment, before it completely vanished into the seawater. Han Fei was so appalled at that moment that he had goosebumps all over his body. Voodoo. Damn it. Is it so dangerous? My strongest clone has been killed so easily? Han Fei waved his arm. Master Calabash, help. I can't take care of this. The demon purification pot flashed, and Han Fei was instantly delighted. Would you like to fetch the fruit by yourself? He waited for a long time, but there was no reaction from the demon purification pot. He decided that he should go to Forge the Universe and have a nice meal first. But he found that it was impossible to enter Forge the Universe anymore. Han Fei roared furiously, you're forcing me to go up there, right? But remember, this is the level 3 fishery, and few people have ever made it to this place. Okay, I'll go, but if I'm dead, you will be buried here forever. Seeing no reaction from the demon purification pot, Han Fei declared ruthlessly, "Let's go then. I'm not scared of anything." Gudu. Han Fei took out a large bag of air and breathed hard. What was his purpose when exploring the steps into the sea? Treasures, of course. Other people weren't even qualified to see this treasure, and now that it was lying right before his eyes, he would regret it if he didn't have the courage to take it. Therefore, Han Fei moved forward and stepped on the first level of stairs. 2. Be honest, Han Fei was a zealous adventurer in the first place. He had come to this world exactly because of his crazy adventure. Therefore, what he did at this moment was really just a spur-of-the-moment thing without much consideration. Huh? Nothing happened? Han Fei was stunned. How come he stepped on regular stairs even though his clone's legs were broken after reaching the first level of stairs? Han Fei subconsciously raised his other leg, but he instantly felt mountainous pressure coming at his face. The picture before his eyes suddenly changed. He couldn't see anything, and he only felt that his body was shivering under the terrifying pressure. Han Fei immediately realized that it was pressure, but he didn't know where it was from. Under the pressure, he felt that all his hair was bristling. Right. Next, Han Fei heard voices that came from old by me. Go now. The hoarse cry seemed to be echoing in the world. The dark veil before Han Fei's eyes was suddenly lifted. At this moment, he was in the middle of the sky at least 3,000 meters from the ground. He looked back, only to see that little gold had been attached to himself. Its gigantic wings had been unfolded with blood dripping down. Suddenly, sword chi that spanned 1,000 meters passed above Han Fei's head. Shocked, Han Fei raised his head, only to see a heated battle in the sky where Old Bai was attacking a group of ferocious people whose enormous spiritual beasts had blocked the sky. Where am I? Who's Old Bai fighting? While Han Fei was stunned, he saw Zhang Xuanyu, who appeared out of nowhere next to himself. What are you waiting for? Run for your life. Zhang Xuanyu? This is. However, before Han Fei said anything, Zhang Xuanyu had pushed him aside, and sword chi that came from a distance penetrated his abdomen. Zhang Xuanyu. Shocked, Han Fei exclaimed aloud, and a gigantic hand descended from the sky. He saw that an expert swordsman was slapped into smithereens by the hand. Old Bai roared aloud, "Take these kids away." Before Han Fei realized what was going on, Zhang Xuanyu had been taken away by a hand from the void. On the other hand, Lu Renkuang appeared down below, sobbing and crying, "I'm not going anywhere." Han Fei was about to shout, when he saw sword chi sweeping at Lu Renkuang across dozens of kilometers. Han Fei roared, "Fatty, get out of the way." While Han Fei shouted, a crappy old man with an unshaven face took a huge circle in the sky and stopped before Lu Renkuang, taking the attack for him. Han Fei was finally relieved. He was about to dive down, but his back suffered a heavy strike, and he was smashed into the city like a shooting star. At that moment, Han Fei felt that he almost exploded. His head almost crashed. After he was blown dozens of kilometers away, a tentacle grabbed him, and Xiao Zhan stopped in front of him. Xiao Zhan murmured, "Avenge us." "Avenge you? For what?" Boom. Before Xiao Zhan gave a reply, Han Fei's eyes almost bulged out, as he saw that Old Bai detonated himself in the sky. Old Bai, President. Xiao Zhan clenched Han Fei's arm and threw him away. Han Fei felt that he was nothing more than a piece of meat on a chopping block right now. He didn't know what was going on at all, as he was just thrown about. Han Fei saw that Xiao Zhan and his 8-armed conch all exploded under the collective attack of 3 men. Devastated, Han Fei cried out, "Mr. Xiao Zhan." Not just Xiao Zhan, Han Fei noticed another person on the battlefield down below. From there, Wenren Yu glimpsed at him and charged into battle without looking back. At this moment, cold voices were echoing in the sky. "The Thug Academy defies the heavens will. It shall be destroyed." Somebody was laughing. "Today, all the teachers and students here will be annihilated." Han Fei saw someone he didn't know sneering in the sky. "The Thug Academy has no choice except to fight until death, but as long as any of us escape today, you and your families will all be executed someday." Someone declared relentlessly, "I'm here for the final battle of my life. Who dares to fight me?" Someone was bellowing, "You want to kill me? Are you really capable of that?" One after another, people Han Fei didn't know appeared in the sky, on the ground, and above the city. A rain of blood was dropping from the gray sky amidst the deafening noises and explosions. Han Fei felt that he was a tiny canoe above a surging ocean. He was escaping, but he didn't know why he was escaping. Someone was chasing him. Flash stones were crumbled one after another. Han Fei felt that he appeared in lots of places. There was fire everywhere. He couldn't even see the people's faces. All of a sudden, Han Fei saw that Luo Xiaobai was standing 1,000 meters away. Expressionlessly, Han Fei shouted, "Xiaobai, run!" He was anxious to see that Luo Xiaobai was standing still. He ran to her quickly, but he saw that Luo Xiaobai was shaking her head as if she was refusing him. Oars of sabers and swords glowed next to him, and he was heavily struck. In the next moment, Han Fei's head went blank, as if he had just been hit by something. He fell from the sky like a shooting star. At that moment, he felt that all his bones and internal organs were destroyed. He vomited blood crazily. Han Fei sensed the smell of death. He felt that he was dying. He was so exhausted that he wanted to sleep. He wanted to simply let his body fall. Suddenly, Han Fei felt excruciating throbbing pain from his wrist. He was woken up all of a sudden. To his shock, he found himself standing above the altar.